ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back for another day of the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. I'm already joined by Demu again. Ben, it feels like we barely left off after yesterday. We're right back at it, huh?
You just can't get rid of me, Wardy. You can't get rid of me, lad.
Cannot get rid of you at all. And we can't get rid of the StarCraft. There's just so much of it coming up. And of course, that is thanks to our wonderful sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. And of course, you can join us in the Atlanta event as well with your tickets. 20% off with the code StarCraft, dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. You know, I'm just getting the things out of the way, guys. I know we're just diving right into it, but we've got players that are ready to play. Let's have a very quick peek at the Asia standings. That's the region we're starting in today. It's round 4 of Swiss. 2 players are through, Yeshi and Oliveira. 2 players are out, T-Bull and Silky. And now we start to see a few more players make it through, including our first players of the day will be fighting to get in to the playoffs, while a couple players later on, Ben, are going to be fighting to survive.
Yeah, this one's actually kind of interesting because everything that I heard about, and I'm just talking about the first match of the day, I think they're all kind of cool actually, but Firefly, he's a hot Protoss, but he got kind of murdered by Jieshi, which I was like, whoa, Jieshi's obviously a lot better than I thought, because, you know, he murdered this hot Protoss. And Namami, I think, did he take down Coffee? Which,
yeah,
you know, he's like the former second place of this region, which is a big deal. So this feels like hot rod against hot rod over here, and I think the Protosses in this scene in particular are absolutely shameless. Like, they are all about killing you with the dirtiest stuff, and actually their mechanics seem very solid as well.
Oh no, absolutely, man. And we're gonna obviously see Firefly and Namami to start. Nice is gonna take to the stage to play against XY after he's always been a bit cheeky. Max said Coffee gonna round out our Asia action for today, and then we have all of Europe to go. And a couple matches from Americas at the end. This isn't even the full schedule. We have so many games today, it didn't even fit on the scheduling graphics. So we actually have 12 best of 3s today. We'll update you further on all of that as we get into it. For now, we're actually very ready to go. These guys were so ready to start playing StarCraft. They were not waiting for anybody. So, with that all said, let's dive on into it. In the top right-hand corner, we are going to begin with the red Protoss player. This is going to be from Mystery Gaming, Namami.
And spawning over on the other side as our blue Protoss, it is Firefly. Have you ever seen the show Firefly?
No. Is that the one that got cancelled after like 1 season or something?
Yeah. And then they made a movie, which the movie was okay as well, but it's the one that like fans were so heretic about. Like,
yeah,
they absolutely loved it. And then I ended up watching it just out of curiosity. Nice show. But I did not understand the. It was kind of like a kind of a fun, quirky, Star Trek-y kind of thing. Like, oh, it was good, but it was. I thought, like, genuinely, like I was going to watch the most groundbreaking thing, and it was just fun. But yeah, I won't say I was disappointed, because I wasn't. I did enjoy it, but you know what I mean. It was one of those. But I wonder if Firefly is a fan of that. Or he just likes the bug.
He just likes the bug. Which would be funny because he doesn't play the bug race, does he? So, yeah.
No.
Maybe he likes the symbolism of being a Firefly, you know, like a light in the darkness. Something like that.
I mean, maybe. You're getting very real.
Maybe we're reading way too much into it.
Yeah, maybe it's about the fact that he thought Fireflies had lasers, and then he plays the laser race. You know?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad we're starting off silly today, man. Like, you know, yesterday we took about, half the day to get there. Today we're just like, let's just start with all the ridiculous things.
Yeah, I mean, like, luckily, I think I'm casting Coffee later as well. So I'm looking forward to that. It was funny meeting Kevin, because like we met him at an event shortly after, and he was like, "Why do you keep saying Coffee?" And I'm like, Pokemon. He's like, "Oh yeah, Coffee."
Yeah, I was in Sweden, right? He was like, "I don't get it, guys. You just keep going Coffee."
Yeah, I'm like, mate, such a cool name when you think about it. He's like, you idiot.
I haven't actually casted Coffee since then either, so like I forgot that we're gonna be all about Coffee. Oh,
yeah, it's fresh in your mind now, Waddy.
Yeah, so ready. As Namami is so ready as well, going to drop down that robo facility So we are going to see him just going straight into some aggression. I feel like when we casted Asia PvP yesterday, this is exactly what worked out against Firefly. Yeshi twice in a row, 3-gate Robo. Got the job done against Firefly.
It's also fun. So they've both just lost an Adept in the middle of the map. Firefly seems like he's getting the better deal between this Adept fight here, especially given that he got the second one as well over there. But Firefly is very much about getting 4 Adepts. I think he did it in at least one or maybe both of his PvPs yesterday. But yeah, you're totally right about the 3-gate stuff. He definitely can fall to that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, he had some issues against it yesterday, and again, he's just doing the same thing today, expanding quickly off of these Adepts, and we'll see how much power Namami can throw at him, see if it's going to be enough to overthrow Firefly in these early stages or not. As a few Adepts continue to gather together, Robo Facility coming up from Firefly. And he's going to get a Nexus as well, of course, we mentioned that, but the Robo is a big deal, because initially he was starting to go to Twilight, but now he's realizing what's going on. The Robo should give him a better road to defense.
Yeah, it's nice having these Adepts on the map, because he can actually see what's going on. And he's like, you haven't got an Expo going on yet? Okay, something's happening here. And I mean, he has to kind of worry about many possibilities. Oracle in your main base, so he's kind of got that ticked off here. Now he's going to actually get a bit of a confirmation scout just to see how many units and what kind of units are coming out across the map. And he's going to scout the natural again, but at this point, we know what's coming. He knows what's coming. And now it's just about how well he can execute this defense. He is pretty well secured, and I believe, did he move over? Yeah, those stalkers in his main base no longer there, so he's absolutely focused on the front.
Has a few sundries as well, which force fields can make a big difference in these fights, just kind of, saying, oh, let's fight here or let's fight there, guaranteeing an engagement in. Can be very cute as we do use the Adept block. We've seen that a lot the last day or so as we do hit the Prism just a little there, and these two Adepts get stuck. Not really convinced that last force field was necessary to trap that Adept in. I don't know where he thought it was going to go afterwards anyway. Maybe just close enough to the Prism to get lifted off, but good start. The Immortal is on the way out as well, and while you do not have the Prism micro that your opponent has, an Immortal is still going to go a long way to helping out as the Prism very nearly goes down.
It really did nearly go down, and I mean, this Warp Prism's providing a lot of micro potential, but it's so far forward, and Firefly noticed it. And now they're on pretty much similar armies, except Firefly's micro. He's getting the pounce. He doesn't have the pressure. He's got the Expo behind it as well. Namami is sent home packing.
Sent home packing. Yeah, he's wow, even an Adept in the center shading through to grab a extra kill there as well. Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic here for Firefly, because, like you say, he's got the expansion. He is not under any pressure, and he'll have an Immortal left over after this as well. He's going to have a second one on the way up. There is no competition when it comes to the second wave of attack from Namami. I don't think anything's going to happen, actually. I don't think he'll be able to find any sort of way to get damage done now.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And, Firefly, he's very comfortable. He's probably thinking, okay, I'm so far ahead. What's the worst thing that could happen to me? And it's going to be like some units sneaking into his base, so he gets back home. I think with this Adept on the map that he has, it gives him a bit of confirmation as to what's going on, and he really wants to know what's going on, because right now this game feels so damn comfortable for him. And Namami, he's going to give it another shot. He's going for a Nexus now. He's going for the Robo Bay, which usually means like you go for some Dream Disruptor shots. So I feel like Namami knows he's incredibly far behind. Maybe he's going to go for like a split him in the natural while he does damage in the main. You can get a nice force field on the ramp here quite easily.
Yeah, something like that almost feels necessary, because at this point, but even if you do, you've got the Prism as Firefly, who's going to fly forwards. Firefly! I mean, it wasn't a genius move, but it was still a move that's okay for him, as he loses 3 pros, but he's dealing with this, obviously, and that Swarpin has to cancel as well. If a Twilight counts up, we can start moving to blink as Firefly. Namami ain't even going to let it get there. GG is called, and Firefly opens the day with a 1-0 lead.
I respect the fairly early GG there. Like, he was saying, like, all right, I'm going to get into it, right? Get the Nexus, the Robo Bay and stuff. But then upon seeing, like, just how far ahead his opponent is, that shows me that Namami knows that Firefly is a good player. Like, he's not going to catch him mega off guard to the point he's going to take out, like, 10 Stalkers in one Disrupt shot. No way in hell. And he's just like, you know what? Bad start. Didn't go that well for me. Let's move on to the next. Clean slate up.
Yep. That's kind of what I expected out of Firefly. You know what? Like, to me, he's one of the favorites to make it his way through. Yeshi obviously did look good yesterday in the PvP. But I think in general, I think Firefly should come in as a favorite. He should come in as like the player who we're expecting to make playoffs. Namami is a shock for me to see here, and I think we kind of saw why in this first game, because there was just a little bit more power on the side of there was just a little bit more power there on the side of Firefly, and he just had a bit of better micro. He had a bit of a better moment when he's like, this is where I dive, this is where I make my move. So yeah, cool start from Firefly. Gets himself the first game, and again, winner of this is in the playoffs. It's kind of a surprising match to kind of make playoffs with, but again, that's because Namami found that upset. 2-1 T-Bull and 2-1 Coffee so far. Lost out a Haas early in the tournament as we ready up for game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic for him to be here, and whoever loses this still has a chance because there'll be 2-2 in the group. And I mean, Namami, if he loses this, he's taken out Coffee. So the potential of Coffee getting up to 2-2 again, it's kind of nice that he's not on the drawing board because you can't play the same player twice with this system. So,
yeah,
you know, both these players not out, but the chances to go forward, yeah, they're both, as far as I know, young guns looking to make it. And yeah, the second map between them will be Hecate or Hecate. Okay, how do you say this one, Morty?
I say Hecate. Hecate.
Hecate?
Yeah.
Like a name like Hegatha?
I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Hecate with the different sound letters. Hecate. It's a Greek.
Mate, when did we go? I mean, it is, but Hecate. I'm not even going to get into it. I come from a time where you had maps like Steps of War, Blistering Sands, you know. And I'm talking long time ago. I mean, we did have some weird ones as well, Metalopolis, but now I have no idea how to say any. Alki 1?
You know what? It's kind of funny because apparently she has power over the heaven, earth, and sea. And yet not space, so what's she doing in StarCraft? You know? That's what I'm going to say. You know what, Ben? If that's the case, you say her name however you want.
Thank you, Wardy. Thank you very much. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side of Hecate, it is Namami.
And we have ourselves in the upper right-hand side, the blue Protoss player up 1-0. It is Firefly.
So far, in every PvP we've seen so far, it's been like double gate at the top of the ramp. Like, nobody's been trying any of the, low gate shenanigans, which I think is cool. It feels like PvP has gone full circle almost. Like, I remember a long time ago, people started trying to get away from 2 gate at the top of the ramp and like weird things like Nexus First and But it's kind of nice to see that we've got here where people feel so comfortable, and there's still a lot of variation in that. What units do you pop out? How do you trick your opponents? Sometimes they'll make like a double Zealot to utilize the gas and then cancel them, get like 2 Adepts out so they get fast Stargate. That kind of stuff,
Yeah.
And this, it looks like Namami is about the cheekiness here.
Yeah, we actually saw yesterday in Harstem versus Art. Art just took this base, and Harstem really didn't, really pick up on it soon enough, so we'll see. I mean, it's obviously can absolutely just be a proxy as well. But we'll see what it is that Namami wants to do. Firefly's going to drop the Robo, so it would be really bad for Namami if he was just to be like, oh, you know what I want to do? I'm going to try and hide an expansion, because he will probably die to the 3-gate Robo of Firefly. Yeah, I'm not loving this. So we'll see what he does. He's still drilling away. He's had the money to build a tech structure, so absolutely looks like he's going to expand. He just spent some of his gas. Like, I think he just queued up more Stalkers, yeah. Yeah, this does not bode well. Firefly got 3-gate Robo like 3 games in a row now in this tournament. And now he's like, you know what, if everyone's doing it, I'm going to do it too. I can't beat him, even though I just did beat one. I'm going to join him.
Yeah, Firefly is definitely a big fan of getting the 2 Adepts out first. And, I do like that. It's nice to be able to scout, and if you use them correctly, it's very hard to pick them off. And let's have a look. So the Warp Prism for him, he wants to be the aggressor this time. Namami, though, so that proxy pylon that he had over there in the north wasn't for any sort of tech. It was for a Nexus. Now, obviously, he didn't need the pylon, but having the pylon safely over there, now he can warp in faster, I do believe. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, I don't really like how he did it, if I'm going to be honest, as Firefly gets away with these Adepts. Because, well, he had the money to build a Twilight sooner, and then he finally was like, okay, actually, I'm going to put down Twilight, then I'm going to expand. So, like, almost like he saved up for the expand, Then he put the Twilight down when he could have built that earlier. And then he built the X-Man. It's just like, there was almost like a bit of indecision which order he wanted to go. Definitely didn't feel clean. Yeah, I could understand if he then immediately started Blink and then he's closer to Blink because he's obviously able to, you know, or wanting to be able to use Blink to kind of help him defend, but it doesn't really feel like that's the situation here. There's only 2 gates with this Robo from Firefly, so he's not even like looking to be overpowering with this. He will start an Immortal now, so maybe there still is something to it as he dives in. He obviously sees that it's 1 base from his opponent, or thinks that it's 1 base right now, so hopefully Firefly doesn't get overly defensive, otherwise this could go very wrong. He does get good damage with these initial devs, even leaves them there to get a couple more kills.
Wow, I mean, that's actually insane damage, and it went so well that he's like, you know what, let's warp him more, and Namami has to use a recall to get his units back home to deal with the Prism, which is not what he wanted to do, right? Like, he's got that kind of mixed gold hybrid base over there that I'm pretty sure he would have loved to have recalled to that, which now he doesn't have the option. Now it's just a base that's very far away and got to slowly produce itself.
Firefly's going to see it as well. This Hallucinated Phoenix is rallied right over it, so he's about to know. Honestly, I wouldn't even go to it, you know, because right now there's 1 probe mining there. I don't think he needs to go over there and deny it or anything. I think he can just push at the front. The only thing is, this is going to be kind of like a wall in it you have to go through, but that's now 3 gateways that are exposed to be hit from the low ground, and Nanami's about to blink out onto the map in the wrong direction as Firefly comes straight through the middle.
I think this is doom for Nanami over here. I mean, having those 3 gateways, that 1 pylon, I mean, you know, a nice juicy Artosis pylon powering up all your production, and 2 Immortals right here that are specialists at taking down everything that he has. Yeah, this is not good, and he even has an Adept over by the other base just in case there's a lot of mining. Firefly's looking good this game, and we're seeing why he is such a solid player in this region, in this series. He's looked superior, hasn't he? He's going to try and bust up this ramp. He's doing a good job of ferrying between this force field. A really, really nice play out of him.
I feel like Nanami should have tried to get the Prism with those Stalkers on the other side, and then maybe could have grabbed it while it was sieged up, but yeah, with the Prism still around, we're going to lose all the gateways. Once the gateways are down, he's going to have no further production, and I'd say usually like Blink at least has some efficiency to it, but I'll be honest, his Blinks haven't been good enough so far, right? Like, he's losing a couple of Stalkers that could have blinked back, that haven't blinked back, and yeah, right now you can just see too much power. Firefly rampages up this ramp, gets himself a quick, easy win on the day, 2-0, and he'll be happy with that because Firefly is going to be our 3rd player booked into the playoffs here in the Asia's Regionals. So congrats to him. 2-0 over Nanami, solid start of the day. I think he's going to be very, very happy with that one.
I think he's going to be so happy. That's like, you know, when you study for a test and, you know, you do a lot of studying, then the test comes and you're just like, what? Like, it just blitz it? Like, absolutely did. It came time to perform for Firefly. He had a bit of a shaky one yesterday, but he owned Nanami way harder than he got owned by Jieshi. And, you know, maybe he just had an off day yesterday, but today absolutely turned up. And, yeah, he took no prisoners. Well played to him.
Yep, and as we say, guys, we got lots of matches to go through today. So up next is going to be Nice taking on XY. Then Koffer is going to fight against Maxed before we swap over to some European PvPs and more to go. All 3 regions in action today. It's Swiss round 4 for everybody, which means that every match today is either a match to send players to playoffs or eliminate someone from the tournament altogether. So it's a fun setup. It's a fun day. It's when things get serious. The final weekend of group stages. Playoffs begin next week, of course. So I'm going to be back with that nice XY PvT in just a few moments. Don't go very far. We'll be right back with that fun action in the PvT.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back once again, everybody, as we have more StarCraft 2 action coming your way in the form of a PvT. It is going to be nice in XY, another battle to make playoffs. And so far, I've been kind of impressed by XY. He's not had an easy route so far. He's gone through Orianna initially, then he went through Coffee, and then he took a map off Oliveira while losing yesterday to end up here now against Nice. First time we'll see a non-TVT matchup for him. But yeah, so far, some pretty good results.
Absolutely. And this is 2-1 for both of them, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And I mean, like, both these guys in my head are very solid. Like, in this region, I mean, no beating around the bush. They're both very potential top 6 / maybe could take the thing if they were, you know, cards were on their side. Yeah, exactly. So going up against the other one, I dare say neither one is super stoked about it, but you got to start running into the big dogs sooner rather than later here, I think, when you start hitting this like 2-1 score. Anyhow, starting over in the top right-hand side on Heck 8, it is Zai Zai. Or do you call him XY?
I just call him XY. He's only called XY because you can't have a 2-letter name.
Oh, okay. Hence TYTY.
Hence TYTY. Hence Ayasonu, because Ayasonu was actually only originally called IA.
Got ya.
All of the knowledge bombs. Today is in the bottom left. We have our blue Brawlers player. This is going to be nice as we get into this PvT. And I think you're right. You know, on a good day, I think these guys could really go out and take it all. You know, we saw XY. He got competitive with Oliveira yesterday. You know, those games were not easy for Oliveira by any stretch. You know, if he made it through, like, there's a chance, right? Like, it's maybe not like the kind of guy I'd pick every single time. It would have to be a good run. But that's the potential that each of these guys have. And, you know, you said it right as well. Like, neither of them are going to be happy to be playing the other. But, you know, in these last few days of group stages, no one's going to be happy to be playing anyone. Because it really does get to the toughest part where the most evenly matched players are going to be left. And, yeah, it's your last chances. And, you know, these are where the last couple of spots for playoffs are snagged by players.
Absolutely. Start off this game, Nice has gone for a very, very standard build. He didn't go for the gateway and cybernetics core atop the ramp. Now, on this map, he has got to scout as well, sees a double gas opening from XY, which does mean a very quick factory. And he keeps this probe around for long enough here that he's like, all right, you pulled the guys off gas as well. That means it's most likely just going to be a very standard CC build afterwards. You've just gone for a very safe opening, and that makes you comfortable. Will he get this recall off in time? That actually stings quite a bit, you know. Yeah. That stings quite a lot. I love the fact that XY kept the SCV on it just to make sure that he's what's the word? Getting a little bit of damage to help with the Reaper. So that was really smart by him.
Just guarantees the Reaper shot is going to get the kill, because it might be that the recall goes off in that space between Reaper shot 2 and 3, which would have been the extra damage that the SCV dealt instead. So just good to get the SCV there, pick away at the probe. As our Adept is going to come shading down the natural. Reaper is hopping around for a little bit and is now going to move into this main base. Man's going to start going after a few probes. And obviously, most importantly, just scouting, and he does see the Stargate, so XY gets some good information to begin with. On his way to some Hellions, we'll see what else is on his mind for the opening of this game.
Absolutely. So, double Hellion, so he made the reactor on it. Like, I'm curious if it's going to be a lot more Hellions afterwards. Okay, 2 Hellions, 2 Widowmines. Like, this is definitely a cool opening by him, and I don't know if that Adept would... I thought maybe the Adept would go for the kill on the Reaper just to kind of, you know, sort it out. But he does get a big old scout there, perfectly timed, that he could still go up the ramp, see the reactor on there. So he knows that his opponent, having that reactor on there, means he's going to go for economic damage. I mean, he could potentially go for 2 Cyclones as well these days, but usually Widowmines, Hellions, now he gets confirmation again and makes this all very awkward, and getting his own Oracle out. So far, I'm liking Nice's play a lot this game, man. He's playing very smart and cool and just being annoying, but going to take damage back at home, Wardy.
Yeah, if a couple of Hellions get in, there's a cool little Adept trick there, but then the Hellions get in, not going to do too much themselves. A couple of probes, yes, but now being cleaned up, so this seems to be the end of the problems. And we will get to move on from it as the Oracle comes across the map. There's not a lot of anti-air because he's been setting off the Widow Mines with the Adepts. Thankfully, a Viking shows up. He just about gets himself the Widowmine kill, but then the Viking is going to force that Oracle away, so XY was prepared enough. Nice, really bringing the pressure, though. Like, he's clearly coming out and saying, hey, I'm not making this game easy for you, you know? Like, you're going to have to work for it a little bit here for sure. And, yeah, so far it feels though XY is just about avoiding, you know, severe damage.
Yeah, I like it. It's nice that he had those shield batteries, and these adepts so far have been good against every unit that he's been making with that massive extra damage to light.
Yep, as the double Oracle heads to the upper right-hand side, going to be getting into the main base. Revelation goes down to tag up a couple of units and structures. Meanwhile, the Cyclone is
Void Ray,
popping
wow.
out. And yeah, the Void Ray is a really interesting one. I wonder if he's afraid of, like, something that tries to punish a Stargate opening, like a little Cyclone Viking Marine push. But then with the Void Ray, if it just activates Prismatic, the Cyclone is going to absolutely melt. Void Rays will, you know, then push back Vikings too. It's different. Maybe just, like I say, a bit of sturdiness in case XY does get very aggressive.
I think so. I think the fact that he didn't take too much damage from this aggro opening, maybe he's just kind of like, you know, thinking, oh my goodness, what's actually going on down over here? And just when you have limited production, try and use every production facility you have. I think you're absolutely right, but we know that it isn't the case. And honestly, if I see my opponent has a Void Ray and I'm not planning a push, I'm pretty okay with that, Wardy. I mean, like, obviously it's different types to TVP, and the Cyclone is a very, very different beast. Maybe Nice has lost against something that looked very similar to this in the past. You don't know.
Yeah, no, that's very true, as we do just send those Adepts forward, and I mean, maybe even in some scenarios he actually finds aggression with this Void Ray. I don't think he'll find anything here. There's too many Marines, too much support in the terms of the anti-air, although it's all in the low ground, so the Oracles will dive into this mineral line. There's a couple of SCVs easily grabbed here, 3, 4 now. There's actually going to be pretty serious damage,
Wow.
and finally one Viking comes across to deal with this, but that took a long time. 8 workers going down, and those Oracles have a field day.
That was surprisingly slow reacting by XY, wasn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at his army and his natural. It really, and Nice sees everything, by the way. This observer that he had in the natural was just going ham vision-wise, but XY, he's not super down and out just yet. He has a very serious timing here. Like, Stim, Combat Shields +1 on the way, army supply very close overall. And remember, it's like a Void Ray and Oracles. Like, they aren't the best battle units in a straight-up fight, whereas nearly every unit that XY has right now is meant to kill you. It's made to kill you, isn't it? And he's got a third making, but right now, Nice wants to keep the Terran away from him, I feel, because, yeah, his army right now is very brittle.
Yep, if this Terran army like stems in across the map, it's force fields, right? That's what you're relying on. You're very late to blink. You really don't have anything, actually. Like, his army kind of does suck, and a lot of the time, honestly, that is just Stargate into Blink in a nutshell. It's like, your army looks terrible, and you really have to, like, just about survive, which maybe would be the case this time. 6 SCVs going down, Vikings and the Medivacs coming back around the right-hand side. I just hate how many SCVs XY has lost. He's going to send it, but can you imagine he did all of this with all of the workers he lost in this game alive? If he just was slightly better against the Oracles, he might actually come and end this game.
Yeah, those two Oracles have 15 SCV kills between them, and now they kind of look like, we've done enough, we might as well just give it up, right? I mean, that definitely was not good by Nice, for sure, but yeah, the damage that they've done, absolutely worth it, and Nice can be like, you know what? Even if they did die, 15 kills, totally worth it. And Nice has so many sentries, 4 hallucinations, and God knows what behind this, and XY is just... He's kind of stuck, I feel. Like, he's on a portion of the map where Nice does not have to worry whatsoever, and he's in his comfort zone. He's in his element. He's getting a second forge. He feels that comfortable, and yeah, this game just feels very strange to me.
Yeah, it's I'm kind of with you. Like, it honestly feels like XY's done a terrible job of defending, and XY should just be able to come across and kill Nice, but then he never did. And even still, like, look at it now, like, I still don't feel like I'm convinced by what Nice has. You know, and it's been such a long time, like, he's been so exposed. If XY pulled the trigger at any point, I genuinely feel like Nice would have been in a lot of trouble. And maybe that moment is still to come right now, as we might have a second Immortal. We're still just so reliant on these sentries and their force fields. If these force fields aren't absolutely perfect, then Nice is potentially going to die. I mean, he is in the right position. He'll put the force fields down immediately. He clearly knows that they're going to be important, and he does knock some Wooden Mines down as well, so nicely done there.
Yeah, I mean, Nice's defense so far has been good, but he hasn't really been pushed, has he? And just the constant trickle of little units here, there, and everywhere. Like, now we've got some actual charge lots, not just slow zealots dealing a little bit of damage, but how many workers have died this game? 19.
Yeah.
19. And, there's no real super tech in his army either. In fact, let's have a look. He's got 2 Vikings, 4 medevacs. He's gone for 2-2 before getting the Ghost out, which is, I feel that's very old, because Terran's very much learnt that getting the Ghost Academy before the Armory for the 2-2 is often a lot more scary, but XY hasn't hit any of the timings that Terran has available to them. And look at Nice. I feel like Nice is just so comfortable, man. He hasn't had to worry about anything this game. Like, yeah, I'm so shocked. Nice Widow Mine connections, though.
Yeah, those Widow Mines are great, but I'm with you, man. Like, for how greedy Nice's build was and how little he really had in his army, he is extremely... I honestly do not believe that Nice would have survived if any sort of fight happened, or even if we dropped in the main base and then tried to push elsewhere, because like his army was so reliant on force fields. So if you just do anything to force those sentries out of position, probably also going to be a massive issue. But XY just really refused to do anything in this game, and I mean, now he's really on the worst end of it, because now Nice has good upgrades finishing. He's got his first Colossus out. Tech is just generally much further along. He's getting the Archons ready. You mentioned 2-2 before Ghost Academy. That's not normal. Usually you do focus on the tech before you go into those 2-2 upgrades, because the Terran just needs EMPs. Viking camp becomes very important as well. Upgrades don't necessarily do much for you, as these Elds get in. They do way too much damage as well, and it's weird because I want to say the Nice is playing a better game, but I feel like he's been in a much worse position the entire time. He's just not gone punished for it.
It's really weird. Like, 37 SCVs have died this game, and XY has done, like, this army, if there was like a heat map of what it's done, I literally feel it's done circles in the middle of the map. Like,
That's actually so true.
I hate to be like hypercritical, but his supply, he's constantly being a good 10-15 supply ahead, which is really weird despite losing so much eco. And it just shows how big his army has been getting. But, like, I'm so confused, Wardy. This is the kind of game that I can feel myself being, like, in the Terran shoes, where I'm, like, so scared. But it's like, what you're scared of? Like, these little run-bys that have somehow dealt so much damage because your army's not been in the right place one time, that it's been caught between, do I defend, do I attack? And doing nothing, like being undecisive, is one of the most dangerous things you can do in StarCraft 2. And, his army is, credit to him, really freaking scary now. But because his economy's been very much wounded behind it, he does kind of only have one shot, so he has to make this work.
XY's like, man, this map's so complicated. Every time I move out, I end up back on my own base. Like,
Actually, yeah, maybe he's just been getting lost. Like, a bit of a maze. But I do feel like he's just played so scared this game.
Yeah. Super timid, and it's happening again. He's moving across. He's like, okay, am I even going to check if I can fight? He's like, no, let's actually just pull back home. But what's he really pulling back home to? Like, time is almost always on a Protoss player's side, right? Like, if you give them time, they're going to benefit because they get more tech out. They will hit you with Zealots, which are very efficient, and replace it with better units in their army. Now we got Prison Speed, Dark Shrine coming up. These are things that Nice can afford because he's not had to think about replacing anything. It's not even that I would say XY maybe had a fight right there, but he didn't even check to see if he had a fight, right? Like, now he scans over the left-hand side, and maybe finally we're actually going to see a stim. That might be the first stim of the game.
I think it is, and EMPs do land, and his army is pretty strong, but he's just getting melted. He's not really microing at all, and mate, what a build-up to this. I mean, XY's army, you can see that it was a very strong army, but Wardy, I don't know what to say.
Bro, the one time he should have actually just left because he's just super clumped and he gets surrounded, and he's like, no, this is the time we fight. I was just laughing because it was like, you're right, we had all of this build-up. XY's been moving around, like, all game long, backing off, deciding, and he's like, you know what, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here, in the middle of this area where pros are coming in from the right, the left, and I'm not even going to split my units. I'm just going to stim and let everything die. It was Such a strange game from XY. If he'd done that at any other point, 5 minutes prior, probably wins the game.
You know what's also funny? Like, yeah, sorry to interrupt you. What's also funny, I was like, okay, is he waiting for a timing here? Like, this is the 200 supply timing, but he literally attacked right before his 3-3 was finishing as well. So it's like, none of that game makes sense to me at all. Like, it was by far and away, like, XY just, he looked like scared, and he was so scared about crossing the map or doing anything. Like, I've very rarely seen a game with somebody that I think is a pretty good player just get so lost in the game. Like, I don't know what was going through his mind, but it had to be he was very either nervous or just super timid, because I've gone through phases as well in my StarCraft 2 career where I can look at a matchup and just kind of feel a little bit hopeless in a sense. Like, I almost stop looking for an answer, in that I'm like, he's stronger here, stronger there, he's stronger later, and you know, that kind of thing. And I just feel that XY was in that kind of phase here, that the build was a bit off, in that, yeah, we talked about the ghost thing with the tech. It just, he's lost confidence somewhere. I hope that he can make something happen in this next game and just show me something totally different, because that was absolutely not it, Wardy. Absolutely wasn't.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe he just took so much damage off the oracles, he's like, oh, surely I don't have any way to fight. But then if he just gets any amount of info, even if he just tried, and he's like, assesses the situation, like, oh, actually, maybe I could, like, and that's when you take, like, it's all well and good making assumptions, but it's also good to follow up on those assumptions as well, because in this case, I think whatever his assumptions were completely wrong, and he just never saw Nice's army to truly recognize that he was actually in a great spot. So yeah, that was a very interesting game start to finish from my Red Terran player. In the bottom left, now down a map, this is XY.
Spawning over in the top left as that blue Protoss, it is Nice.
One map away from playoffs. Nice, definitely a player we expect to see in playoffs. He was there last season, got knocked down in that round of 8, but obviously the kind of guy who won Taiwan, you know, season after season when it was more split up in Asia, and definitely expecting to still have a splash here in the Asia scene now that these regions are combined.
Yeah, I mean, Nice is a good player. He's one of the more well-known players to the Western audience here, given that you know, he's hard taken in a lot of things. At this point, he's a bit of a veteran from that region. XY very much more in the Chinese circle, in that it mainly partakes. I think I've seen him abroad maybe a couple of times. I know, like, I saw him with one of the WESGs, but that was also in China. So he's a solid player. He's definitely been one of the guys that has been like top 3 in the Chinese scene before, but that showing was not up to his level, I feel. Granted, could be nerves. We'll get to see a different game from him here, as he is going for 1-Rax expand, and sometimes going back to something you're more comfortable with, familiar with, can help out a lot.
It's kind of funny as well, because if you actually know XY and what he likes to do, like, usually he's the cheeky, cheesy kind of Terran player, right? Who likes to fight, who likes to get across the map and get into engagements, and so even funnier that he was so adverse to it in that previous game. And yeah, now here we are, like, what a tale we've been on. What a time that we've had. As a factory comes up, refinery on the way, command center and an SCV or so coming through, as we get ourselves built up and ready to rumble for a first few moments as we get off and away here. Game number 2. Probe being scouting, SCV, sorry, Ripper is going to come out and scout a little bit as well. He did not go across the map with an SCV early, as that star getting the Nexus. Continue on in.
Yeah, it's always tough to pick yourself up to cast after a game like that, isn't it? Yeah, just because of
like
how it went down.
I don't mean to like it might seem kind of bad, like, you know, the engagement happened, I just kind of laughed, but like it is almost one of those more comical moments where it's like, you know, we've been kind of just wanting XY to fight and to fight and to fight, and then the one time he does fight is like, it's just the worst possible way you can do it. Like, so he couldn't really script this to be more kind of, you know, well, silly, really, and it was a little bit silly. I mean, you just watch the fight, and he's just got a blob of bio sitting there in Colossus Fire. Some games just be like that, though, you know, sometimes that's the... I mean, it really is fun to see, because it's kind of the disparity of being able to see everything as us, and then, like, all of the things he must be feeling and thinking in this game is just, in this case it was quite off, but it just shows just how different a perspective it is when you're in that kind of player's seat.
Well, yeah, it's like, to me, it felt like watching a boxing match, except you've got one guy that, you know, is just way bigger than the other one, and it's just, you know, nothing's happening. It's like, oh man, this is rough, this is brutal the whole time, and then finally gets to it. It's like, oh yeah, I kind of knew that was going to happen. Like, you know, you could feel it, and there was no sense of the tide changing at any point. Hope this game will be different though. So far, XY has been a little bit unfortunate. He has lost like a Reaper and a Hellion for practically nothing, and Oracles again from Nice, and he's following this up with a very fast 4-gate afterwards, and most likely with BlinG, I'd imagine, because yeah, he's just, I feel like Nice knows that this is going very well for him already, and yeah, just feeling a comfortable Protoss is not what you want to go up against, but he does have a drop on the other side of the map. This is actually the first time that he's done any sort of aggression on the other side of the map.
Yep, it absolutely is, as the probes are going to pull into this. Widow Mine is going to have an absolute time of its life. That was not the defense I thought it was going to be from Nice, and 4 probes go down. Obviously, super battery popped as well, so it's just, you know, energy spent. That's now on cooldown. Not that it's probably going to have an effect, the cooldown, but, you know, energy still spent there, and still some probes lost nonetheless, so yeah, definitely not bad from XY. As Nice, we can see that 4th gateway coming up, so he's going to get into that aggressive BlinG stance with a lot of Stalkers and really looking to pound in some damage on the other side of the map.
This is interesting. I mean, XY, can he do much here with this? No, not really. But he does have another bit of army joining, actually. The Cyclones, they're not as good as they used to be in these kind of skirmishes. They're very, very brittle, and he's just getting bullied again. What's dealing? Probes dying, though, to a random Liberator. 8 probes falling all of a sudden. That is actually huge at this point in time. So almost a bit of a distraction there. Given how bad the first game went for him, I almost thought he was just kind of, I don't want to say throwing, but, you know, just all over the shop. But it was kind of one of those fights that you take to distract, and dealt damage with the Liberator. So well played by XY. He's got himself back in this game and maybe feeling a bit more confident as a result. Yep.
That was, well, you know, nice play, and it really takes the wind out of Nice's sails too, because now you walked in Stalkers at home, and all this 4-gate BlinG pressure is obviously not really now doing anything. The Liberator is just going to re-siege, as the Phoenix was going to guarantee a kill. And we'll get that Liberator going down. And Nice does protect himself on this gateway. He's actually got 5 gates, so a lot of Stalkers available too. And what's he going to do here? Takes the first tank shot, jumps on top of it. So he's just going to send it. SCVs will pull in. Another tank on the high ground should just siege up ASAP. The Stalkers are stuck in a corner, taking a long time to get out. It's a messy series between these two. There's not a single attack that's like going down cleanly, right?
No, and, you know, Medevac for good measure just flies over the army where it was. I mean, that was probably a little bit of F2 here, but no, you're absolutely right, Wody. These are definitely the kind of games where I'm just like, I don't know what to say, because you know, I know these players have practiced a lot for this. Like, you know, you have to. You're 2-1 in the group. This means a lot to you. There's obviously a lot at stake here, so I know nerves are abound, but this is one of those times where, I mean, I think Nice is just going to own him right here, right now. But yeah, we've seen better from both these guys. It's got to be said. It's not clean.
Definitely not. Bunker and the tank going down there. So all count good, because again, with 5 gateways, you can really reproduce a lot. We're killing a lot of SCVs at the front. Just blink out of range, get another warp in, and honestly, I think Nice is eventually probably looking to overwhelm on this natural expansion. The bio will spread out a little bit. The siege tank comes up the top. Stalkers and the Phoenix going to continue to move all the way to the upper right-hand side. And actually going to go into the main base this time, which, well, at least the tank's somewhat positioned to help over here, but obviously it's not going to be able to protect all the tech labs and, well, anything around the back side of this base.
I like the utilization of the Phoenix, by the way. Like, A for scouting and picking up the tank as well. He used it to clear out the lib earlier, but that's nice from Nice. And here, I mean, this is just a bit of a disaster series for XY, honestly. Like, this is one that I can imagine that he'd look to forget, or hopefully look to improve from. And he even gets the medevac on his way out with that Phoenix as well.
Yeah, Phoenix has actually been pretty darn good, as a 17 worker lead sits in place for Nice. He maybe doesn't have the army supply in his favor too much anymore, but He's on his way to charge Temple Archives, and obviously he has the economy to really just, yeah, he really just has the setup to kind of just wait. I mean, it's just not like XY is going to get across the map suddenly and be able to do a whole bunch of anything. So yeah, looking good.
Yeah, and now Nice has got the Terran where he wants him. Like, 2-base setup, he's been brutally wounded, and Nice has really been hammering on quite a few probes up until this point, behind all the aggression, and you do see his setup. He's on 3 gases, and he's got pretty damn solid saturation across the board. Even though it's only 54 probes, he's got all the minerals that he can get, practically. And the amount of gateways that he has online, soon to come online, it's a lot. I think he's just going to kind of wait for his opponent to try and take a third, and just absolutely blitz him with a bunch of Zealots, some Archons as well. He doesn't really have to worry too much, and XY, he's caught in a really bad spot. I wonder if that Phoenix got to see that just then. Maybe got a little glimpse or not, but...
I think if he saw it, he might have chased it just to force the unload and reload or something, you know, but... Yeah. He would be moving something in position. He's moving nothing at all right now, so... Looks as though he doesn't know.
XY does feel that it is getting to a time to put that third to good use, though. As, or rather, try and take a third. But I'm not sure he can. I'm really not sure he can. He just get the full unload off in the main base. But he is going to be greeted by a shield battery, and Nice actually was supply blocked when that first ran in there, so he couldn't do a warp in. That's a lot of Zealots. That is a lot of Zealots.
Yeah, if I see this as XY, I'm like, man, the last thing I ever want to do right now is move out of the map, because that's just, you know, how do I ever fight that many Zealots out on an open field? Well, yeah, XY, maybe you just don't have a choice anyways. He did get a nice supply block there for a few moments, but as he builds 2 more libs and he continues to produce units, he's obviously just going to send it off 2 bases, but I just cannot see in a world where that's going to be okay with that many Zealots that are just going to run in and surround.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what's going to happen here. So we got Nice on 4 bases with pure charge lot Archon. 36 Zealots. He has the same number of Zealots as there are Marines on the field. 36 versus 37. Which is so funny. He's working off double forge here, and XY, the little drop that he had is, you know, getting taken out by 1 Zealot. Like, I don't know what I'm watching, Wardy. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is really, really genuinely kind of silly, right? As Zealots, Stalkers, and Archon all moving out the front, and this army of XY is going to begin to move across towards the upper left side. Yeah, it's big, but like, well, you know what? It's big. I almost feel as though there might be some world in which he actually just somehow kills all the Zealots, and the Knight has nothing, you know? Like, maybe, because it's been one of those series so far where I guess it's just not gone the way it should. Let's see. Knight's going to dive in. Somehow he makes the flank actually come from all one direction. As we're going to jump on forwards here, and we're going to see the Bioforce getting wrapped around. The single Phoenix is like, yep, I got this, boys. We lift up the tank, and he is going to wipe this out. Everything will go down apart from the units that evacuate. It was fine for Knight. Like I say, he came down 2 different ramps, and he just went too soon, so he didn't even get the surround on the army. So a little bit funny. Doesn't matter. He literally just has that much stuff. GG says XY. And Nice is going to take this series 2-0 in the match that determines who goes to playoffs. So XY will have to go for 1 more matchup, whereas Nice, of course, is now going to be in the playoffs of this Asia Regional. I feel like Nice is probably going to look at this and be like, yep, when it gets to playoffs, I'm going to have to level up a little bit, because while XY made a fair few mistakes and made this a messy game, Nice was, you know, really kind of almost like brought down to XY's level. Like, he played a messy game himself, right? Like, his first game build order was extremely vulnerable. His second game was very messy. We lost a lot of Stalkers multiple times over on Blinks that just weren't, you know, clean initially, but then just not so clean. It was a wild time, man. It was a wild time.
It was a bad series to watch. It was a bad series to watch. Just XY had a very off day, or doesn't like this matchup, or maybe this certain pairing, you know, like sometimes it can be a stylistic thing. But yeah, he looked and felt outgunned at every point in time, and yeah, I don't know. I hope that he can learn from this and do better in his upcoming game, because he's not out. He's now going to be at 2-2, and yeah, the players are not going to get easier from this point on.
Nope, absolutely not. XY will have a challenge up against him next time he comes to the table, which will be in a little while. Right now, we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be our favorite player, Koffer, taking on Maxed, as we have one more match from Asia today, just the one, and then we're going to be moving over to Europe for a whole bunch of series, and then, of course, America's later today. 12 best-of-3s on the way today, loads of StarCraft 2s. Do not go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It is time for our next match in the ESL Masters Winter Regionals. We're going to continue with the Asian region for just a little bit longer. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Benny. Ben, how are you doing?
You know, after that wonderful series that we just watched, I'm trying to pick myself back up, Loco. You know, it's one of those. It was brutal. You know,
Yeah.
It's not often I see a Terran do nothing for 2 games in a row and then just kind of like A moved, and you know he didn't even micro. Like it was like
That final engagement in game 1, you mean, right?
both. Like
Yeah.
both those games, he got collapsed on and just no units did anything, and I was like, mate, this is wild. Like this is it was like watching Wings of Liberty. Like you know, it just didn't move. But anyway, I think the next matchup, which will be, I believe, Coffee versus Maxed, should step things up a notch.
Yeah, I was just looking at at their head-to-head score, and apparently, interestingly enough, like in my mind, they must play against each other quite a bit. But at least the last logged tournament match between these two that I can find was back in 2021. It's been more than 2 years since they played against each other. Yeah, so historically they've been going back and forth, and in my mind, they should be pretty evenly matched. But apparently, it's been like 2 years since they last played.
Like if I was to go off just maybe slightly outdated knowledge here, like Maxed was very decent quite a while ago, but he's kind of like a part commentator and such these days, and we know what that does to you, Loco. You know, your skills plummet and all that kind of stuff, whereas
I haven't laddered in months.
Yeah, the Coffee's the kind of guy that he's, as far as I know, a bit more committed to the gaming part of things, and I do think Coffee is solid, so I would give Coffee the edge. And if StarCraft Reddit's anything to go by, Coffee's got like several super imber units, you know, that are going to just snap the Protoss in half and, send him packing. But we are getting ready in this lobby now, and the first map will be, how do you say this one?
Let me have a quick little look. I just got invited by our lovely observer into the lobby. Yeah, so according to Google, the map is pronounced Hecate. If you put this name into Google Translate, that is how you're supposed to pronounce it, but it sounds so bad to me. So I'm kind of leaning towards Hecate instead, even though I think it's incorrect.
There was a boy in school that was not very nice called Hegate. So I'm going to go with Hecate, just because,
All right.
you know, bad memories, PTSD, all that kind of jazz. I'm looking forward to some good StarCraft now. So Coffee, Max said, hopefully they liven it up. Like, not to say the previous players were bad, it was just bad games, you know. And I know Nice is very good. XY it takes 2 to tango to make a real good game of StarCraft. So we're going to get right on into the thick of things. Spawning over in the top right of Hecate as our red Terran, it is Coffee.
Yeah, we're gonna stick with that one. Coffee. I like it. His opponent in the opposite corner with the blue Protoss pieces, it's Maxed. Both players at this point, I believe, 2 losses in their group, right? So they cannot afford losing another one here.
Are they 2 losses? I mean, that's actually very surprising, especially for Coffee, given that he came like 2nd place maybe last season in the whole thing.
Coffee won against Joey, so Gogo Joey, and he lost against XY and Namami. So he lost 1-2 against Namami, which I think is probably where that score gets a little bit confusing. Maxed lost against Firefly and Mio Maika. Those are obviously 2 very strong players as well, so maybe not quite as surprising, but yeah, this is do or die for both of them.
Absolutely is. And Loco, I got a question for you. How does it feel to be the 2nd most famous Loco on Twitch?
You know what? I found out about her stream probably about 4 years ago or so, and she didn't know about my existence either, right? So to clarify for anybody watching, it turns out there's another Loco on Twitch that's spelled LOWCO, and she's been doing a lot of cool events and stuff like TwitchCon, interviewing the Twitch CEO and all the rest of it. I don't get to do any of that stuff, but yeah, for some reason I have a sibling with the same name, pronounced identically too.
Yeah, absolutely the same. And you know, I see them pop up all over the time. I'm like, what? What about my Loco? When's my Loco going to start doing events and cool stuff in the StarCraft 2 scene? So, Loco, when's it going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe we need to invite the Twitch CEO for some StarCraft action as well. It could be some fun.
Actually, it would be really nice. The new CEO seems kind of cool and down to do things, actually. So that's kind of nice. This game, let's have a look at what both players are going for. Koffer has gone for a 1-Rax expand, and he has gone for a Reaper first and immediately sending it across the map just to, you know, poke around, scout out, see and make sure that the Protoss isn't up to no good. And Max said on his side of things, doing very standard Protoss stuff. 1 Adept, actually going to go for a 2nd Adept as well. That does allow you to move out, and any sort of Terran shenanigans on the other side of things, yeah, you'll hopefully get to spot it. And Maxed looks all about the aggression this game, going for a Stargate as well as a follow-up.
Yeah, Stargate, of course, one of the 2 popular options right now in the current meta. We see a lot of Twilight Council play as well. I guess everybody has been watching those Max Specs games, maybe a little bit of Hero, and they're like, ooh, I can do that. I can go ahead and bring my Stalkers to the other side of the map, and then you find out it's not quite as easy as some of these other guys make it look, but yeah, maybe getting some damage done over here.
Yeah, this is some nice movement on this Reaper. Gets a scout. I think he still will be a gunner, but gets to see that it's not just 2 Adepts, but 3 Adepts here. And seeing the Stargate as well, very good by Coffee to just find out what he's up against. Now, I don't know what he planned on using that factory for, but now he's like, all right, 3 Adepts on the field. Let's just go around the map with this Hellion, get a follow-up scout later on, not meet them in the middle, and get a Viking and a Cyclone out. So he's going to be all about the defense against the air game, and depending on what he chooses to do next, I've seen games of players like Hero Marine where they're like, they put it to good use. They'll just be aggressive with as much production as possible. Because if there's anything that Stargate is weak about, it's the fact that if an army is to fight you, most of your units are all about harass, not about actual engagements.
Phoenix coming in right now, just mostly scouting what's going on. He sees that new Cyclone. Obviously not something he can really engage just by himself, but yeah, it's one of those situations, right, where the Phoenix against the Cyclone interaction definitely is quite a bit different now with the new multiplayer balance patch. It just gets all a little bit... Sometimes I look at the Cyclone, I'm like, ooh, this thing is going to do a lot of damage, and then you see it fight and you realize, oh no, it just got popped. Didn't really get that much work done at all. So obviously now the patch has been around for a good little while, and all of these players have had some time to practice against it, but some of those engagements definitely can still work out a little bit differently, as we see one of those Hellions, or I guess the only Hellion there, getting picked off. It did scout a little bit, but since there were 3 Adepts waiting at that choke point, he couldn't really move in and see too much, right? He has at least seen the lack of a 3rd, but yeah, should he now actually be pushing across the map in that case?
Yeah, I kind of like what Coffee's doing here. I mean, I like it for many reasons, but will immediately get lifted up against these Phoenix, and this Phoenix investment so far, it's been massively stomped, hasn't it? And oh my god, he's flying in again. I think that's a little bit risky, but some micro happening from a Terran player. I've not seen that today so far, and I tell you what, nice little engagement by Coffee. Obviously, he's sent home packing and stuff, but killing and depleting that Phoenix count, very solid by him. But Max said seizing the opportunity to maybe get some counter damage done here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a prism or anything to reinforce this with, and he did get a lot of those bio units on the retreat. Like the air battle right there was pretty good for Coffee, but yeah, most of those ground units did get picked off pretty easily. Right now, though, he's going to be able to back up to the safety of that bunker, and he's going to transition towards the good old safe. Well, Stimpack, combat shields, +1 infantry weapons. Once those all finish up, Coffee is once again going to start moving around the map, I think, a little bit more aggressively. Maxed, though, just backs up for now, goes into the Colossus in the 3rd base.
My water just tried to kill me. I don't know if you heard me coughing in the background there.
I did not, no.
Oh, that's good. A good microphone then. It just absolutely blitzed me. Max said still going for the Phoenix, though. I mean, it got to a point where he would either had 1 Phoenix remaining and then it's kind of useless, or you know, get back into it, but definitely stumped a little bit there. So let's have a look at Coffee's macro. He's got a lot of minerals and a lot of gas to spend. makes me think that something hasn't quite lined up properly for him on his side of things, and the Phoenix will stop these medevacs from entering the main base, but Coffee's actually doing something else on the map which makes me very happy to see. He's setting up to attack this third as well with a big army on the right side and getting into the main base here, and you know, for all intents and purposes, this is doing quite well at distracting his opponent. Oh, nice.
Yeah, big Widowmine hit over there, and he did create a full distraction. Now, everything here from the Protoss is over in the main base, so that means, yeah, that the third is wide open. Coffee comes stimming up the ramp. A recall from the main to the third is one of the worst feelings as a Protoss player, and the Colossus, who may actually still be in some trouble here. I mean, that Viking, there's only one Stalker.
Yeah, there's only one unit that shoots up. I mean, he obliterated the Phoenix count, and that Viking, what a hero. I think it's the same Viking as well.
It's the same
out
one.
2 Phoenix, yeah.
Yeah, 3 kills in total. He does end up going down here in the end, but that was not bad at all. Eventually, it looks like the Immortals are going to be able to be okay for now. Shield battery is going to be repowered, so I think Mexed will be able to stabilize, but that was obviously an excellent exchange right there for Coffee, although he did lose all of the units in those medevacs in the main base, but at least the medevacs themselves are coming home.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I was like, didn't lose the medevacs themselves, but it's cool to see that he's done and been on the map, and like he's on 59 workers to 57, which is always really good for Terran. He's gonna go for the armory and engineering bay. Let's have a look. Does he have a Coast Academy? No, so he's playing a bit of an old school style as well. A lot of Terrans these days like to go for the Ghost first, but economically, he's sound, man, and he's splitting up his army. He's going to do a drop in the south as well. I like what Coffee's bringing. This is just good, solid Terran, and it's not where Protoss want to be, where they've lost, I don't know how many Phoenix so far, a good like 6 or 7, I feel like.
Yeah, he's definitely lost way more than he should have. He's got 2 more right now, but 2 is also a bit of an awkward number. You're not going to get too much done with those. I mean, maybe you can drag the Widowmines or something like that, but Colossi are available here for Mexed, but they're a bit split up. Doesn't want to be caught off guard again. Widowmine drop getting 3 kills this time around, but that Widowmine hit was not bad.
It wasn't bad at all. And there's only one observer for Maxed on the map, and that's the one at his opponent's natural. So these Widowmines, even though I feel that the Ghost Academy being before the armory is a good idea, having that available with the Cloak Widowmines, very nice. And Coffee, he's just dropping into the main, man. He's exploiting a weakness of Maxed, the lack of anti-air, eliminating that Phoenix count all the time, and he's doing a good job.
Yeah, mostly just Marauders remaining here, so he was thinking about maybe staying and fighting for a little bit longer. Once again, going for the 1-2 punch over here at the third. One Colossus, battery overcharge as well. Phoenix is trying to back off this time around. They don't want to fly into those Widowmines once again, but you already brought it up. We have 2-2 coming up. The Ghost Academy is now also well done and finished. This Terran army is only going to get better, and, well, Protoss is just producing kind of more of the same, right? We're slowly getting an upgrade or 2, but that's really about it. Okay, now he decides to go second Robo Facility 2. Maybe he thinks going Disruptors here is an option, but this is an uphill battle at this point here for Mexed.
It really is, man. Like, the way that Coffee's playing is actually cool. Like, he's just pumped out 3 ghosts. 2-2 is, you know, less than a minute away from finishing. Going up to 8 barracks, a second starport as well. I feel that he's flying. He's even got his 4th CC finished. He's going to start flying that over. But I'm looking at the map, and if we look at it from his perspective, he sees everything from every angle. Like, he's going to be ahead on bases against a Protoss here, which is not the position that Protoss want to be, and he sees wherever Maxed might want to move out, and he's postured on the map so nicely as well. Solid play.
Yeah, he's almost got him contained, right, on just 3 bases. Like, where's Mexed gonna go? His best option is just to make as many units as possible and go for a big attack, but yeah, he's thinking he's ready maybe right now for a push, but by the time that a proper fight happens, if Coffee decides to back off anyways, he's gonna go up against a Terran with 2-2 upgrades, and there's really no way he's gonna fight that. So Mexed over the next few minutes is slowly going to start bleeding out. He needs another base soon or a big army, but he doesn't really have either. So, yeah, do you try to sneak out a base right now? I mean, you can give it a try, but I think Coffee's going to be all over that.
Absolutely all over it. Like, he does need a 4th at some point. Like, that main is starting to get dry. Naturals start drying up fairly soon as well. And being behind in bases as a Protoss, especially when this amount of ghosts are out in the field, I think there's 9 ghosts out already, Loco, which is huge. And remember, like, these Phoenix are so reliant on energy. Otherwise, they're just going to be paperweights in the sky because he wants to keep those Colossus alive. He has 3 of them, but even the Viking count is starting to get high. And Coffee, 2-2 done. And if he collects his whole army together, Maxed's in a lot of trouble. Nice little pickups here on some units, forcing an engagement. And Coffee, honestly, this is maybe one of the worst engagements he can have. His army's halfway across the map, but ghosts turn up, and that's almost all he needs here. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, you brought up bringing all the army together, right? And there we go. He lost like a third of it for basically free. I mean, there are a lot of Protoss reinforcements available. Battery overcharge, once again, keeping that Colossus alive. Just barely stays around for a bit longer, but I think ultimately there's just way too much here for Coffee. He didn't even bother with 3-3 or anything like that. Yeah, good game right there by the Terran for sure.
Very nicely played. He just did a lot of the textbook things, right? Like, he scouted what he was against with the Reaper early on, which it was like, okay, I'm against Stargate opening, I see 3 Adepts, so I know that my opponent's going to have, like, a very harass-based army. So if I just pull out units out of all my production, I should make it a little bit problematic. And he limited the Phoenix count continuously with the Viking Cyclone. Then he dropped in the main base, killed more Phoenix again. While he was doing that, it's like, is this going all right? Yes, it actually is, but he attacked on the right side as well at the same time. Just good play out of Coffee, and that's the kind of Terran player that Protossers hate to play against.
Yeah, you lose that momentum, and suddenly you just have to keep putting out fires left, right, and center. You just don't have enough stuff. Like, I think you got like 5 or 6 probes as well with the pushover at the 3rd base when you first distracted his opponent in the main base and got those Phoenixes killed. I mean, that was a frustrating one, I'm sure, here for Mexed. I mean, he was basically losing that game for like 80% of the time, right? Which is the worst feeling, but never at a point where you can really tap out either, so you kind of have to keep playing it. But ultimately, it pretty much always leads to the same spot. Unless maybe you can get like a lucky disruptor hit, or you can pick up those Metavex as they're boosting into the main base, something like that. But you're almost relying on a mistake from your opponent at that point.
Which is never where you want to be playing. I mean, mistakes obviously happen. I don't know if you got to catch any of the games yesterday. There was some throws of the century. Maybe some good clips for your YouTube, actually. Like, there was one game of Wayne against Gung Fu, and honestly, I've not seen a throw like it for a long time. It was gorgeous, man. I think I saw like 80 supply of Zerg just die to storms in one.
I think I saw a clip of that. I think somebody sent me a clip of that where like, kind of looked like one of my ladder games, you know? Like, you don't pay attention, everything just dies. Yeah.
It was one of the most funny things I've seen in a long time. Like, the game was fundamentally over for a while, and it's like, Gung Fu's dead, right? Like, Gung Fu's dead. He's got no chance. Then it was like, oh my god, what just happened? Like, it was ridiculous. Anyhow, getting into the second game of the series on Site Delta. Spawning over in the top left, as I read Terran, it is Coffee.
And down here in the bottom right-hand corner, it's Mexed. At least this is a map where we can't really have any discussion on how to pronounce it, you know? Site Delta, there's no way we're gonna mispronounce that one.
No, this one's solid. This is what I'm all about, you know? Back in the day, we had, like, Blistering Sands and, you know, Steps of War, and it's like, we're simple. Then all of a sudden, somewhere along the line, it's Jagannatha. And, and
that one still bothers me too, man. I'm still not sure if it's Jagannatha or Jagannatha, even though it's been gone from the map pool for like 2 years now.
Yeah, you know, that is one that people got very, very intense about, you know? It's like, if you called it Jagannatha, and people were like, you're disrespect. I'm like, no, I'm not disrespecting. I just didn't know. It's a very British thing to be ignorant, you know? Like, it's not my fault. It's inherent. But this game so far, we see very, very standard stuff. Like, Coffee is so far showcased that he's a well put together Terran, I'd say. Like, he scouted well, he followed it up well, and so far he's showcasing why previous season he came second place in this region, losing out to Oliveira ultimately, but still it's a hard region to get top 3 in. So Coffee going up against Maxed here. Maxed is not happy being matched with Coffee 1-2 in this situation because loser is out.
Zealot first here for Mexed, which is an interesting one. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with it. Gonna just chase the SCV around here for now. Going to be finishing up that cybernetics core. In the meantime, he's also sending a probe on down towards the bottom of the map. Proxying his own base, maybe? Not exactly sure what he's aiming for right over there, but we'll have to find out here in just a moment. Obviously, the Reaper is going to start counting pylons as well, so maybe he can try, maybe catch the opponent off guard just a bit.
So MaxPax is somebody that's been kind of doing this a little bit now and then against Clem. And given that those two have played so many games and so many times, this Reaper's kind of forfeit in this kind of situation, unless the Widow Mine, or rather the little grenade was timed, but unfortunately not. So won't get the good scout off, but MaxPax has been learning that if you send your Zealot across the map and it's not found by the initial Reaper, it can cause a little bit of damage, which was why Coffee was keeping the SV to see where it went, just in case kind of thing. But none of those shenanigans really worked out too much on either side. Reaper down and the Zealot did map.
Twilight Council opener this time around here for Mexit. We're not gonna mess around once again here with that Stargate. Apparently not too happy with the Phoenixes here. It's going to be BlinG instead, so we'll have to see how many gateways he decides to produce. Guys like MaxPax go all the way up to 4. Interestingly enough, I haven't seen a lot of other Protoss players find a lot of success with just good old 4 gates, or at least not as much as of late, but we see other top-level guys then mix it in all the time, and you're wondering why doesn't everybody do this every single match?
It's always funny when you have the potential top player of a race do something, but nobody else does it, and you're like, well, why doesn't everybody follow suit? And very often it's because it's so hard to do that only the top player can. But as soon as they do start learning, it allows everybody else to practice more against it, which is kind of what happened with the 4-gate, I feel. Like, for a while, a lot of people were doing it. This Hellion will get a nice little scout, getting to see what kind of units are out and available, seeing the robo timing as well, which kind of cements that, hey, you are against like a BlinG sort of build here, or at least a more standard, not against any Stargate play. And you see that Coffee is responding correctly, or at least with a very different method here. He's not just going for base units out of his production. He's getting that Raven with the tech. He's also getting the tech lab on the factory. And yeah, he's utilizing the knowledge that he has. So I like Coffee's play here.
We also saw Mexet just now confirming that indeed it was a Raven coming out, so no Cloak Banshee shenanigans or anything along those lines. Always kind of nice to get that confirmation there, because it's one of those things you don't really want to have to deal with if well, it could be Cloak Banshees. You may very well have to prepare for that. Instead, he decides to go for a 3rd base right now, together with already the Templar Archives here. So may very well be following this up as well with a quick charge upgrade in the Twilight Council momentarily. And we're just going to use a small group of Stalkers here to march to the front, maybe see if there's any units moving out. But happy to play the macro game. Despite game number 1, right? I mean, he kind of was off to a bad start there with the first Medivacs flying in, and then that small hit squad of units getting damaged on at the 3rd. Apparently, at the very least, it hasn't scared Mexet away here from playing a macro game. Just going straight into Storm, indeed together with the charge upgrade. One of those things that's always on a bit of a timer until those ghosts hit the battlefield, but usually we don't see those from Terran until the 3rd base or so is acquired. So, yeah, we'll probably see him go for a move out here eventually, but where is he going to go?
I wonder if this was Maxet's plan, actually, because I've been crediting Coffee with his scouting and information that he's been getting, but Maxet getting the robo and then seeing the scout, seeing the Raven being made, and he's like, you know what, let's go Templar Archives. So I wonder if he's kind of responding to his opponent, because the Raven, the one thing it doesn't want to have happen to it, getting feedbacked, right? And I mean, he gets a big scout off now, both of them get to see where the Raven is and see what it does, and wow, nice little feedback there. So that Raven rendered absolutely useless, but at least he does get to see what he's up against.
Yeah, and what he's up against is a ton of additional gateways. We're going all the way up to 7 gateways here in total, maybe even 8. Yeah, I think it's going to be 8 in total here. Regardless, it's going to be a large Protoss army that can be warped in, and Storm at this point is done, trying to dodge those for now. Widow Mines do get into a decent position, but that Storm is just so difficult, right? You have to push through this choke point. I mean, he's dancing here on the edge, but he's going to have to back off.
Yeah, I mean, Max said he survives. He doesn't take any economic damage, and honestly, just kind of nullifying that Raven, really cool for him. Coffee on his side of things, he's now in the know of what he's up against, and he's going up to a 3rd base, getting 4th and 5th barracks, getting more drops as well. I feel that this is when the Terran come alive, and they start making it very hard for the Storm player, because the Storm guy has to have units in all the right locations. He's got 5 High Templar available, but they're all at that 3rd base, and if Coffee just kind of cements his forces, and goes for that main, which does have a few units waiting, and he does have a lot of warp gates available, actually. It can start to get spicy. That Observer perfectly placed, though, to see this happening.
Yeah, he sees this coming in from a long time away, but he actually pre-scans the main base, rather than what we see a lot of Terran players do, where they just boost those medevacs in and cross their fingers, hope that it's safe. He actually checked whether or not it was, and he decides to back off with the majority of his units. So Mexhead mostly just playing this defensively here for the time being, right? But ultimately, Ghosts are going to be out in a few minutes from now. And that's going to make those High Templar lives so much harder.
They certainly are, and Coffee, upon seeing that army in the middle of the map, he's like, oh, what's that, your third base then, mate? And runs in, kills a lot of these workers, 10 to start things off, forces a battery overcharge, kills a few zealots on the way out. Very nicely done by Coffee. And, I mean, leaves behind a few Marines, but I feel like this army's job was to do exactly that. And maybe now he's going to start solidifying his forces, but so far, Maxed is not able to truly keep up with the pace of Coffee here.
Yeah, like Maxed hasn't really achieved too much with his early game, right? Like, yeah, he's deflected a few attacks. He obviously feedbacked that Raven, and that was all very nice, but ultimately, he just has lost a bunch of probes just now, right? And that's what you're exactly trying to avoid. He wants to be going into another base here shortly as well. He just wants to continue building up his unit count, but it's all a little bit disjointed. You can't really afford making all these units and then still take so much damage. Now suddenly Coffee just has full map control again. Are the ghosts already out? Do we already have some? Yeah, there's 2 already on the battlefield. This is one bad EMP away from being an absolute disaster right now for the Protoss player.
It really is, and, you know, Coffee's not really missing a beat macro-wise behind it all. He's got the armory done, starts his +2, getting out more ghosts, getting the second engineering bay, and what's in this drop? What he's showing us, it's 4 Widow Mines, and he's waiting. He's lining it up with this attack. Like, Coffee's just playing good StarCraft, man. This is what I love to see from a Terran, and he does a little fighting, gets the chop going, and there is, very fortunately, a battery, or rather a cannon over there, which will help clear this up for Maxed. But Coffee, he's never just doing one thing at a time. And that is a really good lesson to do in StarCraft.
Yeah, we're now at that point where Terran is going to start outgrowing the Protoss player pretty quickly as well, right? So there's Colossi coming up. He's going to get the extended thermal lens. And Maxed is definitely still going to have a shot to go across the map. But I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. We now have the 4th base coming up here for Coffee. He's, well, for a moment there, forgotten about the +2 armor upgrade for his infantry, but he just fired that one up as well. Everything's going really, really well right here for Coffee. Not really making a whole lot of mistakes. Just covering all of his bases, scouting very actively. Look at the mini-map, right? There's little red dots everywhere. And it's really up to Maxed here to get something done, because if he doesn't do it soon, he's going to fall very quickly behind.
It's actually very funny when you look at both the players' views and you see how much Coffee actually has. Like, he sees everything aggressively, like, he doesn't need to see defensively because he knows that his opponent's not doing that. Whereas Max said he's just got this little veil of observers just on the peripherals of his base. But yeah, he's feeling claustrophobic at this point. And Coffee, again, it's Pult style, right? 2 armies on the map just poking and dealing damage, and it's lovely to see.
Okay, well, there's a decent storm pushing back at least some of these units. That's nice, but at the same time, you brought it up over at the 4th base. There's another army now moving into that newly made Nexus, and that is going to be a cancel at the very least right there by Coffee. In the meantime, the 4th command center is done. 2nd starport here is finishing up as well. 2-2 is just about to wrap up. I mean, everything's going Coffee's way here.
Absolutely is, and you see the production tab, like, he's just making good units right now. Like, he's gone through the bio phase, he's still obviously upgrading them, getting out the Ghosts and the Marauders, but he's also getting Vikings 4 at a time here. So that Colossus count that has been growing, it is going to be met by EMPs and Vikings, which should make short work of it. One thing that Maxed does have on his side here, he's going for a more robust ground army. He does have a 2 Forge available. It's just with the 4th base being that late and you being behind on workers against the Terran, it's not what you want. And now, the timing for Coffee, it's here. 2-2 done. He's got enough Vikings, got a lot of Ghosts, and that's a scary Terran.
That is indeed a very scary Terran army here. He's ready to move up the ramp. Now, this is quite the choke point, and obviously that's where those Colossi and High Templar are amazing. EMP does land on at least some of those units, and now a big one as well, and all of those Immortals and Stalkers. Microing backwards the Bio army while distracting those Colossi as well. Still though, Maxed is pushing this back right now. He's got so many Immortals.
he has a really strong, stocky army, like a good standy army, right? And I mean, these Vikings are getting stuff done after the fact, which is a big deal. But Coffee has to be careful. Like, just sitting and fighting where he did against that, it's rough. And that's a lot of High Templars with a lot of available energy chasing it down.
Yeah, and there's already a transition right now coming up as well towards Liberators, and I feel like that might be a little bit too early. Because there's this awkward moment, right, where you're like mid-transition and you don't really get a whole lot done as the Terran player just yet. You need a few minutes to properly get this army going and to get all the upgrades wrapped up. One of the High Templar maybe a little bit trailing behind. I mean, he's gonna storm, but yeah.
I think I heard another High Templar die on the right side. I think it was that little Widowmine over there, which will be left alive just outside of the range of this Observer. Coffee is able to reproduce a little bit better than Max said here, given that he was on 4 bases a little bit quicker. And
he's got so much money, though, Max said. I think he could continue pushing here, but he doesn't have a prism or anything. Yeah.
It's just, and he's got 2 robos, but I just looked at the number of immortals that he has in his mix. Like, he's on 7 immortals here, which is a lot. And I mean, they are a damn good unit to have. It's just, you're entering a phase of the game now where I'm not going to say they're a bad unit, because immortals are never bad. It's just you're against ranged Liberators, and you're right, it was scary transitioning to them, but they're going to be +2. And right now, I don't think Maxed has really much to deal with that.
No, I think his only answer really is just BlinG Stalkers, and I mean, again, that's something that we see the absolute top Protoss players do very effectively, but basically everybody below that level just get their Stalkers absolutely demolished. We're already up to 5 Liberators. They're coming up in pretty big numbers here as well. Ranged upgrade is just about to finish up, and yeah, despite the fact that that previous fight wasn't exactly what Coffee was looking for, he does have his opponent now where he wants him, right? Still contained on just 4 bases, a relatively small army, at least, well, a minute or 2 ago. It gave him time to make that transition. And while I was a little bit scared there when Protoss first moved across the map, because I think he could have really dealt damage, maybe at the Planetary Fortress, or if he was really concerned at the 3rd base. Maxed had a ton of money in the bank and didn't quite remax there, so he just wandered with his army back home. And yeah, there's no Tempest, there's no proper counter here for Liberators at all.
Look on the far right as well. A couple of Tempests getting themselves set up in kind of dodgy locations here, and while he's doing that, Coffee's moving down south with his main squad. And how many Immortals? We're at 10 Immortals now. Most of the army's at that 3rd base, whereas the 4th base is the one getting super sieged over here. No disruptors in the mix, no nothing. Like, the Terran doesn't have to move. I mean, Maxed's army comp is just not what you need it to be, and yeah, Coffee's gonna have a field day here.
Yeah, there's just no counter here to this particular Terran army. I mean, Protoss is kind of stuck on a mid-game force, and while sometimes that can happen, oh, the entire Warpin gets cancelled as well. Yeah, Coffee is all over this best-of-3 series, man, playing a really solid game.
And now gets into the main base, and look at his army too. Like, that's a hard one to clean up. I mean, do you recall into it? It
yeah, that's like what he's trying to do.
Yeah, that's what he's going to try, and I don't think this is it, Loco. Look at his bank as well. He's got 2k minerals almost in the bank here, and I mean, Coffee has a bank too, but he's the one that can afford it.
Yeah, he's just finished up the 3-3 research too at the perfect moment there. As he was fighting over at the 4th base, those upgrades finished up. Maybe the reinforcements here can help out, but those Liberators are putting in so much work, and they're now being pumped out 4 at a time. There's still no answer for them. Yeah, I think it might be time to rip off the Band-Aid, Max said. I know that this is the last life right here in the tournament, and I really understand you want to, yeah, try your absolute best, but it was clear that Coffee was the better player here.
Coffee was actually really good here. Like, no point being sad. Well, I mean, obviously there's a point being sad for Max that he's out of the tournament now, but he lost to a very good Terran. Like, this was solid, clean play out of Coffee. You just felt that everything that he had lined up, it was like, all right, I saw this multiple times. He'd wait with the medevac on the far right. He waited with those Liberators on the far right until he was doing something else, and it was all textbook. And there was a player a long time ago called Show that was always like, in StarCraft 2, you always never want to do just one thing at a time. Always wait until you're doing something else, because it will make your opponent's life so much harder. And he was a very slow mechanical player, but very smart. So he made his life a lot easier by sticking to that rules, which very, very cool.
Alrighty, guys, so that is going to wrap up our third series for the day and also the Asian region for right now. We are going to be switching over to the European region, and at the very end, we're also going to be doing some American StarCraft as well. So I think there's another, 9 best of 3s coming your way, but we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. But we will be back very soon with the European region.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European section of the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters Winter Regionals. It's always a long name. I'm always scared I'm going to wrap it up, or I'm going to mess it up, rather, but got it done in the end. Ben, we got our next game coming up. It's Gung Fu Banda versus Skillous.
Absolutely do, and you're so good at doing the long name thing. Like, I still haven't learned it, so that's why I like to let you do it, Loco. Just because I know you're so confident about
StarCraft 2 Masters Winter 2023 Regionals.
I've already got so much in this massive brain of mine that my hair's fallen out and all that jazz that, I need to remember about StarCraft, the bugs, the dudes with the guns, and I always have to remember about elephants over here, Loco. This goddamn AoE 4 guy. Still casting some StarCraft 2, but still.
Can't believe it.
Do you see my little golden border around my name, Loco?
I did, yeah. You were just mentioning. It's like 50 rank. Oh no, you've gone up in the little break we just had. You've gone up to rank 48, Grandmaster.
Yeah, a little cheeky Barco Protoss met the pain, met the feeling of my Proxy 2 Rex Marauder. It was absolutely gorgeous. But Gung Fu versus Skillous. This on paper, like Skillous is the favorite, and Skillous is pretty damn solid, actually. Like, I think you've got the top 4 pretty damn secured in Europe, such as Clem, Serral, Reyna, in no particular order, and then Max Specs. Like, those 4 are definitely the big dogs in this region. For a long time, Gabe, Hero Marine, was the gatekeeper. He was the rank 4 guy, but Max Specs, oh, bloody hell. It feels like there's not too many that can stop him right now, but Skillous definitely belongs to that little group after him.
No, absolutely. I feel like Skillous has really stepped it up over these last couple of years. I'm looking at their head-to-head score, and Skillous has indeed done pretty well recently, winning their last 3 encounters. Apparently, the last time Gung Fu won against Skillous was back in 2021. But I mean, I kind of feel like that is before Skillous really powered up. There's like moments where players seem to just be getting better very quickly over the course of just a couple months, and I feel like that sort of happened after the 2021 encounter. So basically, ever since Skillous stepped it up, he's won every single time he's gone up against Gung Fu. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky for the German Protoss player here for sure, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and Gung Fu is the kind of guy, like, he's been around for a while. He's still fairly young, but he is the kind of guy that gets nervous, because I'll never forget, man. I remember interviewing him. It was about him going up against somebody very good, and I was like, "Are you nervous? Are you, And he's like, "No, I'm not nervous. I'm terrified." And I was like, what? I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" Like, I cracked up laughing so hard. But right now, I think both these players are at a decent score in the group. Let's see, both at 2-1 in this group, so it's not an elimination match, and honestly, this is when the matches can get really tough, because you've got other players here like Lambo, Showtime, Harstem. They're all good. You're going to have to start playing the and it just starts now for both these guys.
Absolutely. Alrighty, so here we go. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves on the map Oceanborn. Spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner. It's Gung Fu Banda.
And spawning over in the top left with these fancy looking skins over here is the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous.
Those are fancy. Those do look pretty good though, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I remember, so actually the players can't see these skins, right? It's just for us, the observers. I think that was a nice mid-ground, because I remember when, and this is a long time ago, Loco, a real long time. I'm not even sure.
I remember it like it was just 2 years ago, but it's probably been like 7, you're right.
Yeah, did you play at the start of StarCraft 2? Like the very...
Yeah.
Okay, so do you remember when they like first introduced the first Ling skin? The one with the wings kind of thing, and the Lings looked way freaking bigger. The Marine skins looked way freaking bigger, and it was like, yo, this is a real problem for like judging fights. So like tournaments banned them initially, and then it stayed like that for a long time, but then there was mods coming along that can make it so you can actually see, or as an observer you can see, or like turn them up and stuff, and it was like, oh my god, why didn't we do that sooner? Skillous over here with a very unusual proxy pylon location. Gung Fu's doing a proxy pylon of his own as well. And this is just to kind of disrupt your opponent's flow a little bit if they are to scout you, I believe. Unless they do go for something right there, which they both look like they might.
Yeah, they're thinking about it here, but obviously This works well, right? Hiding a pylon from your opponent if the opponent is scouting, but up to this point, neither of them is scouting. We are gonna drop a robo facility over here, but that is like the most conservatively placed robo facility ever, and honestly, the same can be said for that Stargate. Like, yeah, both of them are slightly closer to the opponent's side of the map, but I guess it just makes it more difficult to scout it, but that's really about it. You will not have that big of an advantage with this Stargate here, especially.
It's kind of funny. Like back in the olden days, you know, you say, okay, the robo, like it's kind of a rock paper scissors situation. Like the robo's worse against the Stargate, or rather, the robo's bad against the Stargate. Yes, the Stargate's bad against the Twilight Council, and you know, the Twilight's good against the robo kind of thing. But in this day and age, like that robo allows so much with the Warp Prism. Like the Warp Prism's such a big deal. The Stargate, on the other hand, wants to deal harass damage. Now, Skillous is going for an immediate Immortal, and he's actually been scouted out by Gung Fu. That's a big deal. Gung Fu now is the player more in the know than his opponent, knows what tech he's gone for. And that's pretty damn huge. So Skillous is playing an incomplete game of information here.
Skillous actually got a probe into the opponent's main base right now. And it's one of those moments where you find out that there's a whole lot of nothing, which is also still information, right? You see a couple of those shield batteries coming up, and he immediately decides to position one of his own stalkers there defensively. He doesn't really know exactly what he's going up against, but he knows that something's lacking inside of that main base. So Skillous just making sure that he is crossing his T's, dotting his I's, making sure that he's protected against whatever. So will that Oracle be able to get any damage done?
No. Absolutely not. I mean, going for the stasis is kind of cool. That actually might do something. Only one probe for its trouble. I tell you what, it's very nice reacting by Skillous there. I mean, that he absolutely mitigated the damage done. But Gung Fu wasn't hell-bent on this dealing a lot of damage. You see this, that his Twilight Council is almost done. He's got a shield battery in his main. In fact, he's got two in his main. One kind of defensively very much in the middle line. The other one kind of more at the front over here. But yeah, he's kind of in a position where he's getting out of this situation is actually a little bit tricky.
No, absolutely. So Skillous is going to try and move up this ramp. Does get a force foot over here. There is a shade activated, but no, he's not going to be able to escape. That Adept ends up going down. One of the gateways here in a little bit of trouble too, and those Immortals, they just simply deal so much damage, and it's difficult here for Gung Fu to really match it. Skillous could just expand behind this if he really wants to, right? But he just is maximizing the damage. I wonder if he's going to want to run up this ramp, especially since he spotted that shield battery there, but he's shutting down a lot of the production here. Yeah, is there more that he can get out of this?
I'm not sure he needs to. Like,
no.
Like maybe he could. That you're absolutely right, but remember, like when you're this far ahead and you've mitigated this much, like 2 gateways and an Adept, that is big. You know what tech your opponent's gone for, but he's actually going to kind of send it. He's gone up this ramp a little bit, and he knows he's against a very defensive shield battery situation, but 2 Immortals, they absolutely can pack a punch. And honestly, there's not much that Gung Fu has against those Immortals right now. But
yeah, with good juggling.
Well.
Yeah, with good juggling, he can save a lot of these units pretty easily, so lovely work right there by Skillous. Microing is absolute hard out here over here, keeping these units alive. Battery overcharge, though, is obviously great at keeping those red stalkers at high hit points for now, but you cannot activate that the entire time. He hasn't been using that Stargate in a while, so it's really just more and more stalkers here, and there's another Immortal showing up.
This is getting real spicy now. I mean, Blink is done for Gung Fu, but Skillous is using Blink Immortals, basically.
Yeah.
And, you know, the one hope that he has is that stasis comes in handy. And
You know, Ben, like that Stalker, or sorry, that Sentry we just saw going down, that was the first unit that really got killed. He does now get a nice stasis triggered over here, though, and the second Immortal, the first Immortal rather, ends up going down. Prism ends up falling, too. That was actually the only way out of this situation, and Gung Fu gets it done. I mean, the Immortals are going to wake up soon, though.
They absolutely are, and they're going to wreak havoc here. I mean, they're strong boys. I like the warping of the Zealot over here, just to be a unit that... Even the Oracle coming back. By the way, that was so unfortunate for Skillous, because he saw the blur, he actually saw it, he dropped his Stalker on it, and both Immortals that were outside the range of it, or it looked like they were outside the range, got caught. So the stasis actually was way bigger than he anticipated, and that has actually brought Gung Fu more than back into this game, which is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say there, right as that stasis triggered, is that up to that point, he had only lost 1 sentry. Up to that point, it was just the one sentry and I think a scouting worker, but that was it. So that was, for all intents and purposes, close to a flawless game right there for Skillous. Until it wasn't, and he ended up losing all of his important stuff. Now the structure here goes down as well. There is an expansion on the back of it. There's still one defensive immortal now at home as well. Shield battery is not done yet. BlinG is not finished here for Skillous either, but Gung Fu has it. I mean, these are relatively low HP units though. I don't mind him just backing off.
It kind of shows you how ahead Skillous was, that he just lost his entire army, including 3 immortals, and still the game isn't completely over. It's actually kind of nuts. And right now, Gung Fu is doing the thing where you have BlinG against no BlinG. You try and take advantage of it. And he's been doing an all right job of trying to make something happen. But now Skillous feels the time is now to pounce. Takes out the Oracle. That's actually a big deal. And he can kind of bully around a little bit as well. And Gung Fu Banda is sent home packing.
There is BlinG available. That means the Immortal can't get through, but we're gonna see some of these units getting picked off over here. Okay. So both players are ultimately just expanding behind this. We do have a defensive robo facility here as well for Gung Fu Banda, and at the same time Skillous is reproducing out of his new robo facility as well. Okay, doesn't that just have the bigger numbers now? Yeah, the Stalkers here are massive. Immortal gets blinked up on, but we do have a new Prism that just showed up. Lovely control right here by Skillous.
I mean, Skillous is being super Larry. Like, he was against a much bigger army, and Gung Fu just kind of collapsed on him. And yeah, this is definitely turning into a messy game, because initially it looked flawless, but now it's balls to the wall over here, Loco.
Yeah, like that was good control, but he just didn't have the numbers, right? Like, you can get really fancy with your micro, but ultimately StarCraft oftentimes is just a numbers game here. So this is a difficult game now to read, though, for the both of them, right? So Gung Fu must realize here that he's killed a lot of his opponent's units. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and fight you on your side of the map, but you're fighting me right now, and there's another Immortal. I guess I'll walk back home. Now I got another jump on your army there, and I killed basically all of it, but am I really ahead right now? So ultimately, we just see both players now just building up their economies and trying to, outproduce the opponent here in a macro way. Third Nexus even goes down here. I honestly can't blame Gung Fu. He just, it's a difficult game to read for him at this point.
It's a difficult game for both of them, yeah. Like, I think they kind of both know that it's fairly close. Like, you got to give a bit of an edge to Gung Fu here. Like, resource loss tab, Skillous has lost a good 1k more. But within regards to the eco on both sides, you wouldn't know that the early game was quite so crazy. Like, we're 10 minutes into this game, they're both at 66 supply, like a piece, and yet that does not tell the tale of the carnage that ensued earlier.
No, absolutely. Okay, so now we're gonna have a nice little macro game. It certainly looked like this game was gonna be over by like minute 6, but now we're at the 10-minute mark, and both players have decided to take a third. A little bit of a pivot over here for Gung Fu as he decides to go into the +1 ground weapons together with the charge upgrade. He's obviously had BlinG done for ages, and he figured I may as well make use of that Twilight Council for a little bit longer. Skillous not really in a position here either to go into, for example, Archons or anything along those lines, so yeah, not a bad choice at all. I see now, actually, Skillous also decides to go for his own Forge. So we're really just, after that crazy early game, we're just playing a macro game now.
Yeah, very often the Forge is all about, like, when do you get the Forge? I remember Petite Drogo, I'll never forget when I was trying to learn PvP and myself, and I was like, when do you get a Forge? I see people do it at very random times. He's like, basically, when you think you can't die anymore. So, like, both these players gone for it, Gung Fu getting it quite a bit early, and you see, just, he has that little bit of an advantage, so his charges earlier, the gateway explosion has come and is +1. And Skillous, in the next couple of minutes, his army is better, just because he has those 2 Immortals, along with the Warp Prism and other things, so Gung Fu does have to be careful, but the amount of Zealots that are going to be out soon, it's going to be scary to deal with.
Absolutely. Gung Fu waiting over here on the high ground. Obviously, both players can get on top of the opponent's army very easily, so gotta be careful. Hallucinated Warp Prism actually forces the full recall. Cute play right there by Gung Fu, and now Skillous must realize as well that he's been trapped. Not that Stalker army was doing a whole lot in the middle of the map, but just getting your opponent's heart rate up every once in a while is nice.
I think that was real cute out of Gung Fu, actually. Like, if he didn't want to be dealing with these Stalkers on the map, and forcing a recall like that was just smart by him. I mean, Skillous is the one with a Warp Prism, Now Gung Fu has it as well, but Gung Fu knows he's been a bit ahead economically. That +1 timing as well that he has is here, Loco, and he's feeling ready to start pushing Skillous back. And this is absolutely what he needs in this game, because this is a very cute timing by him.
Yeah, he's going to get some Archons as well.
Yeah,
those Archons, as his opponent is finishing up charge, is going to be a fantastic tool here to add into his arsenal. So this is a large army right here for the Protoss player in red. He's got to be so careful, though. I thought for a second that Prism was going down, but luckily for him, it does stay alive for just a little bit longer. He decides to just A-move straight up towards this high ground, and I believe he's got the numbers. There are a lot of shield batteries over here, though. Is that like 5 shield batteries here in total?
It definitely is. I mean, he activates the far back one, and Gung Fu's like, I'm not going to mess with that. I know how good they are. 8 probes fell by the way. Those adepts from earlier coming in very handy.
Yeah, Skillous getting quite a bit of damage done with just a small little group of units. The anti-F2 right over there as well. Siege up on the Warp Prism so he doesn't accidentally pull it through the opponent's army. You know what? That was an important hold right there for Skillous. That looked like a lot of shield batteries to me, but he realized he was ever so slightly behind, so he decided, you know what? I'll just be rather safe than sorry, because if I don't have enough, I just lose the game right here. And instead, I'll just try to maximize the damage with just this very small group of adepts. I think that was basically the best you could hope for. Ultimately, that Prism does fall, but that was a good chunk of workers going down.
It certainly was. So Skillous, what does he have? He has a ton of Stalkers. So mobility-wise, that is the one thing that he feels I'm leading in. But Gung Fu has such a solid, stocky army here, and seeing your opponent have your 4th base when you've just started taking it, Skillous still has quite a mountain to climb here back into this game.
Absolutely. I think overall, though, other than that one Stasis Ward, he has been playing a little bit more of an impressive game, right? Like, that one Stasis Ward was really unfortunate in the opponent's main. I think this game would have been long over if that did not end up happening, so... Yeah, he's got a mountain to climb here, but he's taken the first steps. I really do like his confident movement around the map, and he's ever so slightly behind when it comes to the expansion timings, but I feel like as far as strategy goes, I feel like he's been out-strategizing his opponent ever so slightly, but he still needs to address that really scary army here from Gung Fu.
Oh, I'm seeing... So he's all about diving in here. Gung Fu, he's got him trapped. There is no way to get out of this, and that is a lot of Blink Stalkers to just... give up, basically. I mean, he can do ring around the rosy and get out of this base again, but Gung Fu, look at him. He's kind of prepping on the low ground here, warping in on the low ground, but this is actually a bit hard for Gung Fu to really appropriately deal with, and that's a lot of gateways just powered down. A recall is used on a lot of these Stalkers, but still, that is not necessarily the way back into the game.
No, I don't like that move at all there. I think Skillous just hoped that maybe he would catch his opponent off guard with the entire army on the left, because that's where he was poking previously, right? And that's where that army seemed to be located, but marching your entire Stalker army into the opponent's base in exchange for 7 probes is not quite ideal, to say the least. Now, he did pick up a lot of Zealots there, and he did kill a bunch of workers, and it wasn't all awful, but I think Skillous would probably reconsider making that move again. He does still have a huge army, though.
Yeah, he didn't want that to happen. Like, Gung Fu, I saw the wraparound, the units moving out. Like, I think Gung Fu saw it, and he was just like, okay, you're trapped in here now, mate. And very nicely done by Gung Fu, because that could have went a lot worse for him, but he dealt with it very nicely. Gung Fu has been taking a 5th base. This is a bunch of probes that were transferring. Okay, Skillous does know about it. Might be able to get the cancel. He does indeed get the cancel. So Skillous really utilizing this mobility against this slow, sluggy army of Gung Fu. And Gung Fu, look at his bank, Loco. That is a lot of money that he has available.
Yeah, that's where that supply is now currently at, I guess, right? Like, both players have basically the same, but Gung Fu should be significantly ahead. Maybe struggling a little bit. Now we have 10 additional Zealots joining in this battlefield. Skillous once again backing up to the safety of those 5 or so shield batteries that he made a while ago. It's just Stalkers here, though, for Skillous, right? Like, that's kind of the problem. We have a Zealot warping in the main base as well right now of Skillous just trying to distract him. Stalkers are going to be able to clean that up, too. But ultimately, he's going to have to fight this army. And the longer that this goes on, the more I like the force right here of Gung Fu. Although I say that, a lot of those units, it can be a little bit deceiving, right? Because a lot of those units already are in yellow or orange HP, so they just die so easily. Overall, I do think this army is a bit better. But, yeah, it's important for Gung Fu not to get too carried away.
It is better in a straight-up fight, but that's not what Skillous has given him, is it? So, like, every time that they're kind of meeting on the map, that is good for Skillous. And you see that Gung Fu, even though he's technically stronger, fighting it in the open field is not what you can do. So he's like, all right, you either blink over here and fight me, or you don't fight me at all. And Skillous, he's not going to fall for that. But Gung Fu is taken up to the next stage, which is going to be DTs. And once DTs are on the field, that can make things a lot trickier.
Yeah, they're already moving on the left side of the map right now, and they look like they're heading on over maybe towards the natural expansion right here of Skillous, and that's exactly where they're gonna be. They don't have the blink upgrade done just yet, but it will probably be used defensively. Very quick reaction speed right there, though, from Skillous, trying his very best. Battery overcharge, I mean, there's 2 photon cannons. That was really well done, considering he had no idea that those were out.
No, I mean, Gung Fu has units here, there, and everywhere, actually, and Skillous, he has to micro his army to stand a chance against this army. And Gung Fu knows it, so Gung Fu's really taxing his multitasking here. And I think Gung Fu, it's kind of hard for him to keep up with himself. He's got so much money in the bank. He keeps on doing the warpins, but he's a rich boy behind all this.
Yeah, trying his best to maybe get a kill as well on that Nexus, or at least distracting the opponent as much as possible. All right, that Nexus looks like it will ultimately go down. 1 hero Dark Templar there in the mix as well. Maybe the officer of that party over there.
Maybe the officer, you know. And I think it's kind of cool that both these players transitioned to Double Forge, kind of Gung Fu a little bit earlier because he was a bit richer. And you've been so right about this army. It's a very stocky army, and Skillous, he is not upping the complexity of his army at all. And he kind of does have to be a little bit crazy with how he engages, like. But Gung Fu's done a good job of just making sure that the resources lost tab is still in his favor, despite it looking like a lot of these engagements aren't the best for him because he gets shaved off a little bit. He's doing a good job of just having these big brawly units around and just having a bigger eco. Yeah.
Gung Fu finally getting some counter-attack damage done as well, right? With these Zealots and those Dark Templar now, which is kind of nice. That's what's been mostly Skillous' job. Look at this Stalker count, though. It's taken up like half your screen now. 42, 43 Stalkers in total here for the Blue Protoss. Skillous now parking the rest of those army units that aren't Stalkers on the left side to try and protect that Nexus, because he really does need another base here pretty soon. Getting to the point where even the third base is going to start running low. But you know what? Every time we see those Stalkers on the screen, they're killing Zealots. I've seen an Archon going down, a couple sentries here and there. It's starting to get kind of painful here for Gung Fu, losing a lot of stuff. But ultimately, you're going to need something that isn't just pure Stalker, right? Because what if you get surrounded?
Oh, and I think that's exactly what Gung Fu's done over here. And Blink is used, but a lot of Stalkers are left behind here. I mean, when you have a whole screen of Stalkers trying to blink them all away, isn't going to happen. But all of a sudden, Gung Fu does have to head home again, and more Stalkers join the field. Skillous is he's the living embodiment of a pure Stalker boy over here.
Yeah, this is like the Alpha Star unit composition. Remember that when it first came out? They just made Stalkers. It's like, okay, that's a pretty good unit if your target firing is technically perfect. Anyways, Gung Fu just warping in more and more units here at home as well. Yeah, he wants to force the issue if he can, but every single time he gets close to that army of Skillous, it's very slippery. It blinks away once again.
Gung Fu is in the know about where he is, though. And Gung Fu, you see this, he's starting to try and wrap around again. Skillous does have a way out of here, and it is to go to the top right. I wonder, though, like, he's not managing to do much besides shave off the army with these Stalkers. What does he just stick on it? Like, I feel he's going to get caught out again.
Yeah, he's stuck over here. He's now gotten surrounded as well with some of those units coming in from the north. Reinforcements here coming from the south too. Skillous has been running his opponent around for the last 10 minutes, but now ultimately that massive Stalker army gets caught, and that is now a near 50 supply advantage right there for Gung Fu Banda. That's exactly what he's been looking for. Decides to recall some of his units, I think, to the bottom left to continue the aggression over here. Yeah, I think that was ultimately the plan, but...
Yeah, Gung Fu's actually been playing this very nicely. Like, it was a real rocky start for him, right? You felt that Skillous was definitely getting the edge in the opening and very confidently playing, but once this game's gone on, Gung Fu's knowledge of just where to be with his army has been solid. And also, he's been very good about not taking damage either.
Yeah, no, he's actually playing a really solid game here. After the early game, we thought, okay, this is a little bit shaky, but... now finally he's got enough units left over here to properly fight all of that static defense that Skillous has been building up for a while. A relatively small army chunk here from Gung Fu, distracting basically the entire army of Skillous. That Nexus is now starting to take a lot of damage. The probes are starting to fall as well. Gung Fu just wanted to be 100% sure that he would not be overextending. And I think ultimately, this patient game he's been playing, even though he was losing a lot of zealots left, right, and center, it pays off. Really well done here by him.
Yeah, they both had a very different tactic for the mid game, which GG, Gung Fu does take it. Like, you saw that Skillous was behind, so he couldn't just do the same thing and just be behind. That's not how you win games, right? So he had to be a little bit like, all right, I have to do something different. And he really tried to make Gung Fu stay on the map more, take damage from the harass that he was doing, but Gung Fu was just pretty damn safe and solid overall. Like, very nicely handled by him. I've been impressed with Gung Fu over the last couple of days because he holds in very tricky situations, and it is a talent because this happened yesterday as well. Like, Wayne threw everything he had at him until he made a mistake, and even though Gung Fu was definitely behind / dead in those games, kind of a similar thing here. Like, he holds in until his opponent made a mistake, which in this case it was with the stasis, and then through sheer solid fundamentals, he manages to absolutely get his way back into the game. And yeah, that is a talent in itself.
I really actually like what he did as well on the back of that, though, because after shutting down that big army of the opponent and he shaved off all of those immortals, I think a lot of Protoss players would think, okay, now is the moment for me to go ahead and win the game because I just killed my opponent's army. I think Gung Fu has probably done that in many games and realized, okay, you know what, this isn't really the way forward, and instead we now have to play a macro game. But then he still remained very patient there as well, right? Just letting some of those stalkers distract him, I suppose, but ultimately building up the bigger economy, waiting for a long time until he had the overwhelming force, and then finally catching the opponent off guard. I mean, that stalker army was pulling him in all kinds of different angles for literally like 10 minutes, and even though it looked kind of shaky, I think that was all on purpose by Gung Fu, right? He was trying his very best to just, get the stockier army going, and ultimately he got there. He fought the force when he got it cornered, and he shut it down. Impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very impressed. I think, like, for me, Gung Fu is a player of old, which he's just been a solid Protoss. Like, I mentioned this quite a bit yesterday when he beat Clem. Like, he was the only person to beat Clem in a season. It's just because he's got good fundamental knowledge of the game. And even though I don't know what his situation is, whether he's like super part-time. I told a story about him being at a tournament and booked his flight home early, but then did way better than he thought, so he was like, oh,
he booked the flights because he thought he was going to get eliminated in like the round of 16.
Yeah, but then he came like third in the tournament, so he's like, oh no, I'm like missing my internship, it's really important. And it's like, dude, you're top 3 in the tournament, that's amazing. You know, like he was just a 16, 17-year-old boy at the time, but yeah, he's definitely a character, definitely an interesting one, and we will be getting into it. This is hard lead, if I'm not mistaken, spawning over in the bottom right hand side as our red Protoss. It is Gung Fu Banda.
And his opponent getting caught by that massive stasis ward in the opponent's main base, probably looking to not get that happen again. We're looking at none other than Skillous' main nexus.
Had some interesting PvPs over the last few days, man. Like, some of them are just short, action-packed, which that last one kind of should have been, but yeah, that is one of those things. I don't think Skillous should be too sad about losing that game, because he managed to make a game out of it that went on a long time, despite losing 3 Immortals, kind of, you know, after
he was so far ahead that he could still play that one out, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I definitely felt that Skillous was very quick with his units, so like the micro department, he was doing good things. It just felt like he was in a losing position the whole time, but Gung Fu did well to solidify and just kind of keep it calm, keep it focused, and know his win conditions.
So we were talking about Hecate earlier, right? How we pronounce that map name. I've heard 2 pronunciations for this one too. So I heard you pronounce it hard lead, and I've heard a lot of people say hard lit instead. What do you think it is? There's literally no way of knowing.
Hold on. It's spelled L-E-A-D, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the same way. This is the beauty of English.
Yeah.
The beauty is the English language is amazing sometimes. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean...
There's no context here, right? So
no, since I've been learning a bit of Swedish, and like there's some certain Swedish things that are also kind of messed up. What I've learned is language is messed up, loco. But yeah, English especially. You can have like 3 different ways of pronouncing the same word, which is so silly and tricky. But I've been calling it hard lead. But but it's probably hard lead, honestly. If I look at the color and feels a bit.
That's what I've been thinking. And like, you know, it's a pretty hard metal, I guess. So hard, but I don't know. We would have to ask the map maker, I guess.
I wonder if these rocks in the middle are actually lead rocks, you know what I mean? Or something like that.
That'd be very valuable if that's the case, man. I think you could probably sell those rocks for a lot of money if they are solid lead.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see where this game is going thus far. So we do have a nice early Nexus for Skillous, along with a Stargate, which is completely different than he did the game before. Gung Fu, on the other hand, has gone for 2 gates, quite a lot of units very quickly, because his supply's ahead. And going for a Nexus of his own. So no proxy shenanigans going on. Very different tech choices. And so far, it's always nice to see a very different style by both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So Skill is once again ready to start flying some units here into the opponent's main base. I mean, last time around, is that an hallucinated oracle? We're going to go for an hallucinated oracle into a real oracle. That's a classic. Anyways, last time he was flying units, I guess, with the prism, right? Trying his best. Yeah, it is going to be oracle into oracle, but this particular one is fake. I mean, this would be very quick. Maybe scaring his opponent just like Gung Fu did with that hallucinated war prism in the previous game, right? Just giving him a taste of his own medicine, because you would have to proxy that basically at the third base for it to show up that early. But anyways, yeah, we're going to be seeing an Oracle fly across the map in just a moment here for Skillous, as he's following it up already here with a Twilight Council as well.
I like the idea of doing the fake Oracle into real Oracle. Like, that could have been very cool. I mean, the game before we saw Gung Fu do the fake Warp Prism, which actually got a real reaction. And, you know, 12 years later, players are still, like, getting fooled by hallucinations, but that's kind of what they're meant for, right? Which is a nice thing. But Gung Fu will greet this Oracle, takes off all the shields, and renders it useless for now. So nice handling by Gung Fu here.
Yep, instant blink follow-up right here for both players as well. So ultimately, all the roads do lead towards a pretty similar unit composition, but obviously Gung Fu has had that expansion up for quite a while there as well. Okay, probes are going to try and, well, sorry, the Oracle is going to try and kill some probes and catch up in that department just a little bit. So yeah, ultimately the game here is pretty even.
Yeah, one Oracle will sit behind the base, which is always annoying, you know? Always annoying. Like, being able to just make sure that your opponent is sat in the back. Like, they have to keep stalkers in the mineral lines. It's very, very irritating. And right now, Skillous is getting to build an army. Economically, he's a tiny bit ahead, but right now, like, the tech choices and stuff of both these players, BlinG is neck and neck, and third base is on the go for Gung Fu. Very quick by him.
I think we have upset the guys in the chat, Ben. Apparently,
are you looking at chat again, Loco?
I am, yes. I was just wondering what everybody else thought it would be, lead or lead, but apparently we've been wrong all along. Apparently lead is a very soft metal, so it has to be a pun on the metal, the material.
You're right about it being heavy, at least.
Is that what I said? Guys, I was right. Ben told me I was right. That means I must be correct, because we have the stalkers moving in.
You also said it was worth a lot, though, which I was... I'm not sure it's that rare, or...
We do have the shield battery getting targeted pretty quickly here. Third Nexus is going to finish up. Does Skillous have enough to just continue pushing through here?
I think with the amount of units that he has, most likely, if he could join his forces entirely, but there's Oracle dealing damage elsewhere as well. Oh, it's held position there, very nicely done. That shield battery just too far forward. It's one to kind of defend the front, not his mineral line.
Okay. It's gonna push forward once again here with the Stalkers. Getting 9 probes in, though, is so much damage here. Yeah, and this is kind of similar to the previous early game that we saw as well. Just very different way of getting there eventually. It's just that Skillous seems a little bit cleaner, a little bit better in the early game execution. And ultimately, he finds himself in an advantage right now, especially if he can kill this Nexus.
Oh, I tell you what, this is getting a bit spicy. He's going all in on this Nexus, and he will get it. More Stalkers do join, though, so nice little victory, but that was costly, and he knows it.
Okay, Gung Fu decides to go on the counter-offensive over here. I mean, he kind of needs to at this point. He could just remake that base if he really wants to. That's what he does, but now he's going to start falling behind very rapidly. Oracle still getting damage done as well inside of the main base, and the third Nexus, it's been planted for Skillous some time ago too. It just finished up, and now suddenly he finds himself with a big economical advantage. And yeah, now Gung Fu has to fight an uphill battle.
Oh, and over on hard lead over here, which is nothing to do with lead at all. We do see Skillous taking quite a lead over here.
So you know, Wardy has a science degree, right? He is listening to us right now, and he's upset. This whole conversation has got to be painful for him. Wait,
is it science or maths for Wardy?
I don't want to make any claims here because I've
already
messed up
again.
Yeah, no, no. It's not a math degree. Let me see. I think he has it in his Twitter bio. Hold up. It's a physics degree. There you go.
Physics is basically
that's basically science.
Yeah, it's basically mathy science. Honestly, basically math.
We were both right. Is that what you're saying?
Like what? To be fair, you know. In fact, I was going to make fun of Geordie people. I was like, having a degree in Geordie land in Newcastle? Wow, Wardy's basically a king. But like, I don't know what I was going for. And then I went and said it anyway. But anyway, hard lead over here. Nothing to do with lead at all. We do have Skillous being a bit of a bully. Like he's constantly in the face of Gung Fu over here.
Alrighty, that Prism's still in the back. Or sorry, that Oracle, yeah, still in the back.
Oh. Prism? That Oracle, 17 kills, by the way. That is pure value.
Oh, well, it's going to get some more here as well. Zap a couple of probes to death and then just once again hide it off to the side. You brought it up when it first flew there. And it's been going in every time, just trying to be as annoying as possible. Gung Fu now chasing down his army. But once again, it's that mass stalker ball that Skillous had in game number 1 as well. This time around, though, the big difference is that he is finding himself in a much better position rather than having to play catch-up. He is now pretty far ahead, and yeah, if he just continues this the way that he did in game number 1 as well, I think he will ultimately find himself with a very nice win.
Yeah, Skillous, after having a hard lead in game 1, has a hard lead in game 2 as well, except this time, he's actually getting to use the Stalkers how he wanted to in game 1 over on hard lead, not lead.
Hard lead, absolutely. I think we should all just, yeah. The map maker is probably also not too happy with us, but it's okay. We don't mind.
Actually, I wonder how many people I upset with the pronunciation stuff. But I mean, Skillous, he's winning this game. To be absolutely fair, GG is called. Series tied up as well. That game was far more smooth than Skillous. Like the first game was probably a bit of a surprise for him, but it was the kind of game that it's that era where it's like. I also got confused because I wasn't aware that stasis would go that much further over where it's triggered from. You know what I mean? So right. I think Skillous also just kind of it
must have been just on the edge.
Yeah, like making that kind of mistake, it's understandable. It's like people calling this map hard lead instead of hard lead.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
It's like we're going on to Golden Aura for the third map, which
I think that should be 2 names or 2 words rather than just Golden Aura. Shouldn't that be 2? Isn't that also, I guess, just a pun then?
You mean like Goldie Nora?
That's not what I meant. I meant like, 2 words, like Golden and Aura, but.
Like Nora being golden, like, you know?
Oh, that's also possible. Yeah, there's a lot of versions, I guess, of all of these different map names. You know, we need to just go back to Steps of War. There's no way we can mess that one up.
Yeah, I mean, plonkers, I tell you, plonkers. But it's been kind of spicy between these two. Like, if I was to say who would I class as the favorite for this next map, Skillous, just based on how the games have gone so far. Like, don't get me wrong, Gung Fu's been playing fairly solid against him, because if you are given a situation where you're on the ropes and you manage to come back and then kind of retain your lead, that makes you a good player. But the way that Skillous has been playing, it's very nimble, very in your face. He's trying to force mistakes, but he doesn't rely on them. It's just you have to keep up with him. And Skillous is one of these players that has played a lot against the likes of MaxPax. And you have to try and get on the same gear, the same road, you know, to deal with that kind of player. So, yeah, Skillous is just handling himself nicely.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you as well. I was very impressed with Gung Fu's mid to like late game in game number 1, but ultimately the only reason why we went there in the first place is because he almost got a little bit lucky, right? Like that stasis ward happened to catch those units, and the game went on from there, but Skillous was ahead very significantly leading up to that point. And game number 2 just showed us once again what happens when you do give him a small advantage, because he's just going to be able to build on it. So I think he's definitely going to be the favorite here as well, going into game number 3, which will take place on Goldie Nora. And spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner, it's Skillous.
I'm so happy you went with it. What he's actually stopped moving the camera, he's died inside. Spawning over in the top left, as our red Protoss, it is Gung Fu Banda.
Heartlet sounds like a Led Zeppelin tribute band. There's a lot going on here. You know, maybe we can just ask Bing or ChatGPT or whatever to generate about 100 different StarCraft map names for the next season, and we just pick the easiest ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a map, again, without a ramp up to the natural, so most likely not going to see any of those low ground expansions, but honestly, I've been a little bit surprised that not one player has gone for them, which just shows me that they're fairly confident about their styles and just going toe-to-toe with one another, and neither one of these players is out if they lose here, which is, that's nice to have a safety line. And both these players, we'll just look at their history while we're doing the opening so far. Skillous so far beat Night Phoenix 2-0, expected, then beat Showtime 2-0, very solid, then lost narrowly to MaxPax 1-2. So yeah, he's definitely had quite a bit of PvP practice, 3 games in a row, and taken a map off MaxPax. Gung Fu, on the other hand, 0-2 to Gerald, 2-0 Nicaract, and then 2-0 Wayne. So neither player had a easy route thus far. Or route? What?
I would go with either. It doesn't matter. You're born in the UK. You can choose.
Route.
Yeah, an easier route.
I don't know what Ward he would say, actually, being, the guy that knows a lot about...
words.
What's that science he knows that he did? Biology. He knows a lot about biology.
Biology, physics. What's the difference anyway, huh?
Yeah, it's linked with English, right? So he knows what he's on about.
All right. Well,
poor Wardy. He has to... He
has to listen to us as well. He's upset.
No, he's just like, he's rolling his eyes, clicking on some RuneScape, just having a banger old time over there is Wardy. But he's actually done a pretty all right job observing, to be fair.
Yeah. So no, he doesn't get any breaks. Just to clarify, Wardy is the one also in charge of the production here, and he's been doing an excellent job.
Yeah, he is. I can imagine Wardy if you were to Photoshop him. He'd have this mega 6-pack, right? Massive freaking abs and big ass shoulders, and basically you'd have Wardy's face, and then he's just lifting up the StarCraft 2 scene by himself, basically. Like he's just amazing. So anyhow, this game, Gung Fu is the one going for an Oracle this time. So the shoe is on the other foot, and if we look at what Skillous has been doing, he's opting for a Twilight Council. Both got a Nexus at the same time, and they've both got the same army out on the map. And they're both going to be greeted by absolutely nothing.
Yeah, somehow they've passed each other here in the middle of the map. They did not catch the opponent at all, so that's a pylon going out at the very least. That Skillous is now getting a kill off inside of the natural expansion of the opponent. The wall-off does complete right here for Skillous as well. 2 sentries are going to try and tickle these Stalkers to death, but that turns out to be very costly for at least one of them. Good force field, at least trapping it. Maybe he can catch one of those Stalkers. Okay, he will. No way, the second one's gonna go down though. Dude, I feel like this force field is lasting 2 minutes.
I mean, Skillous was very patient about what he wanted to do there. And that Oracle takes a fight against the probes, though. I mean, that's not what you want to be doing. But on the other side of things, oh my goodness, Gung Fu's entirely unpowered. Entirely. And now he's like, oh, what's happening? Autosis, damn you! And trying to power up again with absolutely everything that he has, but this is not going well for the German over here.
I think he had 2 pylons there as well. I think he was actually already prepared to lose one of them, and then he ended up losing the both of them. So this has gotten to a very chaotic game when they passed each other in, well, the middle of the map somehow, or they dodged each other somehow. One of the gateways here unpowered as well because that pylon's not far enough forward. This is going from bad to worse right now for Gung Fu, and in these very panicked scenarios, right, when you're trying your very best to manage the crisis, it seems that Skillous is just a little bit more on point.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is just really bad. You know, we invested in the Stargate, which barely got anything done, and this pylon again. Oh my god, it's like we just saw this a few seconds ago, and that one pylon charges everything here, and it's not even powering up this gateway. He can't warp in anything. He's going to be relying on that one void, and he just calls it G to the G.
Yeah, well played right there by Mr. Skillous. We had a nice little macro game in game number 1 because Skillous found himself getting his entire army stasis warded there, which was a little bit unfortunate. Fun fact, by the way, about the stasis ward. Do you know they named that after warding? It should actually be called the stasis warding. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not. But
yeah, no. That's how much he's been carrying the StarCraft scene.
Oh, he absolutely has. I'm still very surprised by that stasis ward in game 1. Like that's
Yes.
That's something that was very much not what I was expecting. I don't often see that in StarCraft 2 after so many years.
All right, guys, we've got a lot more StarCraft 2 coming your way. Our next game is gonna be Showtime versus Harstem, if I'm not mistaken, which should also be a really, really fun match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we've kicked the Muslim off of the cast, or Demu off the cast, because if I had to hear him pronounce one more map name, I might have actually had to turn off the sound. So, yeah, it's been a day. Welcome back. We are 4 series deep, and we're ready to get into some more. It's going to be Harstem Showtime logo for some PvP, more PvP here in Europe as we continue on the games.
Yeah, the next map name is Side Delta. I don't think we can really have a lot of discussion.
I was thinking about this when you mentioned this earlier, and I was like, well, maybe someone's like, it's City Delta or something. I was trying to think how ridiculous.
If you spell city SITE, I don't think we can be friends anymore.
Look, the way that Ben's been pronouncing things, I really would not put him past him. You know, so I have complete faith.
I was being nice about it too. Trying my best to give him an easy out. Is it hard lead? Is it hard let? He's like, no, I think it's hard lead. I'm pretty sure it is. It could be, but.
All right, in the bottom right-hand side, we're going to kick off this PvP with the Blue Protoss player, Showtime. Lost to Skillous earlier in the groups, but has otherwise been looking pretty darn good.
And his opponent, up here in the top left, it's the captain, the cowboy. It's Harstem.
And yet I've never
Man
seen
of
him
many nicknames.
actually be a cowboy or actually be a captain.
I have no idea how he got those nicknames, but
well, the captain's definitely because
cool.
at one time when they went out, they found a sailor's hat, and he just became the captain. And that meme really just stuck because he used to wear the cap on stream a lot, like the
Right.
captain's hat. The cowboy.
I think there's more to being a captain than wearing a hat. Though.
Well, you know, we could argue that, but I think the cowboy one is because one day he just thought I'd be cool if I was called the cowboy, so he's just started a rumor. He's like, yeah, you hear people call me the cowboy, and everyone's like, literally, no, never heard that in my life. He's like, oh yeah, the other day they called me the cowboy, and I think it's kind of cool. And then, you know, a couple of people from chat are like, hey, I like it, and they start calling him the cowboy. I think it's, I think that's how he's gotten his nickname here. I think it's all propaganda.
Okay. That could be.
Propaganda.
He's
and
moving
no actual
around
cowboy.
right now. Both players. Yeah, both players have decided to proxy a pylon right next to each other, but neither of them is
Classic.
aware of it, which can get a little bit awkward.
It's a classic PvP move, right? When you just both kind of do the little proxy. Yeah, very funky. And we'll see if anyone actually wants to build beyond this. It looks as though Showtime just clicked his probe back up there, so I think he is genuinely going to look to get something done in the next couple of moments. Put something down on this position. And,
Is he going to see that? No, it's just barely out of range, but he does see the probe, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. If he was paying attention, I think Showtime could have seen the worker there. On the minimap, yeah, he did. So he's going to scout his opponent's proxy right away. So what do you do now? If you know that your opponent is proxied right next to you, but your opponent doesn't know, but you're both making the same structures.
I think you make a Void Ray.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Normally, you would never proxy a Void Ray here.
Void Ray would be terrible, apart from in this scenario, maybe.
It's still kind of a question mark, though. All right, well, at the very least, the Adept is out, so we're going to get a little bit of damage done. Showtime running with 2 of his across the map right now as well. Only a single one produced, by the way, for Harstem.
Yep, just going to be seeing the 2 of them from Showtime heading across, so he's going to be able to start putting some pressure on, and like I say, he's actually just going to build the Phoenix, which is also like a catch-all in terms of being able to deny your opponent's Stargate units, so he will be able to jump on the Oracle. The Oracle will not be able to outrun a Phoenix as it would have been able to outrun a Void Ray if it didn't kill it straight away. I just kind of like the Void Ray because he would have been able to shut down the pylon or so, but maybe he doesn't use it for more than 1 Oracle anyways, then it doesn't really matter. The Phoenix gets there, the Oracle's gone.
What?
And,
okay,
yeah,
the Oracle just flew away.
Yeah, just leave, bro.
Yeah, you just leave, okay. There's a strange interaction in the bottom left-hand corner, but ultimately, yeah, these Adepts are gonna get counted. Harstem didn't really... Oh, hello, we need to still kill the other one, okay. Yeah, Stalker also stopped chasing right there for just a moment. Phoenix is gonna start flying after this at this point too, but ultimately, Showtime is, yeah, got a couple more workers here.
He usually does is just have our Phoenix flying in. A Stalker going to go push that Phoenix back out. Twilight Council's already dropping down from Harstem in the main base. And, yeah, kind of a really interesting scenario. Harstem got his Adept in the main of Showtime, but only 1 Adept can't do much. And yeah, we're just going to end up on an expansion after a very weird setup.
Absolutely. I mean, this happens sometimes in PvP, right? We had a little bit of that as well in the previous series where The ways we get to the mid game are a little bit funky, but it seems like ultimately we do get there. Showtime getting some damage done over here. Where's that Phoenix? Okay, Phoenix in the meantime is hanging out at home.
I figured
right
out
there
the
for
map
Showtime.
name. It's Sighted Elta. We saw Elta from afar.
Sighted Elta? The space is in the wrong place, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we messed it up when we uploaded the map. It all makes sense now. This map was so... The map name was just so confusing, man. I'm glad we figured it out. Oof. I don't know why I'm still thinking about this 5 minutes in the game. It's really on
I
my
was just
mind.
thinking about Ben calling you the mathy science guy. And he said that physics is basically math, which I also...
Which is-
I don't know much about
it's
physics,
true.
I'll be the first to admit that, but I feel like that could be considered kind of offensive by the physics community.
No, physics is applied math. Now, mathematicians would not like it. Mathematicians will tell you everything is math. Yeah.
See, I don't really know the gatekeeping in the science community very
it's
well.
the math guys you want to watch out for. They'll tell you some weird stuff.
Yeah, is
The
that how it
good
works?
thing is they don't speak in words, they speak in numbers. You can mostly get by, but like if you ever translate it, you get your calculator out and use the Google Translate feature. Yeah, it's full of insults.
Is that how it works? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Third next is coming up right now for Harstem, also known as the captain, or apparently the cowboy. Apparently because one of them is a cool word.
We should give him
There's a
new...
lot of cool words out there, though.
Why don't we just give him a new nickname right now? Just for the future.
Like a cool word, or something exactly the opposite.
You can pick, and I'll get behind it.
Ooh, that's a lot of pressure.
You pick,
I'm
I'll
gonna
get
have to
behind
think
it.
about this one for a little bit.
Okay, you have the rest of the series to figure it out.
All right.
Now,
What is in the same category of cowboys and captains? I guess it has to start with the C,
Oh,
and
it
it has to be a profession.
has to be a profession.
Cowboy is a profession, right?
A chef. Cowboys.
The chef, Harstem, the chef.
Yeah. He's
Okay,
in-
that works.
He's cooking up some build orders, man.
He's cooking up build orders. There it is. Chef Harstem has just been born. Excellent. The cowboy, the captain, the chef.
Stalkers.
It works. It's in the same category.
Stalkers.
I think we've really figured out the criteria here.
Oh god, today's games casting wise would just be a disaster.
What do you mean? I think it's been fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would
This is like that
eat any
time.
of his cooking, but
This is like the time we were at Home Story Cup and we were laughing about oracles for like 45 minutes straight. We thought it was great, and everyone else is just like, "What are they doing?"
I still think about the foracles sometimes, as we do have a couple of the foracles here, or no, 2 of the foracles only. So half a foracle going down.
Yep.
We have one more flying around over here. Can he get any damage in? Couple units in the meantime. Yeah, the adepts here in the natural expansion of Showtime. Okay, gotta force the recall on the stalkers.
That's nice though from Harstem, right? I mean, it's a fairly even game. He loses a couple units, but he gets some probes in return, and he forces his opponent to turn back home. That's a big deal, because now he can come back on the map himself a little bit. He knows recalls on cooldown too, and you can maybe play around that idea of like, hey, your opponent can't reposition as much now. Maybe there's a move or two you can make, try and pull him out of position a little bit more, and then strike elsewhere once again. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a timing window perhaps in that regard for Harstem. Otherwise, yeah, he's just going to get rid of that pylon on the Stargate, and he's going to back it up. 4th base on the way down.
Excellent work here by the chef, building up his macro advantage here as well. Those Stargates in the bottom left-hand corner, by the way, are still around. I mean, obviously, Showtime's one has been unpowered for quite a while, but it's always funny to see those units in the middle of the map, or those structures, rather, in the middle of the map, just completely abandoned after they were the most important thing in the earlier stages of this game. But anyhow, yeah, we're just transitioning towards a nice little macro game here. Charge coming up as well for Harstem at this point. There's no charge on the production tab just yet for Showtime. He may just decide to go for that mass stalker style that we saw from Skillous in the previous game.
Yeah. Lots and lots of stalkers. So you obviously see Harstem really taking steps forward into that Dark Shrine. The robot facility too. Maybe even start going in towards disruptors, right? Very quickly could be a good way to go about things. I feel like you're laughing. You're laughing at what I
suggesting. The carpenter. That is a fantastic one too.
I like the
I think
carpenter.
the chef has to be the one now. Yeah, carpenter is also good though.
Carpenter's great.
Let him let him cook.
He's laying the groundwork for the rest of this game. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He's trying his best, man. Trying to make sure the floor over here is solid and building up whatever structures he can.
I'm just so, I think Carbon does the one because we both laughed about it the moment we saw it. We knew, man. We knew. I'm not gonna lie, I've got no idea what's happening in this game. Showtime's up like 20 army, and he's pushing.
Yeah. Showtime has been doing a better job out-moving the Carpenter here for just a little bit, out-controlling him and outpacing him a bit. Economically speaking, though, this is not a bad situation here for Harstem, but the question is, can he hold on? Yeah, he's forced to pull at least some of the probes. In the meantime, there is a counterattack, so we have some damage being dealt by Dark Templar inside of the main base, as well as the natural expansion here of Showtime. The defensive positioning here, though, for Harstem is nice. Shield batteries are finishing up, instant battery overcharge, and he does keep that Nexus around. Showtime does clear out at least some of the Carpenter's Dark Templar there, but trying his best.
Yeah, that was a fun fight because obviously Harstem a bit down on army supply in a big way because he invested into further tech, right? Which we're now starting to see the benefits of. The Dark Templar, for example, are the exact kind of thing which he's now benefiting from and he'll keep benefiting from. A shame Harstem lost so many probes himself, but the army supplies do even out overall. This is a closer game now than it was before Showtime went into that engagement. So Harstem is able to stick out and stay in this game a little bit longer. Shadow Stride now on the way as well, so really investing deeper into these later game harassing units.
Yeah, really hammering home his advantage over here. Trying his best to, yeah, just secure himself in this particular situation, right? So it's always difficult to make a transition at this point in the game. Showtime does have a small upgrade lead, nothing all too significant, so I do like here that Harstem decides to back off with ground weapons level 2 finishing up right now. Okay, at the very least he's going to be even there, and he instantly fires up the +3 upgrade there as well, which is super important. He does have that Dark Shrine here, which is not yet available for Showtime, so we'll have to see if he decides to make that investment at any point. Neither player really teching up to anything like, for example, Disruptors or anything along those lines.
Yeah, I really thought we might see some Disruptors already, but clearly they're playing a close enough game. They don't think they can kind of get into those Disruptors, so they've stayed away from that for the moment as we do begin to engage through the bottom side. And obviously, this is kind of where PvP becomes very cool. And I guess this late game is all about like a lot of stalker movement, going back and forth and all sorts. It's, yeah, I guess very fun. And you got to start splitting up these armies. And, you know, now Harstem's going to lose a 5th base. Good move from Showtime, who's also looking to strike on the bottom left. Harstem knows that. He's keeping his main army in position there.
Yeah, he's forced to cancel that base over there. Showtime, in the meantime, trying to engage on the left, but he sees the amount of units that Harstem has left behind. There's once again damage being done over at the 3 o'clock position, though, as Harstem is trying to run in whatever he can, but it looks like those Dark Templar there do get cleaned up as well. Trying to get some counterattack damage done. Not really achieving that much this time around, but at the very least, Showtime here was forced to turn around.
Stalkers up the left-hand side, though. I mean, Showtime has... I feel like, again, just back up to like a 30 army supply lead, which is kind of ridiculous where he's just getting this army supply from. On equal workers, he's just taking better fights. He's taking way better trades, honestly. Actually, 3,000 resource loss difference at this point in the game in a mirror is a huge deal.
Yeah. No, he's got like a dozen more Stalkers than his opponent here, which is very, very substantial. And it also allows him to just be so aggressive, right? It's hard to be the aggressor when you do have the smaller army numbers. Coming in up again for the Northern attack, and he does force to cancel there on that Nexus another time. Now the rest of that Stalker army in blue catches a bunch of those red Stalkers once again. Showtime really solidifying his lead here in this particular game, just expanding left, right, and center as well, trying his best. Now he's fighting in a choke point over here on a ramp, which is not optimal at all, but Harstem's army is not quite big enough to really chase down these units.
Yeah, that's the issue. Harstem really has no chase available as he's going to kind of catch around here, but I feel like that's okay for Showtime. He's just going to take it. Harstem finishes his own +3 attacks. The upgrades have just about evened out now. Showtime, I love what he's doing with the observers. Keeping them in range, sieging them up so they're not going to go too far forward. I think that's extremely important because he knows DTs are a factor and he doesn't want to let his observers get sniped so that DTs can then become a big issue in the bigger fights.
Harstem once again trying to re-secure that base that he's already been trying to take for a while. He finds the proxy pylon, Showtime that is, over on the right side of the map with that new Nexus acquired. Now BlinG, yeah, forward right there by Showtime on that base on the left. And ultimately that forces Harstem here out of game number 1. ultimately Showtime was just a little bit more agile with his army movement, right? Just inching a little bit ahead in every single one of those engagements. And while we did see some nice counterattack damage done there by Harstem at some points, it's Showtime who seemed to be in the driver's seat there for the majority of the game.
Yeah, I think excuse me. I think an interesting just situation where Showtime just had a bit more all the way throughout and was able to take slightly better fights then because of that all the way throughout, and just that led to the resources lost advantage, and then he was able to keep on fighting. Harstem just never really did enough, right? Like, he never really quite got himself into that kind of like, oh, well, you do this, I'm going to counterattack. He had like that once with the DTs, and then the DTs never really found anything again. I feel like we never really saw Shadow Stride become a big deal, right? So the advantages he looked to build into never really kind of then brought him back from the trades he was taking.
Absolutely. Alrighty. So the players have decided to jump straight into the lobby for game number 2. So we're going to be getting that one here underway in just a moment, as the beeps have already begun in my headphones. Always a good moment.
I love it when the beeps begin.
The beeps beginning are always great.
Yeah. The literal countdown to StarCraft 2 action continuing.
Absolutely. It's going to be Hecate for game number 2.
Hecate. Oh my god.
That's it. That's it, Wardy. What are you saying right now?
In the top right-hand side of Hecate is going to be our Red VODs player down a game. Harstem. You know, I've just seen Ben walk back in the room, sit down, he puts his headset on, and the first thing he hears is that we're still on about the maps.
He gets a smile on his face. Alright, and the opponent of Harstem in the opposite corner of Hecate, it's Showtime.
What did he eat, though?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. I wonder if at some point we will get quote-unquote normal StarCraft map names again. I genuinely did this on stream when we first saw the new map pool. I typed it into Bing. Asking just generate 100 StarCraft 2 map names, and it generates so many.
It generated you so many.
Yeah, it just takes all of the old maps that have ever been released, and it comes out with tons of suggestions for naming your StarCraft map. I understand it's hard. I understand the map makers are trying to make their map stand out, but...
Did you get Steps of Cloud Kingdom, or...?
No, it actually comes up with some pretty good stuff. I can do it right now.
You're gonna doing it live? Oh,
doing it live.
Map makers, listen out. It would be really great. Next TLMC is the freestyle maps. It'd be really great if all the maps are crazy, but with the most normal names ever. You know?
Yes!
Like,
absolutely.
Purple Pathway, or just something really boring name-wise.
Alright, it's come up. Okay, it's generating 100 for me right now. 100? Acid Plant, Ascension to Ire. Wait,
they're already maps.
I think it's generating once. Hold up, it's generating map names that are already made.
I could have done that, mate.
That is funny. Anyways, I don't know if we should be naming our StarCraft maps after Greek goddesses. It seems a little extreme.
A little extreme. There's a couple of stalkers on the way up from Showtime. Harstem pops the robo down in the middle of the map, so he's going to bring a different vibe to this game. Obviously, they both proxied the Stargate last game. Proxy Stargate can still usually end up pretty friendly, right? You put some extra damage in early, sure, but you're still probably looking toward an expand. This is obviously looking to typically be a one base all-in and just send it as the probe. Does not see the robo on the other side of that line of sight blocker, so he just continues by and has gone. This has gone unscouted for the moment.
Yeah, that's a frustrating moment right there. Showtime committing to the early game scout, but not finding it just barely. The odds of him rechecking that location are basically 0, so he may stumble upon it here, but yeah, I don't think he's going to find it here with the probe. Although the Stalkers are still going around too. Showtime getting awfully close, and he does actually find it. Wow, I did not expect that, but Showtime double checking and yeah, making sure that he spots everything. That was actually impressively well done.
Yep, as we do have a couple of Stalkers just going to pull back here now. Showtime knows what to somewhat prep for. He is just going to have his own robo and his own gateways. He's going to play in base 3 gate robo, which typically is simply better because what it means is that further down the line, if Harstem ever doesn't keep Showtime on his side of the map, Harstem's very likely going to lose his robo. And that's usually a pretty major tech structure in these games, so expecting this to look definitely a little bit Showtime favored. He kind of just matches Harstem, but in a safer manner.
Yeah, losing the Stargate proxy, usually not quite a big a deal, but losing the Immortal production facility is really, really rough because those units are so powerful. Harstem right now, though, has almost zoned those Stalkers in blue away a little bit. He is going to start committing. You need to be careful, though, because, yeah, one Immortal is not going to have an easy time, or one Prism is not going to have an easy time against those Stalkers. Showtime is going to dedicate at least some of them to trying to shut down those units that now pop out of the Robo facility moving forward. That's going to be the end for the Robo production for now.
Yeah, one Immortal, one Prism, that's going to be all he has to play with. Observer doesn't get out as Force Field goes down and buys a bit more time. The only issue for Showtime is he's likely going to lose a Gateway. So he'll be down one gate, but he's actually going to push his Immortal very far forward, and he is going to get himself a Stalker straight away. Harstem was very committed to getting that Gateway, but it cost him a unit, and Showtime already back down on the map. Meanwhile, he actually starts 4 Stalkers across the map, also poking around looking for opportunity.
Absolutely. Not really getting a whole lot done here with this early game, but it's not like Showtime's economy here is particularly great either. It's just that, yeah, he hasn't been able to get a whole lot done, and he was intending on getting some damage in on the other side of the map. Now is apparently the time, though, for both of these players to start making their expansions, as Harstem just popped down a Nexus, and I think we're going to see one here as well for Showtime as soon as he gets up to 400 minerals, which he is aiming for right about right now.
Yep, there's the Nexus going down. So Nexus on both sides of the map. Stargate, the choice from Harstem. It's kind of fun, right? Because it's if you get Phoenix out, they can lift an Immortal out the fight. They can make sure the Prism can't just linger around, double Immortal dropping forever. So I don't hate the idea. It maybe feels like an odd one, but yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah. I mean, we see the Stalkers... Sorry, we see the Immortals getting disabled all the time by those Phoenixes, and it's definitely not something that I think Showtime is going to expect. It's not usually a transition that we have from here. More commonly, we would see like Twilight Council and then players going into the BlinG upgrade, maybe getting the Forge going as well here eventually. But it's an interesting choice, and I wonder if this is something that Showtime is going to expect at all. Is it something that Showtime really needs to scout, though, right? Like, it's one of those scenarios where, yeah, if he scouts it, it's nice, but it's not necessarily going to change his game plan that much.
Hallucination.
Well, he's not using it. Harstem actually just started up a Twilight Council too.
Yeah, he just popped out an Oracle, gonna go into his own Twilight and just play kind of a delayed BlinG. Yeah, all in all, expansions are similar enough time. I feel like the tech's gonna be fairly similar enough time that this is all kind of just okay, you know? Like, I don't feel like anyone's gonna take like too major of a lead from everything that's happened here. Maybe a bit worried still that Harstem's Robo's in the middle of the map, but clearly not gonna go down anytime super soon, so... Yeah, here's the Oracle into the main base, and 4 Stalkers in position. That is the definition of being prepared.
Yep. And obviously Showtime in general, known to not really take a lot of damage from that sort of shenanigans. Very solid when it comes to defending his bases. What exactly ended up going down there?
Harstem rallied his Immortal across the map. I assume he rallied an Observer over here.
Really?
And then the Immortal just rallied across as well, so... Yeah...
Oh, that's painful. We just caught the tail end of that thing just exploding, I guess. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah,
that is the worst unit to lose here.
I just thought it was an Observer coming across the map, and I was like, wait, it's a bit bigger than an Obs, and I clicked, and yeah, it blew up. So yeah, that was an Immortal.
Oh, that is so expensive. Like, the Immortal is by far the most important unit here for both players. You know, giving one away to your opponent here is very, very, yeah, very, very... bad for you. You really need to keep that one alive. Okay, another hallucinated War Prism, just like we saw in the previous match. Obviously, Harstem's production here for those Robo units is coming out in the middle of the map too, so if Showtime does decide to go across, he may very well be able to just shut down that Robo production from Harstem altogether. That's exactly what he's maybe aiming for right now, and it's going to be very difficult for Harstem to stop any of these incoming attacks here from Showtime.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. I mean, Robo facility gets depowered. Showtime will just have like even the first like fight or two with BlinG against no BlinG could be kind of cool for him. We'll see what he does. He's also the one with sentries, a couple more sentries than his opponent, so maybe some opportunities there. He's going to come around. The only issue is obviously attacking up the ramp into that base might be the difficulty. The one Oracle of Harstem coming back over, and there's still a couple Stalkers left behind from Showtime as he does get up this ramp pretty quick, and on top of this third.
Yeah, force field's not quite perfect here, but the Immortals are standing tall. The problem is normally we have additional Immortal production on the back of it. Showtime aggressively blinks forward, gets one of the Immortals, second one also ends up getting sniped. And while he is getting a couple of probe kills, Harstem that is, in the meantime on the other side of the map, he just has not done enough. And it's Showtime who wins the second game.
Yeah, Showtime getting the 2-0 to win us out here in this best of 3. I think just very convincing PvP from him, comfortable scouting, kind of knew what he was doing. Don't think he really lost control of either of these games at any point. Didn't really feel like there's any kind of scary part or any kind of scared factor at all. So GG's, and that's going to be Showtime advancing through to the playoffs. Harstem will have one final life, and he'll be playing again on Sunday with that final life, our final chance to make playoffs. So see if he will make it or not on Sunday in round 5 of Swiss. For now, we continue through with round 4 of Swiss, another matchup that will decide some players going into those playoffs. Hero Marine is going to be fighting against Christiana. So it's going to be Terran versus Protoss coming up next. Hero Marine the favorite. Can Christiana be the underdog? Surprise, we'll find out in just a few. Stay tuned for more ridiculous pronunciations of map names and even some StarCraft on the side.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got more StarCraft 2 on the way, as it's going to be TVP. For once, we've actually beaten the players into the lobby. Usually they're like, can we go for the last 5 minutes, but they're not even here right now, so we're going to be sat waiting ahead of this matchup where Christiana will be a pretty heavy underdog over Hero Marine Loco, but yeah, I mean, look, Hero Marine I feel like is not quite as unbeatable as he was a few months ago, so maybe this is a time for Christiana to strike.
Yeah, looking at their head-to-head score, the last time that Christiana won a series against Hero Marine was last year, so actually November of last year. Since then, they've played a couple times against each other, actually 3 times in total, and it looks like Hero Marine has managed to win every single time. And overall, I mean, Hero Marine is certainly the overwhelming favorite going into this one, but I mean, Christiana definitely knows that. Maybe that helps him out with some of the pressure as well that, you know, obviously every player puts on their shoulders. It can be very easy to lose a game before you even play it in your own head. So I can imagine that Christiana, the underdog in this one, maybe that alleviates some of the pressure and it makes it a bit easier for him to go up against one of the strongest Terran players in Europe.
Yeah, no, we'll see what Hero Marine can do. Obviously, we expect Hero Marine to make it through the playoffs. He was comfortable so far until he met Serral. 2-0 Pappy, 2-0 Elazer, lost to Serral. Not really surprising there. Christiana's had a bit of a grueling fight to get here. Beat Battlebee, lost to Reno. Then did beat Petit Drogo, was not too tuned against Petit Drogo. I don't know what happened on the ticker there, but yeah, he has generally been doing okay in this event. I think it was 2-1 against Petit Drogo, in fact. So yeah, okay, exciting to see what he's about to bring out next.
So Hero Marine has only lost against Serral up to this point?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's one of those results that I don't think anybody's going to really consider an upset. Maybe a ZVZ is where Serral may falter every once in a while, but other than that, I think that Hero Marine is probably not going to be too upset by that particular one. That means that this is a nice match for him, though, right? So if he ends up moving, or if he ends up winning this one, he moves on.
Yep, playoff potential if you win this series right here. And like I say, it is kind of Hero Marine who is the favorite to do that, right? Like, no disrespect to Christiana, but the head-to-head record definitely doesn't suggest he's going to be the favorite. It is Christiana's series to kind of steal away from Hero Marine. You know, Hero Marine, we expect 100% to be in those playoffs. Christiana maybe can make it there, but for me, Christiana is one of those fringe players who should be kind of fighting on the final day. So, yeah, well, like I say, we'll see if Hero Marine gets the job done or not. I think we'll be making some progress into this fairly soon, as Christiana's just asked for an invite. So if he's in here, we are ready, obviously, and hopefully everyone else is ready, and we can just kick off into this Terran vs. Protoss, keep the action going. We're a little bit ahead of schedule as well, which has not really happened over the past few days, the last week and a bit of this event, so maybe in part due to that, being ahead of schedule and stuff is part of the reason why we are, having players maybe not immediately ready to start or anything along those lines, etc., etc.
Looks like there is a little bit of a lobby issue. It says Christiana has elected not to join the lobby. I guess he will be joining us very soon. I always love it whenever it says has elected. It's like, no. I've decided after you've invited me that I'm electing not to do it.
It's that, I've never thought about it, but it's like, it's a very proper way of writing. And someone was like, yep, they've elected not to join. Not just like, has not joined the lobby. Has elected.
Declined the invite or something like that.
Just want to make sure that you guys know he specifically chose not to join you guys. That's how he feels. So,
even though it's a little bit of a small bug in the game that's been around for, I don't think it's something that he has really elected.
I think that one was literally he just did not actually click the accept button, but.
Oh well,
it's hard to bug out in Europe. Actually, Europe's a pretty good server for lobbies.
We seem to be very focused today on the proper words and map names and pronunciations.
There is something about, and it's so funny because in the break I looked at my phone. I have like a vocabulary app, right? And like every now and then it pops up being like, "Have you, do you know this word?" And it's just like a cool word or like something interesting. Today I feel like it's listening. It's like you guys are full of nonsense. It's like, have you heard of the word supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? And I'm like, is it memeing me? Like I'm not sure how.
You nailed the pronunciation of that one, though. I would stumble across that word at least 4 times.
Mate, I just read it on my phone. Like, I was like, is this one of those things where I haven't clicked in a few days, and it's like, if we hit him with the most ridiculous thing, he will actually click the app again. It really does fit in with today's theme of just words, you know? So, yeah.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Game number 1 in our next best of 3 series. It's going to be a Protoss versus Terran, and in the top left-hand corner of a map called Oceanborn, we have Christianer.
Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom right from Mouse Sports. You're a Marine. Man, there is some... So I'm just going to get this out of the way right now. There is some logic towards, like, which player is blue and which player is red. I think it's based on the seeding. But it always bugs me when, like, the red team logo is on the player in blue, and then there's a blue team logo on the player in red, and I'm just like, you know, like, could we not adjust?
These
like...
are the little things when you cast tons of games that you get bothered by, Wardy. I can guarantee you nobody else is upset about this.
No,
I don't actually see the team logos on my screen, so it's fine.
Well,
for me,
that's
I
why.
would also be upset by this.
Yeah, that's why you're not affected by it. You know, you stay quiet while things don't bother you, but the moment you actually see these team logos, you'll speak up and everyone's already accepting that it's just okay, you know?
I remember, I think this must have been like 2015 or so. It's been a long time. And for those of you that are more casual viewers of StarCraft, maybe mute me for like 10 seconds because this is going to bother you as well moving forward, okay?
Oh, no.
Wardy mentioned at some point, and this is still very frustrating to me whenever it doesn't happen, that the top player who spawns in the top section of the map should also be the top bar of the production tab as well as the scoreboard. So in this case, Christianer has spawned in the top section of the map. He should be the one at the top of the scoreboard and the production tab. And I had never paid attention to this. I've been watching StarCraft 2 for years, and then I started picking up on it. It frustrates me every time. It frustrates me every time that it, is off and it's wrong, but...
I'm just going to flip it around right now to annoy everyone that just noticed it. I have that power. Yeah. That's the best thing. It's so easy to change, and then just some people just don't do it. It's like, they're the sort of people you need to be careful of, you know, in the future. People that
don't care.
Yeah,
that's how you judge a man's character.
These people are the kind of people that should be on a list and, like, you know, have some sort of security detail watching out for them because
I have messed it up myself too, Wardy. You can put me on the list. It's fine.
You're already on the list, mate. Other things.
We have Hero Marine going for a cheeky little bunker rush over here on the other side of the map, forcing out that shield battery nice and early. Is he going to be able to get the salvage? He will, so gets at least 75 minerals back over here. Small little investment just to be a nuisance.
We do have, obviously, Hero Marine in a matchup that was pretty much slated for him as his best matchup for a long time. You know, if you took any damage to Hero Marine in the early game of TVP, you probably were going to die at 6 minutes 30 seconds, if not 8 minutes if you're lucky, right? Like, he was just so good at hitting the timings. I think it still is a big part of his TVP, but he's able to do that while also... Yeah, he also does that while also being so good in the macro TVP in case it doesn't open up to kind of end it early. So, he's terrifying early, he's very strong later game. You know, TVP has always been kind of been Hero Marine's home ground for the last couple of years. So, yeah, even more of like an uphill battle in that regard for Christianer.
We have a cheeky little Widowmine drop coming up right now here as well for the German Terran player. One of those builds that can literally end the game if you're not paying super close attention as the Protoss. And Christianer is going to be going into that BlinG upgrade as well. What we see all of the times is that, well, Protoss is busy microing on the other side of the map, getting that Prism in, trying to micro with the Stalkers and picking up the weakened units and all that. And that's the moment that Widowmine sneaks into the base. And suddenly all that damage that the Protoss is trying to do on the other side of the map has been nullified. Now, this one is going to hit quite a bit before BlinG is done, so maybe this... No, he's just gonna idle the medevac on the left side of the map. It's just so annoying. It's always gonna be there, and Christianer doesn't really know.
Well, I think the thing is, right, is because it's 4 gateways as well, because now it's in Hero Marine's best interest to keep Stalkers at home. And until this Widowmine drop reveals itself, Christianer should always keep a couple Stalkers here. And this is always good for Hero Marine, because the less Stalkers on the other side, the easier it is for him to deal with like a low tank count and so on. Whereas if he gives the Widowmine drop up, he might get a shot or two off, he might deal some damage. It's just not as worthwhile as keeping some Stalkers back at home, because again, it's just going to delay the point at which you reach the massive Stalkers where you can one-shot a tank, for example. So, a lot of value in that Widowmine drop, just kind of sitting there and waiting for the moment. And if Christianer does leave it open, then there's potential for huge damage as well, and I'm sure Gabe will check on that in a few moments' time.
All right, so how much damage can these Stalkers do? Here's the Widowmine drop, by the way, going in. How much damage is Hero Marine going to be able to execute? It looks like the pro pool there was on point from Christiana. In the meantime, though, we do have the Stalkers ready to blink into the main base. And the Widowmine's going to stay alive for a little while longer as well. So they're probably going to go back in for more in just about a minute.
Yeah, actually really nice. You get 2 pros, which is usually like good enough for a Widowmine drop anyways. But now you're going to be able to go again. And we do see the Stalkers blink across towards the tank here. Going to get a bunker too. SCVs did not get forward. We will drop the Auditor for some extra damage output. Second bunker goes down. That's a great first blinking from Christiana. 2 bunkers and a tank. He's now losing a few stalks before blink was available again. As he goes after a lot of these SCVs. Yep, Widowmines at the same time. But Christiana's on top of it. Can Christiana continue to fight here? It looks as though he lost his Prism during this, however. So he can't reinforce on the front lines any longer. And Gabe is going to buy himself time to at least see Stimpak in this game.
Absolutely, yeah. So losing the Prism kind of takes the wind out of your sails here, right? You can't really continue to fight. So instead, Christiana decides to pop down a 3rd Nexus off of the back of this. But like you said, this is going to give Hero Marine a little bit of time to breathe. Stimpak is finishing up right now in about 10 seconds. And that is going to make all of this much easier and, well, more difficult for the Protoss. You don't want to overextend in this sort of scenario here because Stimp Marines are pretty good units, and they will certainly shut down your Stalkers if you're not careful, but Christiana backing up here. I mean, he handled that pretty well, other than losing the Prism, which is unfortunate, but that's because he was busy microing at home, trying to make sure that the Widowmines would not destroy his entire mineral land, and he did get a bunch of damage done as well. 3rd Nexus on the back of this? I don't mind this.
Nope. I am all about it as our Nexus comes through. Got those extra gates coming up. Charge is coming up to be in about halfway done. And that Temple Archives is just about to be done as well. So all that coming through. A couple of Stalkers going to go blinking away. And yeah, I like where Christiana's at. He did good damage. He's on a good worker lead. Hero Marine's current army supply is a little bit scary. But that's what those extra gates and the charge upgrade are for. As long as you get those gates online and that charge finished, I don't think Hero Marine can really just win with one big push.
Nice split off there as well with that Observer, trying to keep it around. Although this is apparently the moment where we missed the Widowmine drop, and so did Christiana. 10 probes have ended up going down right there inside of the main base of the Protoss player, and that is what Hero Marine has been looking for the entire time. There is, yeah, still some hope here, though, because he does still have enough workers to continue playing, but it does make this attack from Hero Marine a whole lot scarier. Oh, here he goes again at the 3rd base.
Yeah, Widowmine's just all over the place. They actually get rid of one. We actually hit the Zealots, which is maybe not even a bad thing because that's going to soften them up ahead of this tank siege. And now they're going to be a little bit softer. The batteries are not far enough forward. The Mortal Barrier gets popped as well. And Hero Marine going to start working his way up this ramp. You know, now Christian doesn't have the economy lead to kind of hold on to because of those Widowmines as well. So that is more of a problem. And Reinforcement's not quite getting caught either. It feels as though Hero Marine is just getting away with everything in the last few moments.
Okay, well, Zealots are charging forward right now on top of all of those siege tanks, and they are going to be able to get rid of the majority of them pretty easily, but I just don't know if there's enough numbers remaining right here for Christiana. One of the Zealots somehow even stays alive there, despite all of those Zealots charging at him. Hero Marine apparently decides to continue this fight. I wonder if that's a bit of an overextension. I mean, Zealots are now coming in from the right as well. They're thinking about maybe picking up some reinforcements, but speaking of which, Hero Marine has sent all of his army across the map too, and now there's a 2nd siege tank right next to that very low HP one, just trying to give him some protection.
Yep, as Zealots continue to charge forward, we are going to get rid of those tanks, and this at least should be enough to push this back. Hero Marine will in the end be chased away. Not enough Stalkers to grab a medevac full of units. That would have been amazing. Christiana going to keep himself in the game, though, and that's a big deal. Hero Marine is about to have a 3rd CC in the economy to go straight to a 3 CC setup as well. So once he has that, that should help him out once more. Christiana's tech is obviously limited to kind of gateway units and Archons at the moment.
3rd command center is available here. Hero Marine is going to be flying that one over. Christiana picking off a couple of those SCVs. You know what? It's not the crispest execution right here from Christiana, but he's doing an excellent job over here, right? Like, this is reminding me quite a bit of that Max Specs playstyle, and he's obviously really, really good in this particular matchup, oftentimes making it at least difficult for top-level Terrans. And yeah, Christiana playing a pretty similar approach here, trying his best to be all over the map and be super active about it. And honestly, the only thing that didn't really go great for him here is that Widowmine just subtly sneaking into his main base. But overall, I've been impressed.
Zealot's going to charge through. The Bioforce going to get caught as our Zealots continue onwards. Couple probes going down on the other side. The Medevac's going to start lifting up a lot of those units. Extra Zealots, extra High Templar, all getting warped in. As you are going to be seeing a few SCVs pulling away as well. Zealots continue to go through there. As we do have our +2 attack coming up. Marine Maraudal coming out. And our Orbital Command is going to lift off. And we are going to continue to charge around with these few Zealots for a little while.
Not bad though. Fourth Nexus in the meantime, all the way at the 12 o'clock position. Cristiano is going to be careful with this aggression here, because, yeah, I think he's looking at that army here from Hero Marine. A lot of it is at very low hit points. Hero Marine decides to push his units in between the mineral fields, as well as that, well, command center itself. Mules are also forced to run. Oh man, more and more reinforcements coming up. I think he's looking at these low hit points, Marines and Marauders. He's like, you know what? If I just get one more warping in, 13 SCVs have gone down as well. Archons do stay around for at least a little bit longer, at least when I started that sentence. But ultimately, Cristiano is going to have to retreat with only one Archon remaining here. I think that was a bit of an overextension, but only a very minor one, right? So imagine if those previous engagements would have just gone ever so slightly better. I think this would have been a very significant advantage for him.
Yeah, no, I think so. He was very close to just having a lot more units going down, and it really comes back to those 10 probes that died to that Widowmine. Imagine he just had 10 more probes this entire time.
Oh.
Like, it actually is a close enough game that it probably would have made the difference. Obviously, now Gabe has, you know, 1-1 upgrades over 0-0, and the army is looking good. He probably is going to take a bunch of damage here, Christiana. As we have Widow Mines dropping in multiple places, we're going to see a recall force. Widow Mine, the main base, goes unresponded to, so this is really just a lot of probes dropping down. And Gabe has the mobility as well to keep up pressure. Yeah, this is probably where Hero Marine is going to just close out the game, but Cristiano made it competitive. He made this very close. He made this very back and forth.
Absolutely. Yeah, the margin for error in this matchup is absolutely tiny. So you have a couple of those probes going down left, right, and center. Widowmine getting some damage in. It's very difficult to come back from that position. And at this point, I mean, well, the first 11 minutes of this game were quite a bit better than the last minute and a half that we've watched. It's going to be one final attack over here in the middle of the map, but you can see this advantage right now reflected as well in the supply count. Hero Marine has just got way more units. His economy is massive. GG is cold. And it's Big Gabe who obtains the victory in game number 1, but that was probably not quite as smooth as he was maybe hoping for.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a shaky start. Cristiano definitely got himself into a good position. He got himself into a leading position. It was following up from there that just became the issue in the end, and that's still what Gabe is good at, right? Like, finding his way back in. That's what you'd maybe expect from Hero Marine in a series like this, even if it does go wrong a little bit initially, and that's why it's hard to cause these upsets against these top-level players. As we get ready to go into our favorite map of the day, Hard Lead.
Hard lead.
Okay.
We had a bit of a discussion about this one. If you're just not tuned in, don't worry about it.
If you're just now tuned in, you are so lucky. Like, you might miss some cool games. But if you watch the VOD, I heavily recommend the mute button. Like, you know, I was very...
Cristiano, by the way. No, go ahead, sorry.
I was very close to just like muting you guys and starting talking myself, because I was just like, I don't know how much more of this I can take, you know?
You would have just had us talking to the void. You would have taken over the commentary.
Yeah, you know, I would have just like muted myself on Discord. You guys could just talk to nobody, and I would just talk to a little bit. I was like this close. If you come up one more time, the game was like 5 minutes longer. We're so nearly there.
I was just gonna bring up that I just got confirmation of that by looking it up right here on Wikipedia. I already had it in the back of my mind, but Cristiano only 19 years old. He has been competing at a high level for a long time, but he's really good considering he's 19. Yeah, there's definitely still a good chance we're gonna only see him get better over the next couple years.
Yep, absolutely. As we'll be having ourselves just waiting for Cristiano to join the lobby. In fact, so he's just taking a couple moments to get himself settled up. It's funny because you kind of alluded to it earlier, but it feels like we've been casting Cristiano forever. And that forever is probably like 4 or 5 years. So like since he was like 14, 15, which is still young, of course, but like I feel I've casted Cristiano since the start of time. That's just not true, but he has been like a big force in online cups as of late. I mean, he's actually one of the big grinders when it comes to online cups, although this year I feel like he's slowed down a little bit. Obviously still at a good enough level to be 2-1 in the European regionals here in the ESL Masters Winter, so still at a high level. Just waiting for Cristiano now to, well, he said go, so here in ring go, and we should be going ourselves into game 2 Countdown begins straight away. We're going to see whether Christiana can bring it back. Like I say, good start last game, couldn't quite close it out. Let's see if he can get himself off to a similar start this time around on our second map.
It's indeed going to be hard-led. I think it's safe to say it's hard-led, which is, by the way, not a very hard metal. Did you know that, Wardy?
Well, hard lead is actually harder than lead. Because...
Okay, well, that's what
because
I'm
of the
saying.
stuff that's in it. Because lead is typically,
Right.
because lead is typically soft.
Right, of course.
Actually.
Everybody knows that.
I know you knew that. It's just, you know, we have to explain to the audience so they don't feel left out.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like we
Thank
have to
you. I
explain to the
appreciate
audience that in the bottom right, the red Protoss player is Christiana.
Yeah. And the opponent in the top left, it's Hero Marine. Are you saying, Wardy, that you assume that our audience can't read? Is that what you're saying right now?
No, I'm just being accommodating for those that can't look at the screen in that moment, or, you know, they have us minimized, they have us in the background, they're watching StarCraft while working.
I would like to believe that everybody has us on the big screen in the living room,
and they are
full
sat,
screened.
yeah, they're sat in front of it, nothing else going
Yes.
on. Yeah,
But it's like a 75-inch television, so they can't read the bottom of the screen because they're up with their nose against the command center. That's what I would like to imagine.
They're watching like this.
Yes.
To make it even more realistic, you can't see this part. I just turned this stuff off, so they can only see the command center in the surrounding areas. None of the good information you usually get.
That's why we introduce the players every game.
This would be a really wild way to watch StarCraft until you realize the observer can't click on the minimap to actually do anything easily.
You'd have to use camera hotkeys, just like the pro gamers.
Okay, I'll set them up.
Do
Hang
you
on.
use camera hotkeys when observing games?
I do now.
Yeah.
All right.
I learned that apparently Harstem does. When he casts games, apparently he uses camera location hotkeys for the opponent's bases. I only ever set it up when I'm observing for the Ghost Academies.
Yeah, I was going to say that
nukes, but...
the professionals set them up on the Ghost Academy so they can get that nuke zoom when the nuke launches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel very cool every time I catch it.
You feel
Which is about 50% of the time. The other 50%, there's nothing on the screen.
my favorite part is setting it up, then the nuke launches, and you're like, the nuke. And then you're like, oh yeah, I've got the thing for the nuke. So then you go, and the nuke's just gone. And
you just smoke.
Yeah, you just see the smoke, and you're just randomly sitting there while like half the army dies because something else is happening, and the nuke is completely unimportant. It's a great moment for sure. Yeah, but now I
Marine going across the map.
boom boom. I can jump to anyone's main base in a moment now. I'm so well set up to observe this game.
Excellent work here by Wardy, who's doing literally everything. Probes decide to fight there for just a moment before ultimately dying, but now there's going to be that adept available here for Christiana, so that should be the last worker that this Reaper is going to get. Widowmine apparently working out quite well there for Hero Marine in game number 1, so he decides to go for it once again here in game number 2.
Yep, just getting himself that starport up, command center coming down, and we have ourselves the adept pulling back as well. I think this is going to take a moment to settle. And there is the Twilight Council from Christiana, so I don't blame him because I think Gabe is so good at those early game TVP timings that if you play something like Stargate, he might just hit you hard and punish you, and you know, maybe you're not comfortable there. So I really don't hate playing the BlinG a second time around here as Christiana, or even just something else off the Twilight Council. I think it gives you a little bit more chance of survival if Hero Marine just gets into that ultra aggressive kind of timing attack window, which he's so good at doing.
Yeah, I think actually it went really well for him in the previous game. It's just that he had some of those Widow Mines slip through the cracks while he was super busy microing his Stalkers, and he obviously knows that those are the mistakes that can cost you the game. So he pulled the probes perfectly like 4 times, but then, you know, the 5th time the medevac came in, yeah, it just simply slipped through his defenses there, which is something that happens. Now, if you look at, for example, games from Hero or, for example, Max Specs, it seems like they don't really take a lot of damage from those Widow Mine drops, but that's clearly what Christiana here is inspired by, right? He's trying to just simply play the same strategy again, but then, well, do it a little bit better.
Yep. Yeah, he's really just going to send it. And to be fair, I mean, it started off very well for him. I mean, the first blinking and a tank in both bunkers really makes you so vulnerable on that natural. So that was actually...
Widow Mine drop, I think, going to town on the other side of the map, getting just 2 workers.
Marines actually getting some probes as well, so yeah, good little startup. I am apparently just terrible at watching Terran drops at the start of these games, so at the moment, as our couple stalkers going to get the medevac.
medevac.
Okay,
That's nice.
That is nice.
Probes are not mining here for a long time, though, and Hero Marine is going to have to sacrifice these bad boys, so he's just going to maximize the damage. Nice control right there on that Stalker, at least, but the Adept is going to have to come in here to finish the job. We do have, is that the, yeah, Cyclone now joining in as well. That Widowmine managed to sneak away, and this is starting to spiral out of control a little bit.
Yeah, but we've got 4 gateways. Surely we can warp in enough to deal with this. If we can't warp in enough to deal with this, then the Cyclone is really an insane unit, but I think from what we've generally seen, the Cyclone's good, but it's not quite that good. That's a Death Stalker, though. Oof. Oh, 2 because of the Marines. Wow.
Yeah, lovely work right there by Hero Marine, burrowing that one. That's the one that was buried in the mineral line earlier, and then he wandered it away. He's like, guys, don't worry about me. I'll just be sneaking away for now, and that is painful. This is, yeah, 4 gateways once again. Getting 3 Stalkers and 10 probes before the fight even really begins is absolutely massive. Prism also a little bit late right now. Christianer, yeah, this attack of his is not really going to work out if he's any later than, well, right now.
Yep, he needs to go. I mean, there's just no looking back right here. Just go, send it. He's already kind of on a bad work account. He needs to do some damage, and I think we're kind of worried, right? Because he's, you know, lost a few Stalkers thus far in the game. He's been held back, so the defense is well set from Hero Marine. He's got 2 tanks, 3 tanks up. Very well spread. Each tank covers another tank as well, so you're not going to get any free tank pickoffs here. This looks very bad for our Protoss. This looks as though Hero Marine is just taking a real good edge early. And let's see if Christiana can somehow find the fight and the positions to draw himself back into it.
Yeah, the main advantage here for Christiana now is that there's no medevac threatening a flyby inside of his bases here, but this is, for all intents and purposes, an all-in right now for the Protoss player. He's sneaking into the main base here, has already lost the Stalker in the process. I mean, if Stimpack finishes, you see it right over there on the right side of your screens. It's still a little while away, but that is a big upgrade. And if Hero Marine gets that one, I think he gets it shut down pretty easily. And so far, I mean, the siege tank coverage is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. Tank coverage just really makes it impossible to do anything. And I talked about this the other day, man, but like when Max packs his 4-gate blinking everyone all the time, you know, the position of these Terran units has to be spot on. And it's really made 4-gate blink like a more difficult build for everybody else, because the Terrans have gotten so good at dealing with Max packs who's so good with it. Yeah, it's tough. And
He's already salvaging his bunker.
He knows he doesn't need it, man. What are you going to do? Blink into stim? If you blink into stim right now, you lose all your Stalkers in the game, so...
No, absolutely. Ultimately, the best player with these strategies is also the one that makes everybody who's playing against it better too, right? So ultimately, it makes it a difficult build order to execute if you are not microing everything nearly flawlessly. Christiana instead has decided to put down a 3rd Nexus now. We see the 3rd Command Center just started up as well for Hero Marine, and he's going for a Dark Shrine. What do you feel about the Dark Shrine, Wardy?
I like it. He's clearly not done enough early with the Blink Stalkers. The Dark Shrine is the kind of thing which is a, you know, send help, you know, I'm in trouble. And he needs something like that. You know, right now, pure gateway units are not going to cut it. They're going to have to try to. So at least the DTs give you like a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps some way to maybe drag yourself back in. In this case, probably too little too late. 4 DTs warp in. And they are going to warp in the main base. I mean, it might be distracting enough as Hero Marine already used a scan. I mean, at the same time, Hero Marine can probably just stim in on this other side, but he might be limited on scans. I guess he's got a Raven with the main army though, right? Yeah.
He's got a lot of stuff. The Raven is going to town in the natural, yeah. He's just dropped an auto turret over there. Loads of SCVs are going down, but these Dark Templar are gonna run out of steam here eventually, whereas Christiana still needs to address this main army here from Hero Marine, and I'm a little afraid that he simply doesn't have the units for it. We're talking 22 army supply versus 68. The DTs are still annoying. We're only just now gonna start up missile turrets. Some of those Marines have been forced to sacrifice themselves by just standing here and taking that blade, but yeah, there's a Raven here in the mix with his main army, and unless he gets that, it's still up in the air. There's really no way that Christiana's going to clean this up. I
think the Raven's actually really important, because if he didn't have the Raven, a DT on this other side of the map would have caused a lot of issues, because you can see that Hero Marine's had issues at home with the DTs. He's not being able to afford just scan after scan. But having the Raven over here means no DTs on this army. He hasn't had to have extra scans. This actually get cleaned up. I think Hero Marine honestly overstimmed a little bit. Like, he was more stimmed than he had to be on a lot of these units, but obviously as he pulls back home,
look at the army supply counts.
Exactly. 40 army supply up in the lead.
Yeah, there's a massive army of Gabe waiting at home right now. He's going to give away that Raven, apparently, which seems a little unnecessary, but the 3rd orbital command is going to grow right now on top of that command center as well, Hero Marine. allowing himself another scan and just playing this as safe as possible. The only saving grace, I guess, for Cristiano at this point is that that base at the 9 o'clock position, or sorry, the 3 o'clock position has not yet been found. He's gonna find it here in just a second, it seems, but for now, I mean, if he can get away with it, it'll be really nice. Oh, it's... I mean, those zealots are gonna reveal it. That was not what you wanted to do.
I think the probe's running over here. Probably reveal it as well, right? Take your pick of how you figure it out. It doesn't really matter. Hero Marine takes it down. A much more convincing start from him, and it only really got close because of the Hail Mary DT play from Cristiano, which in the end is like, yeah, you know, it kind of worked out. It caught him a little bit off guard, but overall it wasn't that crazy, you know, so... GG's and that is
yeah, if there was no Raven though, there's a good chance that Cristiano actually could have bought a lot of time for himself.
Yeah, I actually think that if there was no Raven, then the DTs turn around the main army because you just don't have enough scans. Then the DTs actually would have been really good. So the Raven was super important. And how often do you see the BlinG Stalkers in the start of the game pick off the Raven? If that had been the case, because of the lack of scans that were preemptively prepared, I think we would have been in a great spot. But obviously that's not quite the case there. Raven still alive really just made it that much easier. So GG's. And we are going to head ourselves into another match here. In just a moment or two, guys, we are going to be heading into Shadown for Spirit. It's actually a really exciting TVP. Another one that's 2 players fight for playoffs. And then we're going to get into some more action after that as well. We're about halfway through Europe right now, I believe. Halfway through the day in general. 6 best of 3 is done. 6 still to come here in the ESL SC2 Masters. So stay right there.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we got more StarCraft 2 coming up today. I'm still Wardy, and this time I'm joined by Demu as we go into a little bit more SC2 action here. Continue on through. Ben, how was your couple series of taking a break?
It was lovely hearing you guys talk about why hard lead is hard lead and not hard lead. You know, it was absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, it's nice to see players like Hero Marine. Even though he did suffer a defeat, it was like to a very good player, and he still is obviously very good. Performed so well, and Shadown versus Spirit. It's actually kind of exciting because Spirit has kind of been he's been vying for who's the second best Terran in Europe, which feels so strange to say.
Yeah, no, he's been competing with Hero Marine, right? Where he's like, hey, look, I'm one of these players that absolutely is competitive. I'm absolutely a player who is up there in the rankings. So yeah, we're gonna get going into this in just a moment. We are legitimately just waiting for the admin, who is apparently now taking a break of their own. Who gave admins breaks, guys? Unbelievable. But we'll be into this very shortly. I think a very cool series. The history against one another as well is closer than I thought it would have been. Like, I know Shadown can be good, but like he's not always been like fully committed to StarCraft and so on. With Spirit getting better and better, I thought Spirit would have like maybe like a lost to him a couple of times but won a lot. But it's actually 11-8 in their overall history. Very close. 26-17 in maps. Definitely expect a good series here.
But what also makes this more interesting, I feel, is the fact that Shadown, he announced a long time ago, it feels like, that, he's either going part-time or retiring, and then he kind of came back very silently, and he is a kind of silent dude, you see him at events, he's a tall fella, but keeps himself to himself. Very, very pleasant. But when he came back, he was seemingly better than when he left, which was... It's interesting that happened, but going up against Spirit, this is not easy. I believe it's his first Terran that he has met. So far, it was 1-2 against Elazer, 2-1 against Pappy, and then 2-0 Goblin. And Spirit is not an easy foe to go up against. Spirit only lost to Reynolds 2, so Spirit is absolutely looking like one of those next lot to make it through.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As we get into this, in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player from Storm. This is Spirit.
And over in the top right, as our red Protoss, it is Shadown. I know a lot of today has been about pronunciation, but I remember I always called Shadown like Shadown, but then apparently it's Shadown.
Shadown?
Did you?
I used to say Shadown.
Did you? Yeah, Shadown. That's what I always said, but apparently it was Shadown.
Dune off. Man, your name... Can we just, like, eliminate pronunciation? Can we just get one way to say things from forevermore?
No, as long as there are people on this planet calling oregano...
No, not again!
We can't eliminate pronunciation.
Maybe it's not just today that's been about pronunciation now. Thinking back to tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yesterday. Oh my God.
Pronunciation, vocabulary in general, the whole thing is a mess, is a muck. And that's what you get when you have me 3 days in a row, because I will be here tomorrow, Wardy. So, this game is starting off a little bit spicy here from Spirit. Yeah, because you won't be, right?
Yeah, I won't be. So you go have all the fun in your world tomorrow. You go to bed tonight, get ready to wake up and cause some trouble. I will have a nice, relaxing day without any pronunciation problems occurring.
Yeah, you need a vacation from me, never mind from work,
Just from the co-worker,
Yeah, I just saw an Ursa on the field, and we do know that they are the main enemy of Protoss players, so already an unfortunate map choice for Shadown. Oh, cheeky proxy over here. I do like these kind of builds, man.
Yeah, cheeky little pile on the left-hand side, get very aggressive nice and quickly, and just get out across the map to start, putting some damage on. Now, this Reaper's obviously going to come up, and if Shadown can stop this Reaper from seeing too much of the main, then Spirit obviously won't be able to notice that something is kind of out of place here, which is obviously kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, definitely. That Stargate very much proxied, and it's kind of funny, the dynamic with Oracles since the Cyclone change, that the Cyclones don't have as long range and don't deal as much damage to air units. Granted, they're maybe a bit more well-versed at other stuff, but definitely not better in single target fire against an Oracle. So I do like that Shadown's bringing something like this, because he is a tricky, cheeky player. He can do the basic stuff, obviously, but he's also quite sneaky, quite good at this. And Spirit, for all intents and purposes, he's just... I kind of feel like he's a man of iron, like he's good at the macro. He'll start playing the late game before the late game's there, sometimes to his own detriment, but he's going to be very solid at this matchup. You have to be if you come from Europe.
Yeah, that's very true, right? Like if you're if you're not good at TVP, then you're probably not high on the ladder. And for Spirit to be competing as the second best Terran in Europe, perhaps, or at least trying to vie for that title, then yeah, Protoss has to be a matchup you're very comfortable in, because you just play so many of them. And this Oracle now pops out, going to head in toward the main base. Depot will give you a little bit of a heads up here. Cyclone is there, and that's an instant pushback and stays locked on for a little while. That Oracle taking a lot of hits.
That did not do what he set it out to do, and Spirit is now very much in the know about what he's up against. He's already got a tech lab on the barracks, so we'll start producing. And he gets the confirmation that it's a second Oracle as well. This is a really nice start for Spirit.
Yeah, knowing it's a second Oracle just tells you, okay, now I know where a bit more of your gas is going. I know you're still kind of doubling down on this to some extent. And it's not just like a super fast Twilight at home. Obviously, this Twilight could have been, 20, 30 seconds earlier if you went Twilight before second Oracle. So you just know that, knowing these things. Again, knowledge is everything in StarCraft 2, and he really just picked up all the information he possibly could. Come on, we got to get at least one SCV, and we get one in the end. But man, these Oracles have really just took a beating trying to get anything done in the early stages.
Absolutely. Like, it's still not what you want, is it, if you're Shadown? Like, you're against a Terran that's just very comfortable here. So far, he's kind of ticked all the boxes for how well he's doing on the defense. And I'm looking at the unit production here. He's already started Marauder production, like, pretty damn early. A lot of the times you're just kind of making Marines and using all the gas on the other units, but that means once his bio push does start going, it's going to be very stocky. He's also late on the +1 weapons here. It kind of makes me think that he's almost forgot it, but Spirit's so good that I don't think he will have forgot it. He's just kind of saying to himself, all right, that actually takes longer than Stim and Combat Shield. So I'm just going to hit a timing before the +1. He does start it now, but I think with this amount of brutal units, you need to be more than ready to deal with this. And whether Shadown is or not, I don't know at this point.
Yeah, we have this one Reaper here is just going to go after that pylon and has been hitting it for a while. So the Adept comes to get that. The Stalkers have backed away, so they're not going to try and take presence on the map as they were doing previously. The Oracles know exactly where this Bioforce is, knows exactly where Spirit is moving, so that obviously gives you the heads up. Shadown should be able to be in position for any fight that happens in the next couple of moments at least.
Absolutely. It's quite a lot of Stalkers at the top of this ramp, and I do like that Protoss players have been utilizing stasis wards very nicely these days. Forge does start up for Shadown, and he's got a very nice work account. Like, he doesn't have to worry too much if this game kind of stalls out a little bit. In fact, he just doesn't want to take any damage right now, because he is getting himself into a nice economic situation here without anything happening, and nice blink back micro as well. He didn't really take too much damage whatsoever.
Pylon goes down, Shadown is supply blocked, so he is going to be struggling along there for a little bit as we continue to get a few more shots off. Some damage being done, +1 attack, couple Widow Mines, the command center all coming through back at home for Spirit. And was just moving along nicely as he's even dropping up to the top side. So starting to split his army up, starting to look for some different directions. Shadown seems to know about it, blinks, but did not get far enough forward, and Spirit just about stays alive.
I'll tell you what, though, seeing those Stalkers over there absolutely gives Spirit the go-go to start working on this gateway. I was a bit surprised he didn't go further. He did send one Marine in there just to kind of spot out what exactly is going on, and he's only got Stalkers to fight with here, Wardy. This is actually kind of dangerous.
Yeah, his army's not really good at all. I mean, Blink, Oracles into Blink is always a pretty volatile kind of way to play. You do see the Medivacs getting pushed back on the left-hand side, but this entire natural mineral line is just gone, completely deleted here. And Spirit still has the numbers to fight against the Stalkers that are coming in to defend.
Yeah, I mean, this is a brutal army. Like, those Marauders that he was making early really came in handy here, right? They were very strong. And even the +1 that he's had, like, all the timings worked out for him, and he's fairly relentless. He's got his third up and ready to float over as well. And he's doing exactly that. Goes into the Ghost Academy. This is solid textbook Terran. Now he's got, is that 2 drops from 2 sides here?
Yeah, he's coming back in on the left-hand side. He's going to go into the main base. The recall in the main was a handful of Stalkers. A couple of Widow Mines burrowing up. Obviously, you can blink away from some of these mine shots. Oracle's going to eat the mine shot, though. Can't blink with an Oracle. And at the same time, just a few units on the left, getting rid of a few more probes. The damage just keeps on ramping up, and Spirit is just going to make sure he is really securing the lead in this game number 1.
You know, if I didn't have a name tag above, I'd be like, this is Clem playing TVP right now. Like, it's been very good, action-packed, in your face entirely. And now the work account being entirely flipped on its head. Now it's the Terran with 62 workers against 50. He's also gone straight into that Ghost Academy wardie that we've talked about a lot earlier. Here, kind of, I don't want to say ignoring, but delaying that armory in the second engineering bay just to get out the ghosts that much faster. The goats? I mean, they kind of are the goats to a lot of people's eyes, I suppose. But yeah, this is not a good game for Shadown right now.
You know, you went from elephants, now we're talking about goats, Ben. I mean, I feel like we've got animals on the brain as we have ourselves Stalkers pushing through the center. Zeld's coming across. They do not have charge for a few more moments. They are very sad until they have charge. Fortunately, that should happen before any commitment to a fight goes down. It's kind of ridiculous how slow Zealots are when you see this many of them walking across the map without charge. So there you do. You see that charge finishing. We're going to try and spread them out as Shadown. Some ready to run to his third. Spirit's going to see him, so that's just easy pickings. Thank you very much. Still no upgrades, just about to finish +1 attack, but it just means that without armor, these Zealots are not very tanky. That's a killed 4th base, however, so Shadown jumping on this natural and finding a little bit of firepower.
And Spirit is not about defending it either. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to go. If you're causing this to happen, you know, they've said never base race a Terran. I mean, I feel that was so long ago, and that is so many Widow Mines warding, and oh my goodness. He just went Guy Fawkes on that probe line.
Yeah, man, it's maybe 1 day, 2 days too early, but you know, it's Friday night. We can start firing up some fireworks, and the Widow Mine's doing exactly that. 12 SCVs, 16 probes going down, base train on either side. I mean, Spirit is holding on with a bunker even, just anything to buy him some extra time. There's nothing to really buy extra time on this side. Dark Templar just came in, though. We warped a few of them in, and so scans are going to continue to be very important here. We do have EMPs that can EMP up the DTs as well, as long as we keep the ghosts alive. That did not just happen there. And right now, it looks as though Spirit, there we go. We're going to finally get rid of these few DTs initially. But yeah, he's going to have to keep some scans available, otherwise he's in trouble.
He is, potentially. How many orbitals are still alive? Okay, he has 2 orbitals to keep the 3rd one alive. He is out of scans for the time being. But I feel like Shadown is out of life at this point. Like, even clearing up these Widow Mines is going to be hard, because guess what, Wardy? I don't think he has a robo on the field.
Yeah, I don't think he has any way to see things, and Spirit did have another scan there, cleans up the last DT, finds himself game 1. Got a little, you could argue maybe a little scary, but I think it was a good call, because he was obviously a bit out of position on the bottom. He said, yeah, let's just base trade. Shadown definitely didn't have the jump on Spirit to kind of say, like, oh, I'm going to, like, kill a base, and then recall home before you can do serious damage and just kind of take a net gain from this sort of, you know, setup. So because of that, I think it was a good call for Spirit to say, no, I'm okay to kind of base trade a little bit here. And yeah, the only thing that maybe got slightly complicated was the sudden arrival of DTs.
Yeah, I really like how Spirit played that game. You could tell he was feeling it, because when Stalkers were trying to pick off units, he was using a medevac just to pick up that unit and save it. He did it with the Cyclone early on and a Widow Mine. Like, it was... I almost want to use the word unnecessary, but it's one of those moments where I can imagine myself playing against that guy. I'm like, goddamn try hard, like, you know, do it, playing good against me and stuff. But yeah, he was obviously feeling it and feeling good. You don't make those kind of plays unless you are feeling it, and that was just some really good Terran play. I saw XY earlier that did not impress me at all. He was just having a really bad day. Then we leveled up with Coffee, playing really solid. But then I feel we leveled up again with Spirit's play just now in TVP, because that was real difficult Terran to go up against.
Yep. Oh, that was just like non-stop. And Shadown, you know, good friends with Clem and does practice with Clem a fair amount, I imagine, but that felt as though he did not get to kind of stand on his own 2 feet. And like you said, I agree, really. It did feel like Clem play. It was just like bam, 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 you know? Just absolutely non-stop. And it was this guy in the top left that was doing all of that dropping from Storm Gaming. Definitely caused a storm in that game. It's Spirit.
And spawning over on the right, after some cheekiness with a Stargate, it is Shadown. I got shown a game by Spirit kind of recently while I was streaming, and he was showcasing me because I was losing against some Protoss Wardy, and I was like, damn this matchup, damn it. And I kept playing it all the time, and I was like, what else can I do against Protoss? And Spirit showcased me some Terran mech, very much like all about cyclones into ghosts, like very fast, and it was like. It was super damn cool. I haven't seen him whip it out in a pro game just yet.
How long ago was this? Genuinely, just out of curiosity.
Like, I think 3 days.
3 days ago? I think he's just having you on, mate.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because he was. Wait, why do you think he was having me on?
Because when we first started testing the patch, Spirit was all about the cyclones and meching and TVP, and like he genuinely like really believed in it. He did it all the time. And then after going 0-8 with his mech, he's
Wait,
never...
where did he go 0-8?
Test tournament in the patch, when the patch first launched, he absolutely got destroyed. Haven't seen him do mech a single time since. Haven't even seen him like open cyclones and like into bio. I think he's just having you. I think he's trying to get you to lose some more games to Protoss, man. I don't know.
I was kind of thinking that because I was watching him. He showed me a game against Trigger. And, I was thinking, Trigger's not bad at all. But Spirit, I would imagine, you'd probably give him more trouble than not with your bio. Like, you're very good at this matchup. And it was a really hard game, It was a really hard game with the Cyclone Ghost stuff.
That's exactly what happened when the patch dropped when Clem played. And he did some Cyclone stuff. I remember he played against Geralt. And Geralt's good, and Geralt can be competitive. But the way this game started, Clem opened like Cyclones, and he did like a lot of damage, Like, he was very far ahead. And if Clem was playing bio, this game was over at 10 minutes. And at the 27-minute mark, Clem finally won the game. And this was after the map went to like every single base. And Clem was never behind. Like Clem was always leading. He could just never end the game. And so is the age-old problem with mech, is that you can basically never end the game. And the Cyclone, it's kind of weird in TV because it kind of feels like it should just shred things. And it can, until there's just enough Stalkers. Yeah, the Stalker count gets enough and the Cyclones just start dropping so quickly. And then the Stalkers blink and the Cyclones really don't ever kill any of them. And it's just about getting the right amount of units up, and I think if you get there, it's very hard to see the Cyclones do anything.
It's also one of those things, like every Protoss unit has armor, and it's like it's so impactful, and then with sentries in the mix as well, the Guardian Shield actually impacting the rockets these days, it's like, you're literally tickle beams, like super tickle beams, and you don't get much done, but Shadown is... got a very aggressive proxy this game with a gateway, and he is very close to his 3-gate setup here, which, in fact, is it going to be... Okay, 3 gates and a robo back at home. The robo very cautiously placed, but he definitely wants to pile on some pressure this game, doesn't he?
Yeah, obviously...
Cloak!
Oh, okay. So we're going to see... I was going to say, I kind of like it from Shadown, because obviously the gateway pressure is very nice initially. Then I wonder about the Robo, because it's back at home, and I'm intrigued as to what he's going to get out from that Robo, if it's going to give him like a more macro transition, or if it's just going to get a Prism for more micro at the front, maybe hop into the main eventually. You can see the Cyclone able to lock on, and is, in this case, going to be, again, in lower numbers, very good. It gets rid of a lot of these Adepts. In fact, all these Adepts bar one go down for only 2 SCVs.
Yeah, I mean, Shadown has to be very careful, because losing that many Adepts early on, like... Look what Spirit's doing right now. He's got 3 production facilities, and they've all got their add-ons already done. Tank, Marine, Banshee, along with this Cyclone that's still left over. Shadown has to keep either the pressure up or keep Spirit away from him, because the amount of units that are going to pop out against a 0-tech Protoss army, that is so problematic.
Yep, no, very true. As this Banshee comes around the top side from Spirit, just going to head over to the far right side of the map. The Prism coming back over with these few Stalkers, going to load up a few of those, and he's going to head into the main base where we can obviously aim for some more of them SCVs. Just going to be looking for that over the next few moments here. And yeah, the Adept firing up, getting a Marine kill, and the Prism into the main. So already kind of realizing this has to be kind of more of a kind of catch you out with the Prism play rather than just pushing at the front and outnumbering you. This Banshee's going to be killer though. There is obviously Observer potential, but even just showing up right now, the Stalker's warp in, you're going to lose a few probes already. And obviously the Stalkers don't have blink or anything, so you can just fly up into this main base, and the Stalkers have to take a little bit of a longer route to catch up, and that's just going to be painful as well, as we just lose more and more of these probes. Even going to sit the Banshee in the corner, keep it alive.
I mean, that went about as not bad as it could for Shadown, right? Like, the Observer was right there to pop out, and luckily he did have his warp in. He is very supply blocked right now, though. Kind of feeling that maybe the pressure of the game's getting to him a little bit, and he did a good job of getting that warp prism in there, slowing down this approach that was kind of inevitable. But now, that supply block really stunted his growth, and it was happening at kind of the worst time for him, I feel.
Yeah, no, a very, very good point is it just blocks you at a horrible time, especially as now Spirit's going to get across the map. If you can just get this tank siege, remember these Stalkers are still blinkless, so they can't just blink on top of the tanks and close the distance before taking shots. They're going to take shots on the way in, and Spirit just sets straight up onto this third base. And I think this is... third base is definitely going to die. Is Shadown going to try and save it? Yes, he is. Spirit will just finish off the Nexus. Now he'll turn to take as many units as he can. Obviously, trying to retreat away here is probably not going to be too hot of an idea. The Immortal gets into range. This next siege tank is just move commanding through. Finally going to start target firing some Stalkers. Don't get me wrong, we get honestly quite a lot here from Spirit as well. He loses everything, but the damage is really done. Plus now still Banshee in the main base getting even more damage dealt.
Yeah, look at that income tab, Wardy. Like 900 minerals per minute, 300 gas against 2... Like, Spirit's doubling him at this point. Like, he's so comfortable back at home. He's actually equal on workers. The tech as well. The tech is still fairly minimal from Shadown. Like, he has the blink up and running, obviously, but everything else, he's going to be against stimmed bio with +1 and tank support. It's a pretty brutal game for him.
Yeah, no, I mean, just a lack of a third, so you're not really on the economy you're meant to be at. The Terran player is just going to add on 2 more barracks, so, you know, we're seeing Spirit essentially double down on, hey, I've put you behind, and now I'm going to double down and putting you even further behind. Maybe diving towards, like, Storm would be one of his better options. You know, maybe a lot of charge loss and just Archons, just because that's a very tanky force, but I'm not sure he's ever going to quite match Spirit's production, which is going to be the problem, because then Spirit's going to be in a very good spot, as, again, these Stalkers get a couple of SCVs, but they're still a significant portion of the way behind, just because the third isn't done. So, yeah, the 12 worker lead is kind of where Protoss wants to be against Double Mule. But then the third isn't there to mine just yet, and by the time it is, I think Spirit's going to be pushing.
Yeah, I tell you, Shadown's been really good with his Warp Prism micro this game. Like, both harassing, just to keep his units alive and just dealing damage, but also that big fight over there, that could have went way worse against those 3 tanks and Banshee.
Yeah.
And Shadown, again, he was suffering from a supply block here, so definitely getting caught out a little bit. And is this the Banshee again in the base? Or is it, this must have been a different one, eh? Yeah, it's a different one. This full health Banshee, getting some probe kills. Lovely play.
Banshee number 3 of the game, actually, so just going to nab 5. Actually has 6 kills on it in total. It's going to come back in the main as well, and Shadown didn't realize it turned back around, so nothing is nearby. And again, this just keeps adding up. Just as Shadown was maybe starting to get that third base up, secured, mining. You know, but once again, now not mining the main base. We're taking damage as we go. Banshee is going to survive as well, and again, just pain for Shadown, who just keeps on taking damage.
He's going to have to really pray to the Storm gods, isn't he, for this game? He does have Storm available, and he does have a few High Templars on the field, but that army that Spirit is rocking, that is a Terran army. Like, that's the one that you're all... Whenever you play Terran, you're like, oh, how am I going to play it? This. Like, Stim, Bio, Tanks... And Spirit's very good micro-wise, and Shadown, he knows he needs more time right now, and he's dealing good damage again with this Warp Prism, man. He's been really good with it this game, Wardy.
Prism has been fantastic. It's been such a lifesaver. If it wasn't for that Prism, this game would have actually absolutely already been Spirit's. Now, with the Prism buying you some time, and also on the other side, seeing that, you know, seeing on the other side that we're essentially having Storm ready, you can kind of see the pathway to kind of dealing with this game, right? As the first Storm doesn't land, the Medivacs eat a lot of that Storm. We're going to have to be careful in the future. The tanks are a big problem right now. The Immortals cannot close the distance to get on top of those tanks. The only good news is that those tanks are a little bit far away to hit the base. So, for the moment, at least Shadown has some time to set up and to try and figure out his answer. So, as some Storms available, as Spirit uses yet another Stim, killing probes once again. As here we go, the Zealots are going to start coming through. The Immortals are going to go for those siege tanks, but the tanks are target firing down Stalkers, Immortals, and just... Yeah, we're kind of running out of the tanky Zealots that we need to sort of support everything else as Spirit crashes through for the 2-0.
There was a few things happening there. So probes were dying to a Banshee again in the natural. And guess what? Shadown didn't actually have enough energy on any one of his Nexus. I just checked for shield battery overcharge there. So, brutal series but I think Spirit just showcased some very good play, and you know, the two players that turned up, I expect Shadown to be a little bit tricky, a little bit sneaky, which he absolutely was with these proxies. But the Spirit that turned up is the Spirit that I expect these days. Like, we were kind of thinking he was so good for so many years, and it was like, Spirit, like, he beat Stats at IM when he was super good, and it's like, where was he afterwards? Like, he'd lose somebody he wasn't meant to. But now the Spirit that turns up he's actually very consistent these days. So well played for going 3-1 in this group.
Yeah, Spirit we expect to see in the playoffs, and he gets there comfortably in the end. I actually did think this was going to be more of a contest between Shadown and Spirit, and Shadown made it close at a couple of points, and he definitely did things to bring him back into the game. The problem was he had to do things to bring himself back in the game in the first place, right? That's the issue in those circumstances. So, GG's, and with that, my friends, we are going to continue our way through. A couple of matches left in Europe, 3 matches from Americas later on as well. That is all continuing to come your way, so do not go far. Let's have a quick look at the schedule. The schedule is missing 1 match off the bottom because we just can't fit 12 matches on one single screen. That is going to be Eric and Eggs at the very end of the day, but otherwise, Mana versus Arikfire, a ZVZ in BlinG versus Elazer, and then we have ourselves the Keller Disc, Nina Dolan, and Eric Eggs Americas matches. We'll be back in a few moments' time. It's back to PvP. We had a little bit of a PvT kind of dosage, but now back to the real mirror matchup we all love in Europe. It's Mana and Arikfire coming up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And we are continuing to bring you more ESL SC2 Masters regional winter action in the European region. Wardy and Demu coming at you with some PvP, because we know you just haven't had enough of it. As we are already Ariki and Mana. Ariki, the proxy robo kid. Mana, the veteran who clawed his way out of an 0-2 situation yesterday, and is looking to try and get himself all the way to a play-in match on Sunday.
The proxy robo kid. I like that name.
Well, sometimes he doesn't proxy it. He just builds in his main base, but like he really loves it, man.
You know, there's a few players that I used to play a lot. Ariki was one of them that always went Blink Stalker in TVP, like every game without shadow doubt. And same with Trigger. And then when I look back like a few years afterwards and I see them in games and they'll still be doing that, I'm like, holy crap, times really don't change. Like it's amazing to see. And yeah, Ariki, it's kind of nice to see how good he's got recently, because he definitely went from being a player that was, his defining characteristic was he was young and he was a little whippersnapper, like a little fire starter. And some young players, you know, they fizzle out, but it feels like Ariki hasn't done that whatsoever. So I mean, it's not gonna be easy for Mana at all here, I don't think.
No, he's hitting. He's getting stronger, and what a great time, because this is his first season. Not just that he is playing the ESL Masters, he's eligible to play because he's only just turned 16. So he's never been able to compete in this event before. Finally, he gets his chance, and you know, here he is, 1-2, a matchup that's very doable for him. PvP especially, I think, is one that he likes. So let's see if he can get it done against one of the oldest gods we have in the world of StarCraft 2. As in the top left, representing Team Liquid, this is Mana.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, it is the red Protoss, it is Ariki. I always like going through like where these players are. So they're both at 1-2, so this is an elimination match.
Yes.
And right now, in regards to who have they played, Ariki did not have it easy. He had Serral first match 0-2. Yeah, and then it was DNS 2-0, so it's like, hey, that's impressive. Then at 1-1 he met Elazer, lost narrowly 1-2. So I mean, that tells me that this guy is obviously decent. If you're somewhere between beating DNS 2-0 and losing to Elazer 1-2, and Elazer at this point is a vet of the scene, isn't he? Like that.
Yeah.
And he's one of the guys that's kind of just behind Reina and Serral. Like, he's been second place at GSL versus the world, for crying out loud. That shows me that Ariki is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I think Elazer for me is like a playoff lock when it comes to these events. So to kind of take him on and to go, you know, to all three maps, that definitely gets me very excited for. It definitely gets me very excited here for Ariki. And like I say, I feel like the PvP is a nice matchup for him. And we'll see Mana going to go low ground gateway. It is obviously one of the few maps with a ramp in this map pool, so potentially to go low ground gate expand. But Ariki, he's going to go 2 gates on the high ground, and I mean, again, he loves to proxy a robo facility a lot of the time. We'll see if he wants to do it today. I mean, I think he would be very happy to kind of take a bit of aggression towards Mana's potential expansion here.
I mean, if you know he's the Robo Kid, then I hope Mana knows he's the Robo Kid. You know,
everyone knows he's the Robo Kid, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, these players have had a good day or so to prepare for this kind of stuff, and yeah, we'll be going for that. So, Wardy, you're absolutely correct. The Robo Kid added again, and Stargate will be the weapon of choice here for Mana. Top of the ramp, and he's made it so it's blocking the natural. That kind of makes me think that he also absolutely knows. And Mana's, you know, Twitch chat was talking about it yesterday. He's a man that's older than time itself. He's so old, he's my manager, and I'm bold.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, then, is we do see, wow, the fast switch up, though. As he gets up that ramp, he sees what's up, immediately a Twilight Council. So, well, we maybe get the Prism out, and we get a couple Stalkers, like, harassing in the Prism. But then the real threat is going to be going into a quick blink, perhaps. And maybe that's the magic of it. It's like, oh, you know what I'm going to do? Well, I know what I'm going to do to your response that you think is great. Well, here's the actual situation, you know? So that's very interesting. As we do have the probe up the ramp. Is nibbling up at the Stargate. And that couple of Stalkers going to go up against one another. Just firing away for a few moments. That probe will drop.
isn't, like, I find this whole game kind of strange. Like, Ariki has gone for a total wall off at the top of his ramp. Look, and he's actually, wait. Okay, it was a probe hitting that. I was like, is the Stalker hitting his own Twilight Council? Like, what's happening? But no, that's not happening. Mana is producing an Immortal, and honestly, an Immortal is kind of what he needs against all of this, right? It's just, will Mana I don't want to be thrown off guard by all of this. He looks like he's kind of responding very nicely, and overall, I think I prefer Mana's situation in this game. Like, the ball's in his court, really, to defend, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, I mean, pretty much, right? As we do see the Prism just going to come in, a few Stalkers just going to be dropping down and going after the panel for a moment. A couple Stalker shots taking damage, the Immortal coming across. And yeah, for the moment we don't really get much done, but once we hit that blink, maybe then it's going to give you the potential. He actually loses a Stalker Warp in there as he goes in just to ping the Immortal. He doesn't have a blink yet, so I don't know what the overall final plan would be.
No, me neither. I mean, getting it on cooldown can make your opponent a bit scared, I suppose, but getting a Void Ray, he's got 2 Immortals out, going up to a 3rd as well. Oh, did cancel the 3rd Immortal, or rather, in fact, who was that? Ariki making the Immortal there? I think it was for a second.
Yeah, I think so, and now we're just going to refocus on these Stalkers. Looking for the Stargate. If you get rid of that, obviously, you remove some of the production. I don't even know if I'm that worried about the Void Ray. I think, honestly, more so worried about the potential, like, you know, further Immortals, I think, really are the one thing that's going to be very strong here as 2 Immortals will dance down. Prism Micro, as now Blink is ready too. Void Ray pops. It could go after the Prism. Ariki just blinks away, realizing this is going to be a little bit too much, but time is ticking, man. He's got to do something very soon. Otherwise, Mana is just going to run away with this game.
Yeah, Mana's army's getting big. Like, this number of Stalkers is scary for Mana's units as well, though. Like, you know, they can absolutely start popping off these units. And those shield batteries, they're all a bit out of juice. He is producing a nice amount, though. Mana's still sort of trickling out probes here and there, which he has to be very careful about that. By the way, that's how late Warp Gate was for Mana. Like, he really invested a lot into just getting out these bulky units. And I think that, oh, nice snipe by Ariki. I was going to say, getting out these bulky units, I felt like it was definitely the right call for him.
Yep, you know, bulky units are generally the answer here. It's mobility versus, like, pure strength, right? And that's the dance that you're kind of playing as Ariki, but I think for Mana, just pure strength sitting on this natural generally is going to be the way to play it, as our Stalkers try and find their way up into the main base. You know what? Maybe there's an opportunity here as we blink a single Stalker forward. He's going to go find the Prism, perhaps. If you get the Prism, that obviously removes a lot of micro potential. Super Battery is available in this main base as well, and that's going to keep the Immortal alive for so long. That's so much damage taken from Ariki.
These Stalkers are all, like, battered and bruised. Granted, the number's getting really high. Mana, going to try and get out another Warp Prism over here. The Robo's very safe in his main base. But Ariki is not left with too many more opportunities here. That Oracle still being a pest in the main base of Ariki.
Yep. No, absolutely. It's just nice to have that kind of pig poking around and keeping Ariki honest. A couple more units to have to stay back at home as well. And Mana rebuilding that Prism, which gives him some more of the micro potential. Ariki again into a lot of Stalkers. We're going to send it right now. He will have the Prism to kind of micro back with, but there's just too much. I don't think the idea of breaking through here, I think, at this point is very long gone.
I mean, Mana at this point is playing some Rotty mech, isn't he? Like, that is so many Immortals. Void Ray's got a couple of Stalkers in the mix as well. Shield batteries here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, he actually has Warp Gate though, so not proper mech. As he does kill the Prism there, he is going to go for the dive. This has to do so much as Ariki, and he just doesn't have the DPS to continue through. Like, he got a couple units, but that's the issue. You get a couple and then you stall out. That's going to be your problem, or where your problem pretty much always comes from.
I mean, Mana's pro count is so damn high right now. I feel that he needs units. He's still got quite a bit of money in the bank as well. Like, there is a chance the next one that blinks on him. I mean, I'm actually kind of worried. Yeah, I misfired on the Nexus there instead of the Immortal. That's actually huge. And here, that Immortal in the back, look how strong it's standing over here. Ariki feeling the pressure. Maybe the Void Ray goes down. It certainly does. Lots of probes are pulled to make this a lot more spicy. And Mana does hold in yet again. But those probes, where are they, Wardy?
They are still fighting these Stalkers. Now Ariki is just going to say, okay, I'll take a few of your kind of eco advantages away from you. I think it's important that Mana is getting himself into a few more Stalkers, just more units in general here. that allow him to essentially protect those Immortals. So if the Immortals are targeted down, it's not just about the Immortals anymore, right? As these Stalkers, they're looking for another blink to the high ground. It's kind of an awkward map to blink to the high ground on. Like I said, I think Mana really has ticked all the boxes of this defense, and it's just waiting to hand his slip in and get given this game one at this point, because I just don't see what you really do as Arikfire. More of the same, but he's never really quite broken Mana down on like a huge kind of way, and now Mana's gonna have his own blinks. His own Stalkers are very good. He might even make a blink for the Prism, and if he gets rid of the Prism, then I think Arikfire is completely dead.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice little move by Arikfire there, triggering that stasis, which was very worrisome. Ooh, Mana with a blink forward, and 3 Immortals in the army. That is... I mean, Mana... and gets the... Oh, beautiful play. Mana takes game 1 and says, take that, Robo-Kid.
It's almost like Robo-Kid's the villain and Mana's like the superhero. He's like, take that. It makes sense with the Marvel like outfits that Liquid have as well. He's like, take that, Robo-Kid. Don't you come beating up in my town again.
As soon as you said Robo-Kid, I was like, that is way too cool to not say again in this series. Like, because he really is the Robo-Kid. Like, you said it. It's exactly what he did as a response to what he saw. And maybe not even as a response. Maybe he was going to do that anyway.
I think so, yeah.
But Mana actually played, like, that's the first time I've seen the low ground gateway expand so far while casting the last couple of days in a PvP. And we've seen a lot of PvP, but Mana handled it actually pretty damn nicely. I was worried at some points, but he actually did play that nicely.
Oh yeah, no, he absolutely did. I think he just played it well throughout. Like, he was very patient, he was very calm. He didn't really give any openings. He was prepared in the main base when Arikfire made a bigger play there. And, like, he just played it slow and steady and eventually said, okay, now it's time to start, like, getting to Stalkers, get Blink. You know, he's comfortable on the Mortals. There was never a point where it's like, oh my god, the one thing he needed to hold on to is gone, and this is maybe scary. No, because he always had enough Immortals. He always had the Void Ray was up in the sky for a long time as well initially. He just really kind of put on a bit of a textbook defense against what Arikfire did, and that led him to that game 1 advantage. So Mana from 0-2. And he was 0-5 in maps as well, remember, until yesterday he took down BattleB 2 maps back-to-back to then win that series. Maybe he really has found his groove in this competition now. As in the bottom right, our Red Protoss player trying to ruin that groove. It's Arikfire, the Robo-Kid.
And the man over in the top left, older than time itself. At 79 years old, it is Mana. I wonder if there's people that tune in that really think Mana's super old, because, I mean, they must, especially with Twitch chat also kind of going with it as well.
This is going to be when, like, a few years from now, people are going to be like, man, Reyno's like a grandpa. He's like 26 or something, you know?
Yeah, to say Mana is, suffering from 7th degree arthritis at this point, given that he's so old. He's playing some good StarCraft the last couple of series I've seen out of him. Like, the series against BattleB, it started off rough, and you were absolutely right. Like, being 1 map away from elimination since then, it feels like he's really stepped up, and he's actually playing some very good StarCraft.
Yeah, no, he's been a bit of a beast the last few games we've seen of him. As there is a probe of Mana and Arikfire both on the map, so they'll see what they want to do, see how real a proxy they may turn into, and obviously most importantly, 2 gates on the high ground from both as well, so no immediately super fast expansion looking to set up, at least not off of a single gateway. You can still obviously 2 gate expand. As Mana puts the pylon down and leaves it, Arikfire is going to do the same, so it doesn't look like either player is going to go proxying anything. And now that probably means Arikfire will robo in his main base, Ben. Maybe not, though. Maybe we actually do see something different.
I mean, absolutely could. Like, Mana will find the proxy pylon of his opponent. Like, they've both got units out and about. Actually, it's Arikfire with 2 probes out and about. Now, scouting your opponent, scouting for proxy so hardcore as well. What does that make you think he's worried about? Or maybe he's checked replays, checked info with Mana, but Mana doesn't come across as the kind of guy that's all about the proxy life, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe he's specifically afraid of like a proxy Stargate or something. Maybe feels like that could be a problem for him. As we just start up a sentry now from Arikfire. I'm kind of just watching his money, and yeah, a couple of sentries. Obviously, if you're building sentries, that means you're not going to build tech structures. So I think he just wants to expand, and that means that, yeah, he wants to make sure he's not being, like, completely all into anything first. He even put the pylon down over here, which actually sees the Stargate as well. So now as he gets these sentries up, he'll have continued scouting with hallucinations, and he is indeed free to put an expansion down. He's just going to have to be nice and defensive against oracles, and probably plays into, like, BlinG, if I had to guess from here. Oh, his own Stargate! Wow, that was not my guess in the slightest.
This game's interesting. Like, there's a few things going on here. Mana built his Stargate in range of that pylon, purely because I think he thought that Ariki was going to cancel it, and he was building Zealots initially to kind of show Ariki with the limited info, because obviously when you're building the pylon it's less, that he was building the Zealots. Then he cancelled and made the Stalkers instead, but then he just let it finish, and all of a sudden a lot of Mana's like trickery kind of goes out the window, and he's the one that's making the Oracle now, and he doesn't really know what's going on, but getting to kill 2 pylons for practically nothing early on definitely isn't too bad for yourself. Ooh, look at this. The hallucinated Phoenix immediately spots where the Oracle is going.
Yep, really nice, because it means your real Phoenix is going to be able to get straight onto it. So that's very important, because you're going to immediately push this Oracle back, force it to recall straight away, and just take away some of the map control that Mana is meant to have from having built that Stargate a little bit sooner. Drop down the Revelation. He is going to move the Stalker to the side. The Phoenix actually didn't show itself yet, so I guess Ariki is still playing with the idea that currently, you know, Mana doesn't actually know what's happening, so that's something Mana still has to hunt for now.
Yeah, I actually like how Mana's been handling the Oracle so far. Oh, I say that as he missed the second shot there to get the probe kill. But nice not committing. You see that Stargate, and it's like, oh, quick, Revelate, get out of there. And so far, this Oracle's been more of a nuisance than maybe Ariki intended. Sent out 2 hallucinations to find out what's going on. Both getting into BlinG. Ariki has been very good about chrono boosting out his probes, though. Is starting to get a little lead in the eco department.
Yeah, 37 to 32, so has the advantage there. There's obviously maybe a little bit of safety, kind of precautionary play from Mana as well, as he didn't immediately know what was up straight away. The Phoenix does get away, just takes a shot or so off some Stalkers, so not too big of a deal as we back up over the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's kind of funny going for Stargate and then just making 1 Phoenix. I wonder what the intention was for Ariki, whether it was to like smash the Oracle straight away and then do something with the Stargate, but it's a big investment. Like, Stargate is not a cheap building at all. We'll start taking a 3rd base here and still retaining that probe lead quite decently. And Mana looks like he's setting up to be aggressive. Like, I don't think he has much intention of making this the long, kind of drawn out PvP.
No, I don't think he has any intention to make this long drawn out or anything of the sort. He's actually going to proxy a gateway down. He wants to be aggressive with these Stalkers, so we clearly see what his intentions are. He already has a lot of Stalkers. In fact, an army supply lead already in his favor as he blinks on top of his opponent right now. No blink from Ariki, so he is just straight up outnumbered. Phoenix could lift 1 Stalker up, but that's a very minimal effect, and we can just see chasing forward. Mana going to jump on Warped-in units. He does not need to worry about the battery. I think he doesn't quite one-shot through the battery, but he will start to get there. Good blinks back. Super battery popped. Blinks on top of the Stalkers that are hurt. That works as well. He is going to eat probe damage, but man, he just did so much.
He really did. He was fierce. He was relentless against the youngster. You know, this was absolutely brutal from the, I was going to say the World War I war veteran over here in Mana, but very, very solid play out of Mana. Like, honestly, the first game was very rough, but now the second game, he's just bringing it. Bringing it to Ariki, and Ariki has nothing left. 12 probes falling, as well as his whole army.
A little bit of experience from Mana as well, just really kind of aggressive. Put your opponent in scary situations, right? Being aggressive just gives you chances to catch them making mistakes, and you can just see at this point, Mana continues to dish out the hurt. He continues to get so much done. Even if you start to get cleaned up at this point, you will have the economy advantage. Well, actually, the work counts are surprisingly even for everything that's gone on, but I guess he will just have the production to keep on going, especially as that nearby warp gate is helping him out a lot. Some good blinks to the high ground from Ariki, saving all of his Stalkers, but if they're such low HP, they're not going to be able to come and re-engage unless he has Super Battery back, which he is. Actually, he does have Super Battery available again. I guess the problem is if you pop it now, Mana might just target it down, or he can actually still just shoot through the Stalkers because he has enough himself. GG's. Mana takes it 2-0, and he really has been on a streak from being 0-2, 0-5 since then. He's 4-0 in maps, now 2-2 in series, and he's putting himself right back into this competition in general. Big 2-0 from Mana coming out, making a statement. And I do think that's exactly what he had to do here today.
It's absolutely what he had to do. You know, today he woke up and he chose pain, and he said, "Welcome to the big leagues, Robo Kid." And yeah, didn't get to do his Robo stuff this game. Played pretty solid in first game, but yeah, Mana, he's not the kind of player that you thought would be 0-2 in a group like this, is he? Like,
No.
Bly the first game, losing was a surprise. Losing to Spats as well. I mean, Spats is solid. He's got decent MMR on the ladder and stuff, but still, it's liquid Mana. Yeah, and so getting himself back to a 2-2 situation. And now he's absolutely got a chance to make it out. And yeah, well played, because getting yourself back in mentally from a situation like that where you're just losing everything, and you talked about it. It got to a point where the third match you're 1-0 down against Battle B, and Battle B is not easy. So good turnaround from the vet.
Great turnaround, and that's another matchup down. We only have a ZVZ left here in Europe. It's been a string of 2-0s for us. The only match that's really kind of had length to it is Gung Fu Skillous 2-1, and that was a fairly lengthy first game between those two. Otherwise, it's just been kind of firing up a storm of StarCraft. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. That doesn't affect us right now. We might have to wait a bit before we get to Americas, which is scheduled for 1 hour's time. I'm just not exactly convinced that BlinG Elazer is going to take up an hour. So we'll see, though. Maybe BlinG finds a way. Maybe he doesn't pull his drones and 12 pool every single game. We'll find out next, as BlinG and Elazer will take each other on in some ZVZ to round out Europe for the day. We will be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to the European regional of the ESL Masters of Winter. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Demu. Our next game coming up is actually the one that I've been secretly looking forward to for most of the day. I'm a bit of a BlinG fanboy. It's been a while since we've really seen him play. And I saw him posting about it a couple of days ago, right? When we first got started with this tournament. He was like, guys, I haven't played the game in about half a year. My first opponent is Mana. Let's see how it goes. Guess what? 2-0s him with some of the dirtiest strategies in a while.
I mean, like, BlinG was always a strange guy to me in that he grinded absolutely every tournament there ever was. Like, I think at some point he had the record for like most tournaments games played of any player across any esports, something ridiculous like that. But the way that he approached StarCraft was so strange, and you know, we're going to see it straight away from him, spawning over in the top left of gold in order to get things going. It is Team Liquid's Elazer.
And down here in the bottom right, going for a cheeky little 12 pool, it's Mr. BlinG. Easily the cheesiest Zerg to have ever played this game at a high level. I think even as Elazer, right? Elazer is certainly the favorite going into this one, but you're never going to make the assumption that you're automatically going to walk all over BlinG. Because BlinG comes up with his own build orders and strategies that oftentimes the strategies don't even really make sense, but somehow he makes it work. Like against Mana at the time, he was doing some crazy Swarm Host and Nidus. Oh, actually, no, he skipped the Nidus Swarm with this one. There was all kinds of weird stuff going on. And now I guess we're going for what? A proxy hatchery and Zerg versus Zerg? Oh, we're going for the gold base. Isn't that what we're doing?
So I think this is actually going to be a big drone pull, and I think he's going to go for the spine crawler. I think.
Okay.
That'd be my guess here with what he's going for, but
this is so early.
I mean, you get it around the map just so you avoid all the overlord potential. But the way that Elazer's done his build, he did quite a bit of like extractor tricking.
It's a proxy spine crawler, Ben. Is that what you expected?
I did not expect the proxy spine crawler, but I mean, it's a play. It's a play, isn't it? Like that is definitely wild from BlinG. I mean, I'm happy that you were looking forward to this game. He's not pulling drones with this, by the way, either. Like this is just making a lot of lings. Gonna go for a hatchery most likely at his natural or at the gold after all this. This Overlord, does it see?
No, I don't think Elazer has seen this at all. This is the first time that he will see these units, and he's not going to expect a spine crawler at all. Elazer's going to have to evacuate. That natural expansion is in a world of trouble right here for Elazer. I mean, you can see that he started droning as those links were already running across because he had no idea. Now he sees the spine crawler, gets 5 damage in. Look at the body blocking.
Solid body blocking, solid body. I mean, Elazer's definitely going to be like, what the hell just happened? Like, what? How did that get here? Like, you know how it got there, but it's just the fact that it's happened. And
yeah,
I mean, is
this the right move? I honestly am not sure that pulling all the drones here to fight this. I guess it's fine, but he really needs to clean this up. He's very committed to defending this now, and he's losing tons of drones.
He certainly is. I mean, 10 drones, 11 drones falling, and Elazer holds, but not the way he wanted. Not the way he wanted at all. There's only a few extra lings on the field, and BlinG's actually ahead in drones right now. But one thing that he is behind on is the fact that queen count. Like, queens, he's actually... In fact, when I say that, Elazer didn't start another queen yet. I mean...
No, he killed the one queen at home, right? Or he killed the one queen over on the Elazer's side of the map. So I think it's mostly just the larva count that's slightly different here for BlinG. I mean, now he's finished up the expansion, but this is already, in case you haven't seen a lot of StarCraft 2 over the years, this is what BlinG does. Yep. I don't think this is the optimal way to open up, but he certainly throws a curveball.
I mean, it's one of those games where I actually kind of respect the decision. Gonna lose a drone here to these links, and this is absolutely what Elazer needs, because BlinG is actually ahead right now. Just, I think he's gathered more minerals overall, or at least not lost as many. Losing an Overlord, though, to this very, very rambunctious queen over here, that's a big deal. And that's Elazer's only queen right now. So using that like that instead of to inject, that actually cost Elazer quite a bit of lava time, but I guess his economy's been so crap that it's okay.
Yeah, he's got enough larvae, I guess, coming in, just popping out of those hatcheries very slowly to still sustain himself. This is risky though, right? Because, I mean, he saw, I guess, the gas timing of the opponent, but there's a good chance that BlinG's gonna follow this up with more. We're just gonna play Link Speed now? Interesting. We're just gonna play this as if it was a macro game?
Absolutely. I mean, what better way for BlinG to approach the game? Like, yeah, he started off crazy, did some damage. In fact, did a lot of damage, man. Like 11 drones falling. That is nuts.
Yeah, how do you prepare for that as well, right? That is one of those crazy strategies.
Well, I'll have you know that I played against a certain barcode during my break, and the barcode turned out to be BlinG. And you know, I got to see the match history after the game, and it was a lot of games in a very short period of time that were all 3 minutes long.
We all know what that means.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my goodness.
You can
like,
queue 12 games an hour? I didn't even know that was possible. It's like, yeah, if your average game is about 4 minutes, that's very doable.
Dude, it's so funny to me. Like, the greatest trick that BlinG has ever pulled is somehow, despite being BlinG the whole time, he still manages to catch people off guard. Still. Despite you knowing something's going to happen. Like, people will often say, or they'll say things like, chess players are really smart, or like, you know, StarCraft 2 players are really smart and stuff. But the fact that BlinG is still able to pull off this kind of stuff 13 years after release, that is just amazing to me.
He's going for a Roach follow-up right now off of 42 workers, which is a pretty respectable economy. The only thing that's kind of like making me scratch my head is the fact that he doesn't have a lair. So, is this a hatchery-based Roach all-in without like an armor upgrade or anything like that? If that's the case, why did we go for the Link Speed upgrade? Are we gonna... Do we have a Bailing Nest? No, what are we gonna use the gas on? Are we...
Ravages. I think he's...
Yeah.
I think that's his only option here, isn't it? Getting an Evo this late as well.
Yeah.
Now that's strange, but I dare say he's going to march very far across the map. Okay, now he's just making the Ravagers straight away. I mean, this absolutely...
There's no vision. Like, he just pushed back that Overlord. Sorry to cut you off, but he just pushed back that Overlord with the Queen.
Yeah, this is... I mean, luckily, Elazer is producing nothing but units right now, and that's exactly what he needs to do. But his big investment here, the +1, the Roach speed, the lair itself, that's a lot of money that might not be done in time for this amount of units. But he does get to see it. One of the Queens was a little bit adventurous, but this is going to be a hard spot to fight in.
That Roach Warren's very exposed here, Ben. I'm a little bit afraid for that one. That is the one unit you need to shut this down.
Oh. Getting on top of these Ravagers, though. BlinG with not too much movement on them. And oh my god, all those Lings just melted.
Yeah. No Roach speed, though, so Elazer can't really go across the map and chase this down very easily. I mean, he can, but it's very risky. Yeah, so because the Roach speed got denied, he decides to turn around and give BlinG another chance in this game. And ultimately, it's not like this is like a 32 drone push or whatever, right? This is him having a reasonable amount of workers. BlinG has got a third base as well, whereas Elazer does not. Elazer right now going into Link speed, but he really needs to make another Roach Warren here. Like, okay, he already made it. I was going to say, where's that thing? He needs to start up Roach speed in that case.
Yeah, he was actually quite quick about it. And he does have +1 on his units. He's also morphing a lot of his damaged Roaches into Ravagers, which I think is a good play here. But this is the one place that's very scary against BlinG. Most players would absolutely go Eco because it's the best choice. But because BlinG knows that that's the best choice, BlinG says, no, I'm going again. And very often that kind of thought pattern is the one that makes you go, oh, damn it, I just got BlinG'd. And even though he is getting some things behind this, like after making a lot of units and seeing that Elazer's being very careful behind it, he is actually macroing up to that lair that he definitely needs.
Generally, when you're playing Roach versus Roach, you have Overlords out on the map everywhere. But if you look at Elazer's vision at this point, there's just not a lot of it. Ooh, free Zerglings here as well.
Weird that Elazer invested in Link speed this late in the game, by the way.
Yeah, I think he just lost the Links and then cancelled it, because it's just not really worth it here.
No,
he did finish up the upgrade. Okay.
Yeah, he upgraded it. I think it was one of those things where it's like, maybe I'll need to reinforce. Like, I'll do a big roach push, and maybe I won't have the gas, given that my third has been delayed for so long. Because he's still on 2 base here, Loco. Like, this is not a comfortable situation. And we do see a Spire on the way for BlinG. So he knows that his opponent has been limited base-wise. BlinG knows, like, tech-wise, he's a little bit behind here. Elazer's just going to ship it. 2-1 roaches. He's going to be kind of gas-starved because, you know, no third base in sight. But BlinG, he's hoping for mutas.
Yeah, this is a really big attack though here for Elazer. Oh my god, we're gonna even target fire down that natural expansion that was damaged a long time ago. The Roach Army actually came back home and he does get the natural. I think Elazer should have shifted. I think he should have gone straight across the map. These links have now bought so much time that the Spire is just seconds away from finishing. I mean, mutas alone though are gonna take forever killing +1 armored roaches.
Yeah, Elazer's very lucky that he has these good upgrades, but he has to start making... I mean, he only has 1 hatchery alive to make queens back at home, but, I mean, this is a large amount of units that he can deal a lot of damage with, isn't it? And they're 2-1 as well. He's got a massive upgrade lead. But BlinG has a lot.
Yeah, BlinG has been making a lot of roaches, and now mutas are coming on the back of this as well. Mutas ultimately will kill this, but the question is how much damage can Elazer do in the meantime? He's taking a couple balls to the face as well on the right as well as on the left. Ravagers are going to start target firing this down. Now Elazer realizes that this was a one-way trip. That third base also ended up getting sniped here too. But yeah, now the roaches are going to start going to town right here on the economy, I believe. At least they should. We're going to try and get some lucky biles in on some of those mutas. Elazer may actually be able to equalize the damage done here, to be honest. These roaches are going to take a while, though I say that. The mutas are just chipping away.
The mutas are dealing damage. They absolutely are. But BlinG's eco is definitely getting shafted. And look at BlinG's supply as well. 80 out of 172. The boy definitely overmade overlords here. And these mutas, in this kind of economic situation, this is going to be a horrible game for Elazer to play. Also, for the past few minutes, BlinG has been out mining his opponent. And Elazer, he wants to shift it about. He wants to say, okay, getting queens, I'll be defensive. He's actually killed every queen that BlinG had here as well. Killed the third base. And if he does get into Tunneling Claws, Loco, that's the kind of game where I kind of start favoring it for Elazer, despite it being very, very wild at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a bit of a crazy one here though, right? So with the new patch, generally we see a lot more Hydra transitions against roaches, but you rarely see mutas out against a Zerg player who's just on 2 bases, right? So I'm not exactly sure if Elazer can really afford a transition right now towards any sort of Hydras. He's going to try and sneak out a third base once again, but I think that's going to be really difficult to pull off. He's going to jump the queens with both the roaches as well as the mutalisks. They have a lot of energy available, but once they are gone, there's not anything else here to really protect these bases other than, I guess, the spore crawlers. Still, though, this is a very deep dive, and, well, how many mutas have gone down? Only actually 2 in total.
And he's really doubling down on the mutas as well. Getting the upgrade, more mutas join the field, and Elazer. Oh, it's a little bit sloppy, isn't it, from the veteran over here? Like a very we don't know BlinG, like what kind of shape he's in, but so far he's giving these guys a real run for their money in a very BlinG fashion.
Yeah, these roaches, they're on a one-way trip. I mean, they're gonna finish Burrow here in about 30 seconds, but I've got a feeling that all of them are going to be dead by the time that they can finally get on the ground. That is kind of painful here, but Elazer just sacrificing these units. In the meantime, there is a counterattack as well in the next hatch.
He's hitting his hatch with his roaches. He's making a lot of mistakes. He also attacked the rocks there that you see damaged with his queens earlier when the mutas pounced. So, yeah, Elazer's feeling the pressure.
And this is what BlinG does, right? Like, he throws all these weird moves at the opponent, or at least something that you don't regularly practice against. And while I think we would all agree that in a standard game, Elazer is favored, like, probably 95 out of, like, 100. Like, it's very extreme. But in a situation like this, when everything is just so weird, BlinG is the one who feels more comfortable. You can see that Elazer really is struggling. He's making uncharacteristic mistakes that really shouldn't be made at this level of play.
I think as soon as BlinG has to start defending, though, against Elazer, like, even though, for all intents and purposes, it's not a bad situation with BlinG, I think this is when he's going to start really suffering. But the fact is, BlinG has been playing a good game so far against Elazer, and that muta count, 16, Loco. Like, if he is to take a fight, he's absolutely going to obliterate the number of queens that Elazer has right now. The only thing that's keeping Elazer alive against them is these spores.
Yeah, like what are the best options here for Elazer to fight the mutas? Well, it's either like a fungal growth with some sort of Hydra or Queen follow-up or parasitic bomb. But on this economy, that is not something that Elazer is even thinking about. He wants it, but he just doesn't have the money for it. So this becomes an awkward game where you're not really able to move out very easily anymore. He's trying to tunnel roaches across, and he did sneak out a bunch more once again. At the bottom of the map, we do have a round of roaches. They could actually get quite a bit of damage done. There are some defensive units available as well here for Elazer. Once again, working on more of the queens. Most importantly, though, Elazer did secure that third base again.
Oh, they're both taking a lot of damage from each other, except these mutas, those drones were not pulled for quite some time. Elazer kind of focused on the other side of the map, I do believe, and oh my goodness, that was a drone massacre over there. Bly feeling confident enough to whip out a lot of drones himself now, fighting with roaches on that side of things. I mean, Bly's handing it to Elazer this game. Elazer's trying to be nice and sneaky with the tunneling claws and stuff, and I think that is the one thing that is keeping him in it, but oh, bloomin' hell.
Yeah. Nah, really cool stuff here by Bly. You know what I've noticed over the years, Ben? Generally, StarCraft players aren't very good at thinking on the fly, right? StarCraft players are very good at grinding out strategies and analyzing replays and then figuring out what they should do better next time. But this is one of those games where Elazer is playing and he has to actively think while he's playing about what his next move is. And that's usually when those macro mechanics start crumbling. Look at the amount of gas available right now here for our blue Zerg. He's got 2,400 gas, desperately trying to stay alive. Props to him, though, because I think the majority of the Zerg players out there would have crumbled under the pressure already. And he did now secure a third hatchery here as well. That hatch is up and running. He did lose a lot of workers, but ultimately he still has a fighting chance in this game. It's gonna be Hydras. They're a bit easier with the new patch to get going, but it's not the most reliable answer, even against Mutalist, right? Because sometimes you just get overwhelmed, and then the mutas just kill everything, especially with +1. If he, yeah, he's already decided to go into +2 here as well for these flyer units. It's a difficult army to overwhelm. You really do need like a fungal growth or something to reliably get it done, but I don't think that's something Elazer is gonna look for here. I think he's just gonna make one really large Roach Hydra army and then, well, shove.
I'm really worried for Elazer at this point. That one spore is keeping him in this against that number of users, and oh, that's a good amount of transfuses there. Elazer really needed them. Now he needs to get the creep spread going in this main base just to make sure these queens can move about. But I'm almost feeling like an infestation pit would not go amiss for Elazer at this point, you know? Bly does see the Hydras, and he's like, you know what's good against Hydras? Banelings. And I mean, that's kind of a natural transition for him. The Hydra's kind of getting caught out a little bit, but Elazer's quick enough to bring the queens to the fight as well.
Honestly, a very cool game of StarCraft. Ultimately,
Absolutely.
though, yeah, Elazer is building up a pretty scary army, but I'm with you. I think he needs some sort of spellcaster, because he can move across the map with like a big Roach Hydra army, but we've seen that go wrong so many times over the years where, yeah, you get your big army going, and then suddenly the Banelings swoop in from the side. Obviously, Elazer, if he decides to push, has very limited vision. So if Banelings connect with the Hydras, the Mutas will just clean up everything else.
Yeah, it's like Elazer is not at the woods by any means, and like this whole game, Elazer's probably felt like I'm behind economically, and the way that Bly's been macroing up has been to just make a lot of units and to be on a fairly low drone count. Resources lost have Bly's actually lost more and taken a fight against the Hydras. I mean, seeing that the queens weren't there, that was optimistic to say the least.
Yeah, he purposely did that too. He decided to dive in because he was microing those units there. I don't think that was optimal. But ultimately, he's lost, yeah, 14 mutas throughout this game, but he's got a solid amount. Okay, so there's that infestation pit you were talking about. One fungal growth, and keep in mind, infestors now spawn with energy for a fungal growth. One fungal here, and this can be over. He does already have tunneling claws as well, so yeah, with the burrow upgrade, Elazer can just hide them underground. There's not a lot of detection here for Bly, so it could still, he's got some overseers in the mix, but it's very easy to still miss any infestors that are burrowed. This can still go south very easily here for Bly.
It definitely can. Like his army, it's all about, well, I mean, he's just adding a lot of Banelings, getting that speed. I wouldn't be surprised if Bly is just like, you know what? The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for me. I'm just going to go, go, go. And Elazer, despite being so under pressure, he's getting a hive. and probably thinking about Vipers. You know, I'm still hoping that a few Infestors joined, because if there's one thing that Ling Muta Baneling sucks against, it is absolutely Infestors, and he has so much gas to use here, Loco.
Yeah, Vipers would be awesome for sure, but they're still a little while away, and I'm with you. BlinG may very well be thinking about going for a big attack here. Although I say that, there's 29 Banelings. Yeah, they're moving right now, and actually Elazer had something in the middle of the map to spot that. So Elazer knows that his army is at the very least on its way. It's critical for those roaches to tank for the Banelings.
And that's just what they're doing. Like, the roaches held on pretty strong. I mean, the Banelings are starting to leak through, but where are your Mutas? They are not involved in this fight. In fact, the Mutas, what are they fighting against over there? A good bunch of Queens? I mean, I think they will edge out in that fight, but oh my goodness, this was messy.
Yeah, those roaches were in the perfect place right there. I think that couldn't really have gone much better for Elazer than it did, and it's still looking very, very sketchy for him. Mutas and roaches on the production tab here for BlinG. Normally we see kind of a commitment into both, or into one, not into both. But anyways, Elazer ultimately is going up into a Viper here. Now Vipers with Parasitic Bomb deal 120 damage to clumped up units. Mutas have 120 life. So technically it's a great choice. It's just that it's taken 20 minutes to get here. Counterattack. I don't really love this counterattack, to be honest. I mean, the +2 flyer upgrade here for these Mutas is insane.
Yeah, I don't think Elazer likes it right now either. This is taking a bit of a beating. And now the roach count from BlinG is actually bigger than Elazer's, which is very problematic. Granted, the Hydras are still a damn good back line. And ground upgrade-wise, BlinG's struggling. He's only on 1 carapace here, so his army is definitely not that well upgraded. Elazer can finally start mining off his 3rd and 4th base here, but Elazer's actually not got 1 queen out on the field.
Okay, well, he's seen the Hive at the very least. He's gonna go after the Hydralisks then, so that one will be gone. Where are those Vipers? That's the question I've got right now. Okay, they're coming in from the left side over here. Very risky, but here come the Banelings and the Roaches as well.
And that is a low health hatchery. Like, BlinG can just snipe that, but he's gonna go for the drones here, and we'll get quite a few drones for his troubles. The parasitic bombs start landing here, and those Mutas, they are clumped up, Loco. They're clumped up. Okay, he splits across a few of the units here, but those Mutas have to get on out of there. This is such a clown fiesta.
Wait, he fires up 7 more Mutas? I thought the H for the Muta ended like 5 minutes ago, and BlinG's like, you know what? My opponent has got Vipers out. This is an excellent moment for me to go ahead and make even more as he snipes another base. This 4th over here, it has been, well, burning for a little bit. There is no way that it's gonna stay alive, right? I've got a feeling units are gonna slip through the cracks and kill that here.
I mean, this game's wild. Like, BlinG is still absolutely in this. He's still got a supply advantage. He's been economically ahead for a long time. Resources lost tab, he definitely hasn't been efficient about it. But, you know, those Mutas do regenerate very nicely. And if those Hydras take a bad fight, Elazer's out. But that's the base. It's gone.
Yeah. That is so much damage being done right here by BlinG. The Vipers are once again flying on this direction, but okay, well, that should be a pretty easy split, all things considered. But yeah, no, I thought they were only gonna grab the absolute top one right there, but somehow one of them managed to get into the center of that clump. Mutas do regenerate very rapidly outside of combat, much faster than other Zerg units, so they're gonna be able to regen life here eventually, but what a game are we watching?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. BlinG has a bunch of, I almost want to say low-tech units here, just a lot of Mutas, and I feel that Elazer's made this whole game very tricky, but it's also BlinG's magic power. He just makes you feel very unsafe the whole time. You don't know where you are, and it's very obviously been happening to Elazer, and BlinG, he's only got 1 gear right now, and it is go, go, go. Like, lots more Banelings coming in. Even though it's just 10 Hydras to worry about, he's just said, I'm not going to... In fact, he is getting upgrades. He is getting +1 range here. 8 Overlords booted up as well, given that he's supply blocked a good 23 minutes into the game. I mean, it's ridiculous, Loco.
You were mentioning he had too many Overlords about 10 minutes ago. I think that's also the last time he made an Overlord. But now he once again hit a block. I think just pure Roach bailing here is not a bad choice, as he does decide to shove forward right now on the other side of the map.
Going on. And
big blinding cloud. Ooh, that was painful. Banelings here hunting for drones, but there's only 25 in total. We're gonna just kill the base? This
not.
isn't a planetary fortress?
Oh, this game is so wild, man. Like,
This started, I just want to remind you guys, this started with a proxy spine crawler.
yeah, absolutely did. And this is one of those games, right, where I think Elazer's going to lose, but he has looked like the better player losing. But still, Bly has brought him down to his level, man. He really has.
Yeah, so here's Elazer going for his final attack. He needs to win with this army. GG is called because it's not big enough. And in what is definitely my favorite game of the day, it's Bly who obtains the victory in game number 1. This is a best of 3 series. I'm excited to see what he's got prepared for us in game 2, because that was crazy.
It was ridiculous, man. It was ridiculous. Like, there are certain games that are so dirty, so, ridiculous, and this was absolutely one of them. Like, I love the proxy spine crawler hatchery thing, because, you don't often see that. And it's kind of because the spine crawler turns up with half health. But, I mean, it's still ridiculously strong. Like, I saw a few things from Elazer there that weren't the best. Like, when that spine crawler's up, it's dealing good damage, but it has, if I'm not mistaken, is it 2 or 3 armor? But he had his queen focusing it the whole time instead of like other units, which queens, for those that don't know, they have 2 attacks with 4 damage against ground units, aka the queen absolutely is dealing its worst damage to that spine above any other unit. So I really feel that Elazer probably hasn't played against that in such a long time that he kind of dealt with it badly, and he lost 11 drones as a result, and he got himself into a position that he just did not want to find himself in.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, right? Like, Bly plays those strategies that in theory aren't the most optimal ones, but because the opponents never play against it, they also don't know what the optimal response is, right? And you can take small little edges here and there that just ultimately lead to a big advantage. It's those strange build orders that can really throw the opponent off. But I'm with you. Like, I think if you practice against that proxy spine crawler build, you can probably not lose 12 drones, but maybe only lose like 7. And suddenly that game looks entirely different, because Elazer's economy would be way bigger and any follow-up attack would just be much easier to hold. But anyways, this is what Bly does, man. I like that he mentioned that he didn't play StarCraft for half a year and then he still brings out games like this. I mean, do we believe him on his word? Do you really think he hasn't played a lot of StarCraft in half a year? Because he was strong.
He was also sloppy. Like, he was ahead for a long time. And you've seen players in this tournament where it's like Skillous against Gung Fu, where he had the good start, then the stasis was huge, and we made a long game out of it because it kind of did feel like he was the better player. But yeah, Bly, like, if you kill 11 drones without opening and you're still like struggling to win it out, just yeah. I feel that maybe he's absolutely being honest, but it's also like Bly has played almost more tournament games than anybody else, still doing this. It's not as if he's quote unquote up to date on the new meta. He's just playing Bly meta. Like, he really is, but he does make for fun games, man. Spawning over in the top right here on Alcyone, or Alky1 as Rotterdam does like to call it, it is Elazer.
I believe it's pronounced Alcyone. I think that's it.
Alcyone? Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like I think it's like okay, I'm gonna get the astronomical term wrong, but I think it's like a solar system some distance away from ours. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, of course. How didn't I know this?
Yeah, I don't know. I googled this. Don't. Oh, we're gonna go goal first here. Okay, his opponent in the bottom left. Sorry, our introduction apparently I got messed up. It's Mr. Bly, who's now gonna go for an 18 supply gold base first right here on this map.
Ooh, look what Elazer's doing as well. He's actually taking out those minerals, and I think he's also going to go for a gold base. Now this gets spicy here, Loco, because if he takes that, their bases are pretty damn close to one another.
Yeah, no, they've effectively become neighbors. The Overlord scouting patterns are going to see this eventually, but it's going to be a while.
They are, and if there's one thing that I've learned in my pretty long history of StarCraft 2 is sometimes, you want to cheese the cheeser, but Blying Bly in this kind of situation, I don't know, man. I mean, Bly, in fact, okay, he's pulling a lot of drones over to his gold base right now, so he's actually playing the greedier game here. And also, look how late his spawning pool is with all of this. Like, Elazer, I feel that maybe he was on to something here with how greedy BlinG was going to be, or how extreme BlinG was going to be, rather.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a pretty good point, but I don't really know exactly how these borders just line up. Instant Baneling Nest here for Elazer. That's actually very quick. His Link Speed and Bane Nest are so much faster.
And just remember, like, he has not brought his drones, or at least as many drones over to that base. In fact, he's not brought anything. It's almost like a launching pad for him to get stuff done. But for the time being, BlinG's economy is better. Like, so I'm actually starting to get a little bit worried for Elazer in this kind of situation, because if BlinG kind of makes a read here, gets like a defensive spine on the go and stuff, which he can afford, Elazer could be in trouble.
I'm with you. Yeah, he decides to go for a Roach Warren. Keep in mind, though, that Elazer can just run by this location altogether, because this main base and that gold are so far apart.
He does start a Spine Crawler as well. I mean, BlinG, as much as I've been critical, he's making some decent reads here. Like, this is all kind of instinct for him, and that's what happens when you try and BlinG a BlinG. Like, you're playing his game, you're in his world, but that is a lot of speedlings on this front door, and that Spine Crawler, it's very exposed. And those drones, they are doing what they don't want to be doing. They're fighting against some little lingy boys, and hold position micro will keep them alive for a bit longer, but BlinG is not staying in this game for long unless these roaches can get out and do something, which that's going to be a lot of roaches.
Yeah, but the problem is the Lings in blue have now made their way on over towards towards the main base right here of BlinG. Most of the roaches of Elazer, or of BlinG rather, are over at the gold base, so all of this gets very confusing. I think if he had just like 15 more seconds and those roaches would have started up rather than Zerglings, this would have been a whole lot better for BlinG. Keep in mind that Elazer is doing this off of just 17 workers. He's got barely any drones himself, but I think the trades have been more than good enough for him. Just the economy here for BlinG is just, not good enough.
And the main enemy of the Spine Crawler, some Banelings, and BlinG at 25 supply with only 10 drones alive is losing to a large amount of Ling. And Elazer can kind of say to himself, or at least start smiling to himself, all right, I lost that game one. Bit sad about it, but at least I blind the BlinG.
Yeah. I like the idea of turning the word BlinG into a verb here. Because it definitely is an entirely different playstyle. But Elazer, I think he almost predicted that this was gonna happen, you know? Like, it's a map with a gold base that is accessible relatively easily. Can BlinG really take or withstand the temptation, right? Like, that is just a little bit too much for him to pass up on, so... Elazer going for the faster Baneling Nest, and the spawning pool and the link speed and everything ultimately just gave him the units here that he needed, and those kills over at the gold base. Well, I think if he was 10 seconds later, it wouldn't have worked out. They're gonna allow him to win here. Game number 2, it goes in favor of Elazer.
Yeah, and at 8 supply, that's when BlinG tapped out. BlinG GG timing, absolutely, but... Yeah, I mean, that was actually really risky by Elazer to do something like that in a game like this, I feel. Granted, it worked out, but it was absolutely one of those games that could have fell flat on its face if, you know, the initial Spine Crawler was earlier, or, you know, something like that. Didn't go for the roaches.
Yeah. I don't like the roaches very much there, because those bases are so far apart. Yeah, you have to defend both location, and Ling Bane can sort of do that. Not even very comfortably, but roaches just can't wander in between those bases, right? So it would just take forever to actually defend both locations. But I think he saw his opponent's Ling Bane, so he's like, I guess I need to make another choice there, and I may need to try and get some tanker units out instead. Yeah, wasn't quite ideal right there, but nicely done by Elazer, of course. Indeed, out BlinG, going for the gold base. Maybe slightly slower, but still going for it nice and early.
And third map of this series, actually one of the bigger ones in the pool, if I'm not mistaken, Equilibrium, will be going forward here. And honestly, if I was BlinG, it is a map with a gold base on it.
Yes. So
there is absolutely room for shenanigans and room for Elazer to be
It's got a high-yield Vespian gas too, right? I think.
Yes, and, you know, BlinG has showcased in many of his series in this tournament that the boy loves mutas. And with you being able to rocket ship that on a map like Equilibrium, it's, quite tricky,
curious to see what we're gonna do here. I'm a little surprised Elazer let this map and then the previous one slip through the vetoes, because I feel like those are like the craziest ones that we have for this matchup in the current map pool. And Elazer was like, yeah, you know what? I'll go ahead and play that against BlinG. Why not?
I actually like this one against BlinG just because it's so big. Like,
yeah,
I can't.
This one makes a lot more sense for sure.
Yeah, I can't imagine you 12 pooling on this map. And I said that with bated tongue because it's BlinG. But anyway, spawning over in the top left-hand side of equally Briam, it is Elazer. Damn, I said it too close to what it's meant to be. I want to go equali Briam.
Equali Brian.
Yeah, exactly.
His opponent in the top right, indeed not taking... He's not able to withstand the temptation of that gold base. We have none other than BlinG.
I mean, watching BlinG play is a treat, man. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a very different brand of StarCraft, Like, you can wake up, grab your cereal that you like, but sometimes, you want a little bit of extra. You want some syrup, or you want some whatever on your oatmeal, and then BlinG, he's like, syrup? Let's just give you like Cocoa Pops. Let's just really buzz out the sugar, and yeah, it's just cool to see every now and then. And Elazer's going to go for a gold base as well. He's just gone for a much safer gold base. Like, BlinG's done a lot of extractor cancelling.
It's an interesting decision for sure. Elazer really matching BlinG's energy here in game number 2 and 3. BlinG's already transferring drones now, and he's instantly going for that rich Vespian Geyser. So the golden minerals, they return 7 a trip rather than a conventional 5. The high yield Vespian Geyser, however, does 8 a trip rather than a conventional 4, which means that you get an absurd amount of income from this base. Luckily here, though, for Elazer, he's going to be able to make use of that as well, because if he just would have gone for a regular expansion, this would be a disaster for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Elazer, or rather BlinG's builds, he kind of lines them up very nicely economically, because we look at that eco, and that graph for him is definitely going to be boosting up very nicely. Going to go for the same kind of setup again, except this time, you kind of mentioned it already, he's got a very rich Vespian gas, and with the same amount of drones out, he's just mining quite a bit more than Elazer. Elazer actually like 400 minerals down per minute. He's got his gas set up in the main, and yeah, he's not rivaling BlinG on those numbers right now.
So it's once again going to be Ling Bane right here for Elazer. It's going to be Ling Roach for BlinG, it looks like, which is an interesting decision. This gold base is also accessible from the back, which is, I guess, why we have that Roach Warren building over there to create almost like a bit of a semi-wall, because Banelings can wander in there. I kind of like the idea of the Queen protecting that area, as weird as it is, but Elazer's thinking about just going for the main base of BlinG here instead, because, I mean, all the defenses seem to be over at that base. That's where the Roaches are coming up too. What about the main?
This is very smart by Elazer to utilize this, and that's a lot of drones pulled, and those Banelings, the first shot is juicy. The Queen falling as well very quickly, and look at that. BlinG caught with his pants down, and yet again, and Roaches, I mean, I almost forgot to mention, BlinG was actually supply blocked for a good little bit of time there. There is a lot of Roaches coming out, but the damage has been done. The floodgates are kind of open at this point. Those Roaches have got a long way across the map. Nice micro by BlinG, though, to turn most of these damaged Roaches into Ravagers. And in fact, keeping a lot of them alive here. This didn't go without a cost for Elazer, but it's a long road across the map, Loco.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with these slow Roaches and Ravagers. I mean, it's going to take a while for them to get much done, and I don't even really know if he can march. He may very well give it a try. He did sneak out quite a few workers throughout all of this, so it's important here for Elazer to not overestimate his advantage, because that's something we see all the time. For a little while there, he was effectively doubling his opponent's economy, right? But with worker numbers this low, it's very easy to assume you're very far ahead. Okay, well, BlinG has sort of evened this up once again, though, despite those losses. But it makes me think that going for the faster pool here is definitely the right move.
Yeah, those Banelings, and Elazer gets to the main base, gets a spot that there was a Baneling nest being attempted. BlinG with nothing to look at will lose 8 drones. That is huge. I mean, get some damage done on the gold base of Elazer, but Elazer's kind of eating BlinG from the inside out. This is really good play out of Elazer, and those Banelings have more than kept Elazer in this game, but he still has to be careful. 13 drones versus 7 right now. I mean, this is a very brutal game. That's a lot of Lings, but not a good surface area to be fighting. He needs to get a wraparound on these Ravagers.
Using the opponent's golden minerals here against him. I think ultimately, though, Elazer is going to be able to get rid of these units. And these drones are going to be able to return back to mining. Now, both players are awkwardly trying to re-drone this up. Yeah, I like everything that Elazer is doing here, despite the fact that it's still a very risky game. Okay, we get one more drone on our way out, which is like 5%, more than 5% of Elazer's economy here. But ultimately, he's just got much more supply and much more army here, right? And yeah, that main base is already gone, so I guess now BlinG can mostly just focus on defending over here. I don't think he's going to tap out anytime soon, but it's still risky.
I mean, that's mainly because it's Bly, though, isn't it? As opposed to, like, the chances being slim. I mean, that's a lot of Roaches, but that's a lot of Lings getting on top of everything. Bly's going to try and do everything that he can to hold on here, but Elazer's feeling it. He can feel that he has snatched this game, and Bly, look at that supply. He won't GG until he's at 4. GG is called. Elazer does take it, but it was not easy or smooth for him in this series.
No. Elazer really had to take off the gloves there and just bring it to BlinG. He just decided to fight fire with fire there, and it ultimately ended up working, but that is not the style of Elazer that we normally see from him at all. Normally he likes playing that more macro-focused style with the occasional cheese, right? But apparently against BlinG, the best way to fight him is with his own strategies.
I mean, it's super impressive that Bly almost made it out of this group, by the way. Or when I say almost, he almost made it out by 2-0ing mana, then he lost 0-2 Spirit, 2-1 Spats, and then he was 1-0 ahead against Elazer. Like, that'd have been an incredible and a massive upset if he was to have made it like that. Granted, he still has a chance, which, yeah, for Bly fans out there, yeah, he still absolutely has a chance and is in the tournament.
Alrighty, guys, that is going to wrap up the European section for today's live stream. We've still got 3 best of 3s coming your way as well on the North American server. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I believe there's about a 15-minute break until those games begin, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
So we started today with the Asian server, then we switched on over to Europe, and now we're going to close the day off with 3 best-of-3 series on the North American region. With me is, of course, Mr. Demu. We're going to be starting off with Disc versus Elazer. What are your thoughts, man?
I think both these players are very good, actually. Like, Elazer has been kind of the prince of the Latin American scene for a long time, kind of been in Special Shadow. And he's been incredibly consistent. I mean, there was one season where he lost to Eric 3-0 very unexpectedly, but in general, he's been a good prince of that region. Disc, on the other hand, like NA for a long time has very much belonged to Neeb, Scarlet, Estrella. Neeb's out of the picture these days, and Disc, I still think he absolutely belongs to that echelon of the layer just behind them. And I'm going to talk about some of the players that they've beaten and lost to thus far. It's actually a little bit surprising. So Disc beat Massa 2-0, then Estrella 2-1. So then he lost to Scarlet. Yeah, then he lost to Scarlet 0-2. So he's arguably already played against like 2 of the best 3 or 4 players of this region. Now going up against Elazer, which could be the other best player of this region. You know, he's not had an easy run whatsoever. Elazer, on the other hand, beat Uko 2-0, beat Cham 2-0, then lost to his all-time nemesis Special 2-0. So, yeah, it's going to be fun to see how these players really duke it out against one another.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Elazer play against a Protoss in this particular tournament just yet, so we'll see where he is currently at as far as that goes. But you're definitely right. Disc, I think it's fair to say, getting a bit of an upset right there, right? Beating, well, Estrella, who is one of the absolute best North American players in the world.
Yeah, and to start things off here, on Golden Aura, spawning over in the bottom right-hand side as the Blue Terran, currently teamless, it is Elazer.
And his opponent up here in the top left, it's Disc.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was going to say, NA has been a scene that's been, throughout the years, memed on, throughout all esports, not just StarCraft. Like, it gets memed on a lot, right? But
right.
You take into account those players that Disc has already had to play, like Estrella, Scarlet, and Elazer, and he's rocking a score of 2-1 currently. Like, this NA region, especially since it got combined with the Latin American one, it is not easy at all. Like, if you finish top 4 in this region, you're actually damn good. Like, really damn good.
No, it's very competitive now. Ever since the Americas got merged together into one big event here for this particular regionals, it's been very competitive, and the players are incredibly good. In the past, we just sort of assumed some players would make it out regardless, but right now it really is a very difficult one. So this is, by the way, a series where the winner moves on to the next stage of the event. So both of these players are 2-1 in series at the moment. If you win 3, you do end up moving on. If you do lose this one, they will have another shot. But of course, they would prefer playing less games and just moving on straight to the next round. Standard build orders here from both players so far. Disc sending that probe all the way across the map to try and block the opponent for just a little bit. But Elazer not really going to be delayed.
Yeah, and Elazer's going for a very textbook Terran versus Protoss opening here. Just getting a Reaper out initially to start things off, getting his CC on the low ground. Probably going to end up with a bunker as well at the front here after getting this Marine up and running. It's just nice, solid, macro-based. And, you know, Wardy nicknamed Arikfire the Robo Kid, which I thought was really cool. Disc for me. And it's been a long time since I played against him a lot, but he used to play on the European ladder a lot back in the day, probably still does. He was the BlinG boy, and I see a Twilight Council straight away for him. Like, I could almost predict exactly what Disc was going to do, and that's not because I was a genius. It's because the boy loved BlinG. He was BlinG boy. And, yeah,
I thought your games ended by the Marauder cheese, Ben. What am I hearing now? You played macro games against Protoss too? I thought you just proxied a bunch of Marauders on the other side of the map, and that was it.
Only when I play noobs, you know, like there's a certain Mr. Vanderkoy out on the ladder that I've been stealing points from left, right, and center. Love you, Kev. Love you, Kev.
Alrighty, yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing that BlinG upgrade here for Disc. I mean, it could technically be something else too, but there it is. BlinG is very, very popular in the current meta of StarCraft. We'll have to see how many gateways he decides to mix in over here. Anywhere between 3 and 4 is what we normally see. It could be absolutely crazy, but more than likely we're going to see some pressure.
I think so, but he's also the kind of guy that he would often go like 2 gate with a third Nexus, like playing it very safe. Like in my head when I used to play Disc, I was like, this guy is very much like a ladder Protoss. Like he's gone for a build here that is very sensible and will net you safe results across the board. And right now the build that he's going for is one of those. You know, he's a Protoss that's been scarred before in his life. And Elazer is the kind of Terran that can be a little bit cheeky, you know? Like, we've seen it in his TVPs where he's been a Reaper guy in the past and all that kind of jazz. And right now, Disc, you know, after not watching his games for a while, it's exactly what he used to play a long time ago against me. And it's a very good build. Like, it's good against all the random stuff that Terran can fly against you.
You're absolutely right. It is going to be a double gate start right here rather than the 3 or 4 gates that we have been seeing for the majority of the days so far. So nice and quick third Nexus. That BlinG is indeed going to be done in time to basically protect against everything. Now, nothing all too fishy though coming across the map. As a matter of fact, we have an empty medevac, quote unquote, drop right now heading across here for Elazer. Mostly just checking out exactly what's going on. I mean, there could always be Widow Mines in these things, right? But losing it is just really bad though.
Really bad, and Disc didn't even have to reveal that he had BlinG. I mean, you absolutely expect it to be BlinG, but Elazer being very sloppy, and
that's a big mistake.
A huge mistake, because we see what he's lined up after it. He's got like this tank push ready.
Triple forge?
That's interesting. Absolutely a mistake.
It's like, gotta be a mistake, no?
I think it's a mistake. I don't think you can ever afford that. Oh, a little bit of a lag spike here. Is that me?
No, I had a bit of a lag spike too. There was a name that popped up, but it disappeared pretty much right away.
Nah.
Sorry, I kicked my router. It happens. It happens in these online events. Getting the Liberator too. Whoa, okay. Elazer going for a very normal opener and losing 2 of his most important units. Now, maybe this can get something done. We do have a big counterattack over here. He decides to blink straight into the siege tanks.
I think that's a good move, actually. Really mitigating the siege tank fire, but still, that was costly, man. That cost him a lot. And these Marines, they are just going to start melting these probes. This is a very nice push by Elazer, and despite a lot going wrong for him, Disc was not prepared for this.
No, he doesn't have enough units here, right? Like, he just, yeah, he's got 3 forges standing inside of the main base. I don't believe that was intentional. Ultimately, he will be cleaning this up with all of the reinforcements, but you don't already see this reflected right now in the supply count. Elazer has been losing a bunch of units. He's going to lose a couple more over here as well, but ultimately, he will still end up with the supply advantage. Third command center, though, is much later here compared to the third of Protoss.
He has gone for all the upgrades. That is ridiculous. Okay.
So maybe it was intentional?
I guess so. I guess so.
So he's like, hey, I get a free medevac. That means I can instantly drop 3 forges? Like, he has about as many forges as he's got unit-producing structures, so it seems kind of insane.
I'm...
Maybe it was a mistake, and now he's just kind of trying to roll with it, you know? He's like, oh no, I'm being broadcasted. Maybe I mean, I don't hate it here. It's just kind of risky, because Elazer's going to move across the map with Stimpak, combat shields, and all the rest of it. It's going to be a big army. And yeah, you may have like 7 really well upgraded stalkers, but numbers is oftentimes what you're looking for.
Okay, so if it was a mistake to go for the third forge, I think it's cool to go with it, you know? It's like... It's like the cool kid in class that, you know, had his pants too far, or his trousers too far down, and then people are like, whoa, look at him, and then he just kind of goes, oh, so what, I'm a Giga Chad, and just kind of rolls with it, and then, you know, it's cool. I think this is definitely one of those kind of things, but if it is something that he's been playing with and planning and doing, then that's awesome. Oh, these Stalkers are getting in a tough spot here, and Elazer, he's caught him out,
Yeah, getting all of these Stalkers is absolutely massive. Can he at least get 1 Marauder for his troubles? No, it's going to be 2 very low hit point ones instead. And that is really unfortunate. So ultimately, I think Elazer is just going to move across the map and have a very hard army to stop here. Those low HP Marauders here are gonna get healed back up to full as well. Disc will finish up all of his upgrades. He will finish up Charge. He will also get a War Prism out. But does he have enough units? I mean, I'm looking at the supply counts right now, and it just doesn't seem like he's got enough stuff.
Tell you what, when you have the triple upgrades, Loco, you don't really need that many units, do you? I mean, these units are amazing over here, but that force field kind of working against Disc at this point. But he has bought time for that shield battery, and that's a massive deal. It's just Kelazor's macro's been on point this game. It really has. Like, he is flying. He's on 67 workers against 59.
Widow Mines burrowed here as well, softening up a lot of those Zealots with ease. At least the Siege Tanks and the Widow Mines are now gone, but Kelazor is not done just yet. He brought some more reinforcing units across the map too. He's still fighting up this ramp though, which is a little bit risky.
I mean, he's done a good job with the medevac pickup so far, and he does a good job again. And right now, I think these Widow Mines are cloaked as well. I think he's got an armory already done. And is there even a robo on the map right now? Okay, there is a robo. Yeah. There is a Warp Prism even, but this is just a lot of units in Disc's face right now, and it's all well and good having triple forge, but if you've not got the units to power them up, it's problematic.
Okay, well, we do have the Prism over here flying over the Marines. That's usually the location where you don't want it to be, but luckily here for Disc, it did not get targeted immediately. Ooh, okay. Yeah, ultimately everything here is going to fall. The Widow Mines are currently not available to fire again, but that is not what you want to see here from the Protoss player. Excellent work here by Kelazor. Losing a few units, maybe a bit sloppily, but he does obtain the victory here in the end. Game number 1 goes in his favor, but probably not entirely in the way that he had anticipated.
I mean, if that game is anything to go by for Kelazor, and we just got to remember, like, what went wrong. The fake medevac, the scouting medevac that just kind of flew in there and died, that was really weird. And then getting the Liberator caught out as well. But the fact that he still just did a push, like a very kind of standard push as well on that third base, did so much damage, and then just has like a 40 supply lead kind of out of nowhere. It's, yeah, this is, that to me, if I'm in Kelazor's shoes, it just kind of spells that he's going to be confident in this series, because that wasn't a game where everything went right and the stars aligned for you. That was everything going really wrong, basically, and you're still the victor pretty solidly. So yeah, I hope that Disc can get things together a little bit better for the next game, because so far that was just Kelazor showcasing that he was solid.
Yeah, keep in mind that Kelazor also did box in a whole lot of those Stalkers at home, right? Like if those, I think it was like 5 or 6 Stalkers that ended up going down there for basically free. If those were with the main fight, I think it may have looked very different as well. Despite the triple upgrades, mistake or not, we'll see, I guess, if he decides to go for it again in game number 2. It could have looked very different there. So I think ultimately Kelazor did make up for losing those 2 units there for free. And obviously that wasn't anything inside of the medevac either. So that can turn out to be a bit of a misread. There's also a chance that maybe Disc thought that he may have caught like a medevac full of units. And he's like, you know what? If that's the case, I can probably just make all my upgrades and see where we go from here.
Is the game up? By the way, are you in the lobby?
We're switch server.
Yeah, I'm on Europe right now. My StarCraft's being very strange. All right,
it seems like you're invited right now. There we go.
That was good. Like all my, like the rank wasn't there. My portrait was gone. It was very, very strange.
You didn't have your Grandmaster League border? Did that give you a bit of a shake?
I still don't see it. It's gone.
I see it. I even see your innovation portrait. I think we're all good.
Okay, good.
That's the most important part.
Yeah, that Grandmaster logo right there. It's coming in strong.
Yeah. I figured I'd just drop it for you.
But yeah, it was all gone for me for whatever reason. All right, second map will be Site Delta. We've seen a good few TVPs recently, which is nice. And this map too, it's been pretty difficult. I think this one in particular for Protoss against Terran. Like the way that you want to expand, it's kind of vertical or like down, and that really opens up your main base to a lot of drops play. The coffee games from earlier really stood out to me, that he just absolutely danced all around Max said in those games, and was very much about really utilizing the fact that Protoss had to spread really wide and far, and that's when this 2-prong aggression, Polt-esque style of old, really can come.
Alrighty, so game number 2 is indeed loading up right now. Curious to see what Elazer is going to go for here as well, though, because this early game really, I mean, his macro was really solid, of course, but the early game really did not go his way at all.
No, it certainly didn't. Getting into Site Delta, spawning as the Red Protoss over here on the southeast side, it is Disc.
And up here in the top left, it's Elazer.
We've also got to mention Elazer currently in Europe. I don't know if he's in Netherlands or Bulgaria or...
Yeah, if you follow the man on Instagram, you can tell he's a world citizen, but I believe he lives in the Netherlands most of the time these days.
Yeah,
he has been for a while.
He's been learning Bulgarian, though. He's a man that speaks many languages. Like
Really? Huh.
Yeah, it's really cool. So I don't know where he is currently. The only reason I bring this up, first game was on NA. So ping, maybe that could have absolutely come into play for some of the little mistakes that happened early on, you know, losing the medevac and whatnot. But now they're playing on Europe on this game. So yeah, that also makes me feel quite confident if I'm Elazer, just because, hey, I won on my not home server. Now we're playing on my home server. Now you're in my playground. That definitely feels awesome.
Absolutely, especially if you're going for that BlinG Stalker style and whatnot, when all of your blinks are going to be ever so slightly more delayed, it can get a little bit frustrating. Usually what we do in StarCraft 2 when players are a little far apart is alternate servers to try and make it as fair for everybody involved. For example, if we have like Korea going up against Europe, usually we'll alternate between NA West and NA Central. Just because, well, the one game, one guy has like a 160 ping, and then the next game's got like 190 or whatever, just to make it as fair as possible. Almost getting the probe. Oh my god, he gets it. Wow. And that's, honestly, even if it's just like a single worker, that's like a massive mental victory.
Dude, this was so cool for so many reasons. Like, Elazer saw that this probe was obviously like right-clicked back home, and then because StarCraft 2 has such good unit pathing, opening up that path and closing it again, that probe got all over the shop, and Elazer took massive advantage of that and gets the probe kill. Now this Reaper can just go across the map, happy as Larry, get the scouting information, and the probe's also dead. Really terrible start, and that's the kind of start that can tilt you if you're already 0-1 down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of damage done, scouting information lost, and then also a mental hit, right? Where you're like, oh no, I made another mistake. That is not what I was aiming for at all. Now that Reaper is going to go to town 2. If this can get a worker, that would be kind of nice. Okay, there we go. Scouts the Twilight Council. Lovely work. Okay, he does not get out, but that was still very effective.
Nah, like if... So, Elazer's, as I say, he's a smart cookie, right? If I know that Disc is a BlinG boy, and you know Reddit tell me every other day, I'll get a message like "Screw you, AoE4 guy," like then he'll know that he's absolutely a BlinG boy as well. But getting the 2 probes, like one with the Reaper, one with the SCV, Elazer getting the knowledge, the confirmation that that's happening. Like Elazer's absolutely sitting pretty this game thus far.
Absolutely. So once again, going to be that BlinG upgrade here for Disc. What did you call him? The BlinG boy? I think that was it, right?
BlinG boy, yeah, we have BlinG boy, Robo Kid.
I think Robo Kid is way cooler.
I mean, Robo Kid is way cooler, but would I rather play with BlinG or Robo? I think
I'd play BlinG, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, we're going to try and body block this Hellion over here to try and mitigate at least some of that damage. It looks like it will get destroyed here eventually. So, yeah, not that much damage getting done here by Elazer, but again, he's distracting this army for a long time, and he knows exactly what he's playing against. So it's once again going to be a bunch of gateways here, but this time around we're adding on more than in the previous game. So at the very least, Disc is planning on dealing some significant damage on the other side of the map, or at the very least keep his opponent occupied. It's going to be... how many gateways? 4 gateways. Yeah, 4 gateways together with a robo facility, so he's certainly very committed. Yeah,
this is going to be tricky. Like, Elazer's putting a lot into this, by the way. Like, this is a naked barracks that's been producing units. So his unit count, in fact, he's stopped that army from moving out. Maybe he knows something's coming. Like, here, getting a scout off with this medevac's obviously a big deal if he can keep it alive, which hopefully he will this time.
Probes get pulled right there to try and run from an empty medevac. Oh no, don't lose it again. He does lose it again. That's really painful, though. Disc is ready to start microing on the other side of the map, and now any sort of counter-attack pressure, I mean, obviously the medevac was empty, but he didn't realize that. It's gonna be, well, mitigated entirely. He can focus entirely on just dealing damage on the other side of the map. Elazer right now is moving out, though. What do you think about this?
It's a crazy move. Like, he is, I mean, he's greeted by a lot of stalkers over here, and he's kind of getting a little bit lucky that he caught Disc a little bit off guard, but he sees the warp in. That's huge. Disc could actually take the game right here, right now, and he's microing really nicely here, keeping most of his stalkers alive, and look at that. Nice BlinG, nice warp prism. Disc is more than in this game right now.
No, absolutely. This is the moment where Terra needs to be sitting at home, defending their siege tanks, trying to keep it alive against the 4 gateway BlinG. Elazer did scout on the other side of the map. He didn't see the addition of the final 2 gateways, so maybe he assumed it was going to be the same build as the previous game, because that's why he was running across. We do have a Liberator for the counterattack, but the bunkers aren't even done yet. The siege tanks are dead. I mean, this is Disc's game to lose at this point.
It really is, but 6 pros falling, make that 7. This Liberator is not something that he accounted for. And, you know, he dealt with it in game 1. This game blinking into the tank here, 2 tanks set up. I mean, the second one, maybe not going to siege up in time, but this is one way to throw, Loco. Look at his money in the bank as well. The boy is flustered. BlinG boy, get it together.
He missed 2 warpins. He missed 2 warpins at this point. Finally, we do have a Nexus coming up. I kind of feel like we could have continued the aggression on the other side of the map. Instead, we're gonna, just let the opponent slowly build up the siege tanks once again. Now, maybe he can still push through this, despite the fact that he decided to forgo one of his warpins, maybe even 2 of his warpins, in favor of another base. He's only got 35 workers, though, so even if he kills a lot of SCVs, it's not like he is out of the woods here. 3rd CC is already done as well for Elazer, but so many probes have been killed on the other side of the map.
I can't believe that this Liberator is still going strong, just denying economy and stuff. This is a brutal game between these guys. Elazer is producing absolutely everything he can, but he has been denied mining, absolutely denied gas at this point. And somehow, after taking all this damage in his main base, losing so many tanks, he's actually still ahead in supply. But I mean, 12 Stalkers is no joke.
No, absolutely. There's no stimp back or anything on the horizon here either for Elazer that would make things better for him. So he is at the very least zoning all of these Stalkers around the main right now, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, gets another shot in and kills another one of these units. That Liberator got way too much, not even, like, it got way too many kills in the first place, but then it also denied mining of the natural for like a full minute there. That was not the cleanup that we were looking for there on the side of the Protoss. He does have a 3rd Nexus on the back of it, but I really think this could have fully committed here and he would have been fine.
Yeah, this is pretty weird, honestly, like super weird. Disc's definitely felt a bit disjointed there. He's going to throw down 4 more gateways, already being on 4. Now the Warp Prism harass is actually really annoying for Elazer to deal with. And both these players are going to start wondering, like, where am I in this game? Like, this is so strange. This should absolutely be running away with it, but given the Liberator and what it did, and the fact that he's got a lot of red health Stalkers, I'm worried for when it comes to dealing with a push, and so is he. That's why he's adding on so many gateways here.
The 3rd command center has been super nice, right? Once again, we have Stalker aggression going on in the main base, killing a bunch of those SCVs, just trying to deal damage. And now he's going to try and fly the 3rd CC on over down towards the low ground as well. So Elazer is going to continue building up his economy. There finally is the stimp back on the combat shield. Both of them are roughly about halfway done or so at this point in the game. Yeah, he's got to be so careful. Don't lose the prism. Oh my god. Ooh, I don't like this spot at all, man. He's so lucky here that stimp pack isn't done. That prism would have been dead.
I think he's also lucky that Elazer just kind of attack moved over there, because if he gathered all those Marines and just went under it, that could have been a dead prism where it was. You're absolutely right. And Elazer doesn't yet have an engineering bay, which means that he's missing out on that +1. That would have been huge if he had that on the way, or, you know, done at this point. But he did feel confident enough to take his 3rd base and land it, which is pretty wild, honestly, given that he's still got this Warp Prism in the back of his base, and he doesn't like it either. He's going to start double producing Vikings before any medevacs are out.
Yeah. No, I don't mind that idea also, because that means he can ultimately get rid of that prism in the top left, gets rid of the observer over here as well. Okay, nice recall right there by Disc, bringing it back home before any of those Vikings can be out. Disc in the meantime has been transitioning towards Archons together with Zealots. This is one of those builds that is on a bit of a timer, because ultimately when the third base is secured, usually that's when Terrans start thinking about getting the Ghost Academy up and running, and that's of course when those Archons do fall off pretty quickly, and so do the Zealots really, so he needs to get something done. +1 is going to finish up here for the Protoss ground army eventually, but it's still a little while away. I don't know if he can wait that long.
No, I don't think he wants to wait that long either. I mean, he's gonna go for it. The force field's actually working very against him, but it does allow him to just kind of go up into that main/natural area now.
Can we box a couple units instead of move commanding all of them? Okay, ultimately we are gonna get rid of some of these units. At least block them out of the base. That siege tank in the main putting in so much work.
He just blinked away from where the Vikings were. That was his warp prism's gone. He can't reinforce anymore. And I mean, he's force fielding him out, but he can lower those depots if he does so please. And honestly, this has been kind of messy. Keller's, I mean, this is a sloppy series from both of them over here.
No, absolutely. There's no way to reinforce this other than all the way from home. And just like previously with the Stalker aggression, now Disc is gonna just, rather than reinforce this by warping in, he's gonna just make another base. So fourth Nexus coming up. We don't really have anything else on the back of this wandering across the map. I think ultimately though he's getting enough value out of this attack with so many workers going down. I'm with you though, this has been a very messy series here so far. I don't think either player is going to be all too happy with how this is going, but ultimately Disc finds himself with a significant advantage now.
Yeah, and Disc, he was up to like 1k bank over there, and he put it to good use. Gets a Nexus on the go, second Robo Bay, and also just warped in 4 High Templars. Like, the Archons definitely did a decent job there of just dealing damage, taking out a lot of SCVs. Elazer, he's on a second engineering base, so we'll start catching up in the upgrades if he can. Disc, economically, has not been stunted for a long time, though, and if he can get together a good army, which he's wounded Elazer, that it's going to be hard to be able to counter not just the Archon, Zealot, and Stalkers and stuff. It's going to be very hard to muster enough Vikings out to deal with the double Colossus that he's producing.
Yeah, and Elazer also didn't really have a lot of medevacs in the first place, right? Since he started up the Viking production, because he was already a little bit late. So a lot of these bio units are actually pretty low in hit points, despite the fact that they've been, well, getting healed up as much as possible for a while. He's gonna, when this next fight hits, he's gonna basically have no energy on those medevacs either, which is never really a situation you want to be in. He needs to address that fourth base somehow, some way though, so maybe he can boost into the main, maybe he can distract the opponent by hitting him at different angles, like we've already seen a bunch today, but it's up to Elazer right now to get something done on the other side of the map, but by the time he gets there, there will be 2 Colossi out at least. Extended Thermal Lance is going to be done in about a minute as well. I'm not exactly sure what he can do with this army of his, but it also at the same time feels like he needs to get something done.
Yeah, I think Disc has done a good job of changing gears. Sometimes he can get a bit carried away, but he knows that he did enough damage that he's more than in this game. Like, he's very ahead, very comfortable, and he just sat back a little bit and he was like, all right, where are you coming? And we look at his vision across the map as well here, Loco, like the mini-map. He's got a spotter outside his, third base. He's got spotters defending his main base as well. He's got vision for days here, and he's soon going to be on 4 Colossus with Thermal Lance. Yeah, I think Elazer's days are numbered here unless he can get some magic done.
Yeah, we've seen it happen though many times, right? Where suddenly an army is in 2 areas at once and Protoss did not properly split up their units. But we are getting to a point where Disc can once again start thinking about moving across the map himself. Extended Thermal Lens is just such a nice upgrade over here, giving that additional range to those Colossus lasers. And at this point, how many Vikings do we have? 0. There's nothing really other than, I guess, Marauders to deal with all of those Colossi. There's 2 more just about to pop. There's 4 now in total. I think it's about time we go.
Yeah, supplies are deceiving here, because Elazer, he's only 15 supply behind-ish, but the quality of the army that's here, like, I just bring that up, and this army is twice the cost in gas. And I mean, a lot of the gas for Elazer is those medevacs, but he is going to pounce on. I mean, this is about the best fight you could hope for. He's by a shield battery overcharge. 1 Colossus is going to go down. The second one, being taken out as well. But now the rest of this army comes, and oh my goodness, he has got so much.
Yeah, no, that was Elazer making the best of a very difficult scenario, right? He essentially fought half the Protoss army with his entire army, and then, well, when the rest of the reinforcing Protoss units finally came in to join it, very clear that he just has way too many units available right now. I'm assuming we have a Prism. Yeah, we do also have a Prism in the mix too, so bringing that one across, maybe warping in some additional reinforcements is going to be really nice right here for Disc. He did expand behind this just in case. He's even getting a third forge once again. That is something we saw in game number 1 quite a bit earlier than this. But I don't think he's really going to need any of those things. I think he should just go across the map, warp in some reinforcements, and attack move.
And that looks like exactly what he's going to do. And Elazer, I think he knows. GG, well played. Tied up the series. Disc actually handled this game very decently. I mean, the Liberator was messy, but
yeah.
after the second big push, he handled everything really good. Being able to just kind of dial and just say to yourself, alrighty, let's step back a little bit. Let's just kind of know that I'm ahead, move things away. I think we're moving back over to America as well for the final game, correct?
Yes, that is true. So,
alrighty, cool. And I mean, the fact that they both kind of won being comfortable now, granted, that Liberator never should have happened, but it takes a lot to collect yourself. Because I've known Disc as a bit of a tilter before, like when we've had the webcams and, you know, you've seen and you make a mistake, you got to even remember that probe early on with the dancing depot. Like, that's the kind of thing that can throw you off and make you go, because I dare say his head definitely does that when he makes a little bit of a cheeky error.
Yeah.
But very curious.
Now, it's one of those things, you play thousands of games. You're not supposed to lose your scouting worker, right? Like, that is something, like, if you just shift queue it, you
not
won't lose
to a depot.
Yeah. I mean, he got out microed by a supply depot. That's it's nicely done, of course, there by the Terran. But it's one of those situations that you never really want to find yourself in the first place. And then that Liberator getting so much damage done too. Ultimately, I wonder what the game would have looked like if the Liberator was dealt with a little bit cleaner. Because I think the Stalkers enough, like the Stalkers alone, may have been enough to just overwhelm the Terran there. I also wonder, though, if that was just a gigantic misread from Elazer, right? Because he marched across the map. So with his Hellion, he scouted, I think, 2 gateways together with a robo facility, and he didn't see the additional 2 gates that came after that. Meaning that I think he assumed it was going to be the same build as we saw from Disc in game number 1. So he marched across the map, expecting that there was going to be a third base that he could snipe, and then ultimately what he found was 4-gate BlinG Stalker, and he ended up losing all of those units in the middle of the map. That was also a really rocky start right there for Elazer. So the fact that he stayed alive still, you know, using that Liberator with a lot of potential, I mean, yeah, it was well done. It was well run right there by Elazer, all things considered, but probably not the start of that game that he was hoping for.
No, it was, you know, he's against BlinG Boy, and while he went BlinG both games, he did it in very different ways. Like, went for a safe macro opener in the first one, got punished. Went for an aggressive opener in the second and did a lot of damage. And Elazer went for pretty much the exact same thing. He was like, you know what? It didn't go well this game, but I'm going to do it. And you know what? I'm going to lose the medevac as well in the exact same kind of way while doing it. But the Liberator did a lot more in the second game, but it's the one that he lost. So, yeah, very unusual.
Alrighty, well, our final game in this best of 3 series, it's Oceanborn. It's one of the few maps where we don't argue how to pronounce the map name, so that's always nice. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, it's Disc.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, remember both these players currently 2-1 up, but it is the Blue Terran, it is Elazer. And by 2-1 up in the group. So this is an advancement game, not an elimination game just yet. Disc has already played some very difficult opponents, such as Scarlet and Estrella, to make it here, beating out Estrella, losing to Scarlet. Elazer did beat Uko and then Cham, and lost to Special, his longtime nemesis. So both these guys, it's nice that they're giving each other a run for their money here.
Absolutely, yeah. Overall, I think I like the gameplay from Elazer a little bit better so far in this series, but only by a small margin, you know? Like, overall, I think his movement has been pretty solid, but then I think back of those medevacs just sort of dying for no apparent reason at all. Those are the things that I hope we're not going to see here in game number 3. Either way, once again, normal start right here for both players, albeit with a Marine first this time around here for Elazer.
Yeah, Elazer hasn't been one for mixing it up this series. You know, we're seeing a lot of variance in Terran openers against Protoss. Like, the whole double gas thing really popped off like about a year and a half ago. Really opened things up. Then you'd have like CCs on the high ground, just playing this game of no information, even engineering bay blocks and stuff. But he's been very comfortable about just scouting, reacting, and playing from there. This game, it will be Reap. In fact, hold on a minute. He didn't go for the Reaper this game. So in that way, he is mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, he went for a Marine first this time around. So that's a small deviation from the last couple games that we saw. But ultimately, I mean, in the previous game, he did get a bunch of damage done with it, right? He did get a bit of scouting info, and he still had the misread. So maybe going for this one here is just a little bit safer. He might be thinking about, no, we're just going to move back in. Probe, in the meantime, is also scouting this location just to make sure that there's no proxy, I don't know, starport or something along those lines, which is something that Terrans will have been very fond of. And you know what? There is a proxy starport. It's just on the complete opposite end of the map.
This is cool. Like, this kind of thing is a build that you see a long time ago. Like, getting out, kind of when TY used to play a lot, he would do builds like this, and they are very, very annoying. And given that a 1-1, I think it's a beautiful time to whip out a build like this. We're playing a weird era of TVP. Greeted by this Adept, though. Getting the Scout on this is a very big deal. And, you know, it's funny when we haven't even talked about Disc going for BlinG, because you know he's going to go for BlinG. It's just...
the main question is how many gateways is it going to be? It's going to be 2 gateways. So a lot more conservative here, like we saw in the first game of this particular series. This is not really a moment, though, where you want to be losing Hellions.
No, that was a nice wall off by Disc. He scouted the Hellions earlier, and he was kind of prepared.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why we didn't see a Medivac there just yet. It's going to be a proxy. Robo. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Okay, it's going to be a proxy Banshee instead.
Yeah, I mean, Disc actually went double robo there, but it was a mistake. I mean, he's obviously a little bit nervous, isn't he? Obviously a little bit nervous, and that second game was definitely shaky for both of them. But okay, this isn't quite what I expect from Elazer. I was expecting like a medevac drop with like 4 Hellions.
Yeah, me too.
But this is far more...
That's what we see frequently, right? Like as far as like build order frequency goes, that's something we see all the time in a best of 3 series, especially when you go for that Hellion play. That also explains why he decided to YOLO in those first couple Hellions, trying to just get whatever damage in he could. There is going to be a robo facility, so yeah, there is a detector available right now for the Protoss, but just having that observer out does not guarantee that you scout exactly what's happening. The observer is thinking about going across the map, and that's exactly where it goes. This cloaked Banshee. Now, did we go for the cloak upgrade? Oh, he fired it up for a little bit, and then he canceled it again. Okay.
Yeah, he fired it up, and I think he canceled it upon scouting the front with the... is what I think, because he's got to scout the robo. Because if your opponent is going for some cheeky, you know, delayed robo or no robo at all, in case your name is Kevin Vanderkoy, you can absolutely catch them off guard with a cloak Banshee. But Elazer is all about this follow-up push and making that single Raven. Remember, it doesn't have interference matrix right now. This is a very scandalous push over here.
I don't know if I love this. Yeah, one of the siege tanks has already gone down. That auto turret gets popped down after the fight, essentially, which is not what you're looking for at all. Useless. 2 Hellions down, 1 siege tank down. Now BlinG is done as well, and Disc is going to start chasing some of these units. Getting the siege tank would be huge, and he does get it. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, this build from Elazer, honestly, this is...
Careful.
This needs to go back to the lab. Like, this has not been smooth, but Disc, oh my goodness, this was costly, man. Like...
Yeah, you got the siege tank, but it costs you everything.
Yeah, this has been a bloodbath. I mean, before that happened, Disc didn't need to do that, but guess see this starport as well flying away. I mean, Elazer is battered and bruised. I'm not really sure. Like, he definitely needs to go back and kind of work on this build.
It's triple Forge again. He is once again transitioning towards the 3rd Forge right now. That is 3 games in a row that we're going to see. Oh, he canceled 1, I think.
No, he's got
No. They're all here. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is some. I remember Drogo once being asked about Zest. So Zest used to go like +2, and then like +1 armor. But then instead of getting +3 attack, he'd get +1 shields. Which I remember we asked Drogo about it, and he was like, "Oh, why do you do that? Or why does he do that?" And he's like, "It's just." He's a hipster. Like, there's no actual logical explanation. And I think sometimes I've noticed this with American players. They'll try and create as opposed to copy, which I think is really cool. But sometimes it's just creating to create.
Just for the sake of it?
Almost, yeah. And given that Disc is very far ahead this game, you know what? I kind of like it.
The hipster Protoss. It's a man of many nicknames. I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest, in this particular instance. It's just that it can be so risky, right? Because you really need to wait until those upgrades are done until you get value out of it. But in this particular instance, it's not like Elazer is really going to be in a situation to attack. He is finishing up Stimpec, he is finishing up combat shields, and he is finishing up the +1 infantry weapons too. Normally, that's a big indicator that Terran's about ready to fight. I don't think Disc should be attacking right now, though. I mean, he's got so many upgrades on the horizon himself. This seems a little bit risky. I mean, it may work out, but is this what he should be doing?
I mean, it's right before Stim finished, and it's right before +1, but if this fight goes on for just a little bit of time here, I mean...
Okay. No, that was actually good for him in the end.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, Disc doesn't need to be here, but the fact that he is here... it's a weird one. Like, Elazer only just got 2 medevacs out. Remember, he's been playing from a place where he threw away a lot of his army in the middle of the map.
So now we are reinforcing this, by the way, but all the way from the 3rd base. And you gotta be careful. Elazer obviously with the defender's advantage here. More zealots are gonna show up. That is a large army, though. Archon's on the horizon too, but that's one of the Immortals going down, and that's one of those units you really don't want to lose. 4th Nexus, though, on the back of this, too. So it's not like Disc is going completely all in off of this. He is macroing on the back of it, but there we go. +2, +2, +2. Starts up pretty much immediately.
That's such a huge investment.
It's so big, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, again, those Protosses on StarCraft Reddit right now, they're like, mate, why even get shield upgrades? You won't have them half the time with Ghosts, you know? They just EMP you off the planet. But he's going for it, but that alone, like just 3 forges, 450 minerals, these upgrades as well, you're talking like a 900 mineral, 500 gas investment right now for these upgrades, and those are units you don't have on the field. This actually, yeah, it could potentially be a window for Elazer here.
So there's no splash damage here for Protoss at all, other than I guess the 2 Archons here, but there is no High Templar, there's no Colossi, there's none of that here. So this is a scary attack. He is relying on just the sturdiness of this particular Protoss army. Now, we do have a Warpin in the main base getting some damage done, and you know what? Those triple upgrades have, of course, kicked in at this point, and that's a lot of reinforcements coming up, too. I think this is going to work out for Disc, but it really does feel... Ooh, he does get one of those medevacs, too. It really does feel a little bit flimsy. Now, though, when he does finish up those 2-2-2 upgrades, I mean, this army is going to be insanely potent.
Absolutely. Like, Disc is, he's more than winning this game right now.
Yeah.
Like, he's made big investments, and he's been ahead ever since he cleaned up those tanks in the middle of the map, and it's been a weird series to watch, man, because I kind of wanted to see a bit more from Elazer, and he started off so strong in game 1, despite a lot of stuff happening, but it just hasn't been connecting for him today, and what Disc is doing right now, the triple forge, he's styling on Elazer right now.
We need to go. We need to go. There's really no reason to now be making photon cannons at home and a dark shrine and a robo bay. Just go. I think we can just go and kill him right now. If he gives Elazer too much time, there's certainly a chance he's going to claw his way back into it. Okay, I think he's just setting up all these defensive measures. Again, investing like 1,000 resources into things that probably won't help him out.
But he lined up his 2-2-2, you see? Like, not even memeing, the 2-2-2 is what he was kind of waiting for here, and it's active. It's active, and Ghosts aren't yet on the field. Like, it's going to be very hard for Elazer to win against this army.
I think we just need to bring everything that we have right now as Protoss across the map and just deal the damage. Now, the anti-armor missile, though, has been really nice. Now the Ghosts are also available. Where's the reinforcements? Do we not have a Prism at all? Okay, we don't have a Prism, so we're just going to warp in once again over at the 3rd. Disc is thinking about making a 5th Nexus as well. I kind of feel like there have been multiple opportunities in this game to go ahead and win. And every time we just, play it super safe. I mean, obviously, it's important to win this match for the both of them, right? So Disc doesn't want to take any chances, but ultimately, this game is dragging out for a while. Now, suddenly, Terran is going to be finishing up a +2 upgrade as well. 3-3-3, I mean, maybe that's something he's thinking about, but it's not started up just yet. That timing attack window he's created for himself, it's closing.
Yeah, you can say he's making a meal out of it, but that army that he has does pack a punch, and like the upgrades that he has available, like he's ahead in upgrades, and right now he's just, I think he's enjoying the moment a little bit. Like he's 73 workers against 61. He knows that his opponent is only on 3 bases while he's taking the 5th, and it's kind of like almost hoping that your opponent moves out so you can collapse on them and fight as far away from their reinforcements as possible. But I'm with you. He is making a bit of a meal out of it.
Yeah, well, at the very least, Elazer right now is thinking that I can move out. He started up another command center as well, but this is way too big of a Protoss army. There's no way in my mind that Terran's going to be able to destroy this, although that's a good start right there with the Widow Mines. My god, that is so much damage being done over here to this army. In the meantime, those Zealots have cleaned up lots of SCVs over at the 3rd base.
Yeah, that's 17 SCVs fallen to that run by. And I mean, this is... How many SCVs have died this game? 42? I mean, there is a Widowmine drop, dealing a little bit of damage, just 2 probes falling, but Disc is now behind supply, which... That, like, when he's been so far ahead this game, killed 42 probes, like, this style that he's been playing, like, now Ghosts are on the field. That massive shield upgrade that he has is definitely not the best, but... he's still very far ahead, Loco. It's just, yeah, this
is making it so much harder, though, in my mind, than it really needed to be. And if he looks back at this replay, I think he'll probably agree as well. Now there's Widow Mines at his 3rd, at his 4th. There's been some damage over at the 5th as well. These things are gonna fire again in just a moment. He's fighting up a ramp right now into Widow Mines and into Liberators. Okay. Looks like he's still going to be able to clean it up, but that's 15 probes right there. Zealots in the meantime, though, still destroying SCVs as well on the other side of the map, so Elazer's economy is not looking pretty. Oh, it's actually a bunch of Dark Templar this time around, okay. Anyways, Elazer's economy is also not looking pretty on the back of this, but... Okay, GG is called. That felt really flimsy, but ultimately Disc does get it done, and maybe Triple Forge is the way to go, man.
No. Like, no, I think being cool and, you know, as Drago would say, hipster about certain things can be cool, but that was making that situation a lot tougher than it had to be. But well played to Disc, like he makes it through. And honestly, Elazer isn't an easy opponent to go up against. No. But he was making Elazer seem a little bit lost in these games, and he did a lot of eco damage continuously. So well played to Disc. Making it through 3-1 is not an easy feat in this region.
Absolutely not. Alrighty, so that is going to wrap up our 10th best of 3 series of the day. We still have 2 more to go in the North American region, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as StarCraft 2 is continuing once again here in the ESL Masters Regionals. We're in Americas, and we are waiting for Dolan versus Nina to start up in a few moments' time, as we have 2 best-of-3s remaining today. We're going to be heading into those in just a couple of moments, like you say, and let's have a look at the schedule, Loco. Let's see what we've been having going on today. Again, there is a 12 best-of-3 that's not on the schedule. It just didn't fit. I'm sorry. That is going to be Eric
Too
and
many
Eggs.
games.
Yeah, too many games. I messaged, I was like, hey, what do we do with the schedule graphic when there's 12 best-of-3s? And they were like, I don't know. And I was like, well, well, okay. I was like, I guess I could, like, move it all around, or I could... I mean, I already added the 11th best-of-3, and I was like, I think that's really the extent of my, graphic design abilities, so... just gonna leave it there. We'll just let you know Eric and Eggs is best-of-3 number 12. It's been kind of a wonky day. You know, we had Asia, Firefly, Nice, and Coffee getting themselves into, well, mostly into playoffs. Coffee survives for the moment. Skillous, Gung Fu, Banda was a back and forth, but other than that, it feels like, yeah, we've had some one-sided matches as well. Showtime Harstem was pretty one-sided. Hero Marine Christiana, Spirit Shadown, Mana Arab Fire. Elazer was a bit of a fiesta, and Keller's Disc was a wild one as well, honestly.
No, absolutely. I think that last one may be a bit of an upset, maybe. I mean, the Elazer versus BlinG series almost was an upset, but yeah, ultimately, I think game number 1 was the highlight for me personally today, as far as like the best match of the day goes. And in case you haven't seen it, I do recommend you go ahead and check out the BlinG versus Elazer game number 1. That entire series was very fun, though, with lots of different cheese going around, but... yeah, it's been a pretty long day of StarCraft. Obviously, this tournament has been going on for a little bit already, and it's by no means done just yet. We're doing like 12 best-of-3s today. I believe another 12 best-of-3s tomorrow as well. There's going to be more next week.
There's
Got a lot of good
12
StarCraft.
best-of-3s on Sunday, apparently, as well, man. And then next week we have playoffs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so loads of
Nice.
StarCraft happening. I'm done after today. I've got 2 best-of-3s left, and I'm signing off for the weekend, but...
You get 2 days off, Wardy? Is that even allowed in esports?
I get 2 days off of ESL. I'm going to be live on my own channel. Like, it's just a very different vibe, you know? Like, here I was about to say we're very professional, but then we've spent half the day memeing about
absolutely.
map names. Yeah, we're really professional here.
We're the most professional professionals,
Got to
actually.
keep the highest level. On my own stream, I chill out. You know, we meme a little bit. We just say what's happening on the screen. It's
no memes on this
vibe.
channel.
Yeah. No memes on this channel. This is the most serious of channels we've ever had. So, up next we have Os and Born for our first map of this best-of-3.
Oh god. No. You can't do that.
Ben's gone. We can actually quit with the maps for once. Finally, I just feel left out. You know, like I set out for like 2 best-of-3s, and you guys have loads of fun with the map names. Like, I want to join in.
Os and Born. I'm not comfortable with that, but fair enough. All right, you can go with it.
It just means like Oceania and Born. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
like Jason Bourne.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Maybe. He knew his
Maybe.
underwater
Probably not.
cousin.
Probably not.
In the top left-hand side. The Blue Protoss player has impressed me with some of the matches she's had so far in this event. It is Nina. She had a great series against Future, which she probably should have won. Obviously lost out of Trigger, which is a rough one. And fighting for her life now in this best-of-3.
The opponent, spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner. Definitely not shying away from aggressive strategies usually, so I have to keep an eye out on exactly what he decides to go for. We're looking at the main command center of Dolan.
Yeah,
You know what? Maybe that's the name of the ocean monster, you know, that's flying around in a natural. Maybe it's Jason. Could be. I've been trying to come up with a name for that monster for weeks now, and I haven't come up with anything clever. There you go. There he
You haven't
is.
come up with anything clever?
Well, I mean, I've heard many good suggestions. I don't think this is the best one, but...
I don't think it's a great one, honestly. I feel like we could do so much more with it.
It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyhow, let's see. Do you expect any cheese here from Dolan?
Yeah, well, maybe not cheese per se, but I definitely expect aggression. He is a player that so far, Dolan's run has been 1-2 Trigger, 0-2 Eric, 2-0 Foxer. Didn't get to see the Foxer series was on the B stream, but the Trigger series was really interesting. He did get pretty cheeky. It was like a Hellbat attack that actually worked against Trigger. So that was actually pretty cool, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that was a sick game, actually.
Yeah, we casted that. It was like day 1 or something, I think.
I think it was the first day of the entire event, and he went for like a Hellbat all-in against Protoss, and we're like, wait, this works? And it turns out, yeah, it actually kind of works.
Yeah.
I don't know how consistently, but it worked in that particular game.
Yeah, so I want to say no, but then I'm reminded that I'm like, so yeah, kind of. I think he's much more of a timing player. Like, I really feel like he will maybe set up like a lot of 2-base attacks here and so on, but yeah, maybe he does just have some weirder builds to mix in as well, so we will see as a few Marines moving about onto the map. Probe of Nina moving around the left-hand side, and so far, everything's fairly normal, right? I mean, obviously the Marine count's getting up a little bit. The command center on the main base of Dolan is on the way up, so he's going to get himself a natural, but very safely. Nothing really out of the ordinary just yet for the early minutes.
There is that probe in the bottom left-hand corner, so we'll have to keep an eye out on exactly what the plan is. But this isn't a super early probe, right? It's not like we're going to be proxying the second pylon or anything along those lines. Now we're just mostly scouting around to make sure that there's no starports hidden over here in this section of the map. Obviously, that's something we just saw as well in one of the previous games. So Nina just looking around over here, making sure that everything is A-okay. As we do have the starport coming up, but it's inside of the main base, together with everything else. We don't regularly see, I mean, we don't oftentimes see, I guess is a better way to put it, the command center being built in the main base, especially this far away from where it ultimately needs to go. It's a small investment, but it keeps you a lot safer.
Looking for this Hellion, which would be, this Adept, which would be really nice because we're going for Hellions. I was almost convinced we were about to see a medevac, and maybe not like a proxy Hellion drop, but like just still a Hellion drop. Now, Liberate on the way up, we're going to go to 2 more Hellions again. Okay, Dolan's already being kind of wild and wonderful at the start of this game, number 1.
So normally in my mind, Hellions aren't a great unit in this particular matchup. I mean, they can roast probes, right? But that's usually where their effectiveness ends. Now with an armory, you can turn them into Hellbats. Or is that a particularly great unit, especially against like one of the more normal openers that we oftentimes see from Protoss players? Like say it's a BlinG Stalker start, say it's for example a Stargate opener. I mean, that's not happening in this game, but what exactly would those Hellions achieve against that? Instead, what Nina is doing, that's also an interesting one. She's opening up what seems to be 2-base Colossus. That's something we used to see back in the day, but these days it's not very common.
It's very risky in a funny way because it's one of those builds where you're kind of like, okay, 2-base Colossus, that's kind of fine, right? As, whoa, Hellion's going to get in, good force field. But it just doesn't have the mobility, so you're really relying on just the Colossi, and there's a lot of Terran can do to pick you apart there. It's a pretty good defense from Nina. Stalker's got on top of the Liberator quickly. Most of the Hellions are kept out. Oh, 3 Hellions actually back into the natural. If they line up their shots, they've got 1-shot potential. Dolan's not doing it right at all. Oh my goodness. Just stop and fire all out. Oh my god, he still can't do it.
I am a little surprised these Hellions got in the first place, if I'm being honest. Like, now they're going to get cleaned up, but that sentry's... I mean, I guess it didn't have enough energy, right? But we should have had something here sticking around on the low ground to just body block those units from coming in. Ultimately, it's 8 workers going down in exchange for 6 Hellions, a Reaper, and a Liberator. That's expensive. That is by no means worth it at all. And that immediately now triggers Nina to go across the map. I mean, she was going to go for a Colossus opener. She's going for a Colossus here as well, but she's now also going to test the water, see how it goes.
Yep, she is off and away, so away we go, and don't really blame it because, I mean, that was a fair amount of, you know, harassing units thrown at Nina by Dolan. As the force field goes down, a couple Marines get picked off, Stalkers taking some shots off those tanks. Another Liberator, but the probe on the 3rd is maybe going to see that. Drops the Nexus down, might just about keep it out of vision, but either way, we've got that Liberator coming up around the top, and Nina and Dolan, well, we'll continue through. Nina continues into that Colossus production, and like I say, it's still going to be very vulnerable with that Colossus play for a little while in my eyes.
Absolutely. Yeah, so now the Stimpak combat shields plus 1 infantry weapons, all of it is coming up right here for Terran. The sort of classic attack, right, that we see very commonly whenever Terrans are going for a standard build. That's usually the type of upgrades we see lined up together, and while they're maybe a little bit mismatched, they should finish up right around the same time. Liberator over here, though, buying quite a bit of time here as well, though, for our Terran player. And keep in mind, this isn't a quick 3rd Nexus right here from Protoss at all, so normally this would be one of those scenarios where Protoss is going to be able to run away with the game economically, but that's not quite the case here. That economy here from Protoss is decent, but it's nothing amazing.
It's actually a great point. You know, the fact that this 3rd is so much later than usual because, yeah, you know, you usually see all this damage like, well, you know, you've killed 10 probes. But do you not need more? Well, actually, in this case, 10 probes means a whole lot more than usual. And Nina's preserved a pretty good worker advantage over Dolan, and, you know, probably good enough overall. Income has been kind of a little bit pingy towards Dolan when probes pull en masse, but this push right now maybe does have some potential. Again, no charge, no blink. If the 4 tanks can get in position, then they can target fire the Colossi. There is just possible, you know, a potential that these Colossi can never really get kind of properly involved in a fight, so let's see. I mean, Nina's on the map. I feel like if I'm Dolan right here, the force field just went down. Don't siege, just continue upwards. Gonna give it a little bit of time. This is Nina buying time that she needs. She can't let Dolan get into position, and Dolan is gonna let her kind of control the middle of the map, unfortunately.
I do like it, though, that Nina is moving around here. It's always a little bit risky, but you gotta buy whatever time you can, right? So the longer that this game goes on, the more that income advantage will grant the Protoss player a larger army here. So that's ultimately what she's looking for. BlinG is just about to finish up, maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds-ish or so from now. +1, yeah, ground weapons a little bit behind that too. Dolan hasn't started up any additional upgrades. Okay, he's now getting into a spot though where those siege tanks are looking mighty scary.
Nina has,
I'm always a little hesitant here whenever they don't siege.
Nina has no idea where this army is. Dolan has worked his way around all the spot units that's been out here. Now going to move up. Force fields go down. Tanks are sieging. What can they do? 4 Colossi. Going to put in a lot of hurt, and I think that's where Dolan really needs to get rid of Colossi, but ain't really happening. 3 of them still firing away, and Dolan's army is taking an absolute beatdown right now. As we are going to see a few more Marauders showing up. Those Colossi still good, and once the tanks are gone, is there anything to kind of really take out the Colossi? Well, the Marauders are going to stem forward, and they are going to close the distance. They are going to get all Colossi, and all of a sudden Dolan maybe actually has enough to keep going here with Nina out of tech.
Yeah, well, you don't have anything buffering for those Colossi. They just get absolutely melted. And ultimately, that was still, yeah, good right there for the Terran. I mean, when you're trading out your low-tier units for those units that take a hell of a lot longer to produce, that usually works out in favor. Then again, Dolan only just now has started up a 3rd command center. So, in a way, that was like a strange 2-base all-in. I was wondering if you should pull the boys with that particular attack when he first moved across. Yeah, maybe it's. I mean, there's 4 Colossi, so maybe it's not the ideal choice, but that was a very committed push at the very least. Now there's gonna be disruptors as well, unless he can kill this 3rd base as well. Which, ooh, okay. Well, that's the siege tank at the very least going down. I still don't love this right here for Dolan.
No, absolutely. It's kind of like he's still got 30 army supply lead though, right? And these Zealots about to have charge just as they die. So, I mean, it really comes down to these disruptors. He's going to die for this. Oh, no, it goes off. It did connect before it got killed. That was a split-second difference. Couple libs going to siege up. Do we have the Stalkers to take those down? Right now, I do not think we do. As the disruptor will reach the siege tank, so it's going to be a little bit weaker for the next round of attack. I'm just going to have ourselves the Colossus, the Zealot continuing through, and there's a little Bioforce still trying to do what it can, continue to push. 3rd CC finishing up behind this, so Dolan can continue to get set behind this, but can he actually break through? Nina right now is just about hanging on in there.
She snuck out a 4th Nexus though on the left, and I don't believe that that one has been spotted yet. So despite the fact that the 3rd command center is now done, so is the 4th Nexus, or at the very least those things are all finishing up. That's another siege tank getting destroyed. Liberators here putting in a lot of work though. Dolan really wants to try and win the game with this particular attack. A lot of these bio units are now very low in hit points. That's now the Archons getting underneath as well. Siege tank in the back, just a few hit points away from going down. It's been providing so much damage over the last couple of minutes. This is still on a razor's edge.
This really is on a razor's edge. This has been completely wild as Dolan is just keeping on pushing. Like I say, 3rd CC is ready to transfer, so he's going to have SCVs mining properly again, but I wonder if it just took him too long to get a 3rd base up. Now both tanks go down. This Bioforce is low HP, and the Medivacs are low energy, so altogether, Nina is going to push this back, getting kills as she chases as well. And I think that Nina might have just about done enough as this PVT is looking to turn in her favor.
All right, 2nd robo coming up. We're gonna produce 4 probes here all at once. Dolan has finally, nearly 12 minutes into the game, basically as the main base is running out of resources, especially when you're mining with mules, finally secured a 3rd base. Now we have a Ghost Academy coming up. I mean, that is a Ghost Academy, technically speaking, on 3 bases, but it doesn't really feel like a 3-base Terran economy here, so if we do decide to go heavily into Ghosts, we're gonna have a couple Ghosts, and that's really about it. There's not gonna be a lot of room for other army. This is also a difficult game to read, though, at this point here for Nina. Like, when exactly do you decide to go for a move out? We saw a bit of an overextension with the Colossi around this area of the map not that long ago, and that entire Protoss army got wiped. And yeah, I guess that Nina wants to play this a bit more cautiously. This is not really an army that can roam around the map, but if you look at the amount of units available at this point for the Terran, it's... Well, this is about half of it on your screen right now. It's nothing impressive.
Yeah, here's the other half. It's,
Yeah.
sorry, it was a third. There was another third over here.
All right.
Yeah. No, there's not a lot of stuff. Nina obviously just did as well, just having confidence and kind of being able to chill for first time in a long time. You can see a 5th base coming up, and like, I look at this, I'm like, wow, what an army. I understand it's just 2 medevacs units, but like, I don't know why I expected it to be something more.
Oh,
I guess because we're doing.
Whoa! No! The strangest Pokemon to fight in the tall grass, man. Yeah, you shouldn't have triggered the fight.
Pokemon
Well,
never
maybe you should have, because ultimately that now brings back the entire army.
Yep.
Why did that Zealot attack? He could have just lived.
Yeah, he should have just chilled out. But no, this is, yeah, back on track. I think this is one of those scenarios where, like, I look at Dolan's army, and, like, I expected this to be kind of like the split force, right? Before, when he was, like, had a couple medevacs around, but then he just didn't have that much. Now, a more sizable amount moving forward, but Nina has a lot too. Disruptors will zone. Only issue is that she's coming all from one direction. She is going to go up this ramp. Disruptors will get rid of both the siege tanks. That is very good. Will she continue to chase? Looks like she is feeling it. Continue to go straight on forward. It's an EMP or two, but all she really needs is to get those Colossi in range, and she's starting to catch up with the Ghosts, so the expensive units are beginning to go down already. It's all adding up right now.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a Prism with this as well in the main base, for example. Something to warp in and distract the Terran from just paying attention at this one fight, because that's usually when those Disruptors really start connecting. Instead, we're just going to go for a full frontal assault right here by Nina, and that's always a little bit risky, right? Like, that's when you're trying to move up that ramp and you're focusing all your attention in one area, and that's where those Liberators and Siege Tanks are amazing, and those Disruptors get nullified. She's already going to go for a Stargate here. We have a Dark Shrine coming up, +2/+2 on the production tab. I mean, she's getting a bit of everything, and I think ultimately it will work out in her favor, but this attack is still certainly a dangerous one.
No, absolutely, as you see another Disruptor shot firing through. SCVs getting blasted. And a couple of Liberators still just sitting up overhead. Libs, Tank, Marine Marauder, Ghost, all on the way out. As our units of Nina just continue to head into the center. 7 SCVs haven't been killed. She just needs to find one final fight. Of course, she can't go too quick because the army supply of Dolan is good. It's really about, you know, taking a fight and then being able to reinforce behind it. That's what Nina can do. She has 81 workers compared to the 45, now 50 of Dolan.
Yeah, she's also starting up a proper late game transition though. So we have the +1 arrow weapons. I think that's the first time we're seeing that one on the production tab all day, despite the fact that I feel like every single series we've had today featured the Protoss. Okay, maybe not that Elazer series. I think there may have been a TBT somewhere too, but anyways. Long story short, we haven't seen a lot of Skytos play here, and Nina is ready to make that transition into it, and I honestly don't mind it. I think it's a good choice here because this game has been so wild. I think she could just attack, move forward, but it's really hard to say that as you're playing the game. Like, we have perfect vision, and it's still looking a little bit risky, so I don't blame her for making that transition, although it is going to be costly, right? It's going to be a couple minutes until those big, heavy hitters are really underway. I mean, she may just have enough here, though.
So
yeah,
shot
all of these units are so low.
Yeah, this honestly feels like enough. The only issue is the Liberators, perhaps. There's a few of them all stacked together there. GG. But Dolan's going to say GG. He understands that this one is too far gone, and Nina is going to open with a 1-0 lead. As, yeah, Dolan was very aggressive at first, obviously eventually broke away from his 2-base aggression after all of that initial 1-base, well, not really 1-base, but just opening harassment. And then Nina was kind of just in control, right? Took a while to finally stabilize, but when she did, she was on a 4th base already and just had, you know, everything set to go, basically. So, solid game. A 1-0 lead for Nina. And heading into Game 2 on Alakaini for our second map of this best-of-3.
That was a pretty cool game, though. Very back and forth right there in the end. I really thought that the first attack on that ramp down from the natural would have gone a little bit better for Protoss, and then the Marauders just, you know, they use their Stimpaks, and suddenly they come blasting through all of those Protoss units, and all of those Colossi disappear. With 4 Colossi. I wonder what would have happened, though, if Dolan did decide to pull his drone, or not his drones, his SCVs in that particular situation, right? Because it is dangerous, but we were already so committed on 2 bases. It kind of felt like it was inevitable that, yeah, if you're committed, you may as well fully go for it, right? Like it felt it felt a little bit risky there.
No, I'm with you. I feel like there's absolutely a lot you could have done in that moment where just send it, you know, like don't go half-heartedly because, yeah, eventually you got the 3rd up, which maybe did prolong the game, but the moment the game got prolonged, it wasn't a good scenario for you. Whereas if you just go, like you say, it's a much more winnable situation, perhaps. And also, I mean, you know, maybe Dolan doesn't feel the same way about his own play, but I feel like that's where Dolan's at his best, when he's timing, when he's, you know, doing those. Nina's one of the fiercest competitors when it comes to longer games. She's very good at scrappy games as well, and like kind of having to play like, you know, a longer game out, and that's exactly what she did, for example, against Future a couple of times, and that was really a series where I think Nina should have been able to do maybe even a little bit better than she did in the end. But when you think back to those games, I'm like, man, I really don't want to take on Nina in those kind of games, but that's what Dolan would get into. If you push, you fail, and then you try and macro out of it. It's not like you're just even in macro. It's specifically a more scrappy situation. And like I said, I think that's something that Nina's very well versed in because she's playing at the top of this America scene for so long, and that's kind of the games that we get out of this region so often.
Absolutely. Alrighty, so game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Spotting right here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have none other than Nina. More than happy to play the macro game there, right? We saw the transition towards Skytos coming up. Wasn't necessary, but yeah, she was down to fight that game for another 20 minutes if she needed to.
Oh yeah, she was not afraid to just play the slower game if necessary. As in the top right, our red Terran player, it is from the Cranky Ducklings, Dolan.
All right. Let's see. We haven't had a discussion about this particular map name.
It's a star.
Because I heard you pronounce it a little differently than I've heard other people pronounce it.
Okay, so it's a very bright star, and it's based off of a Greek name. And it's funny because I think it's either Alkyone or Alcyone, and neither is incorrect. Yeah. Alkyone is specifically the Greek way of saying it, but in English you would say Alcyone. Now I was all on the Alcyone hype train, but then I heard other casters who are usually pretty adamant, I'm not going to name names, who are usually pretty adamant about how to say things, say Alkyone. And I was like, you know what? If I fight the fight of Alcyone, we're going to be split forever. So maybe if I go Alkyone and they're going to be on Alkyone, maybe everyone will go Alkyone. But now I'm second guessing myself because ever since I started to say Alkyone, no one has done anything but doubt me. So...
Right. Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I'm with you. I mean, in a lot of languages, the C is not pronounced as an S, like usually it's done in English, but as a K instead.
Yeah, I think
it would definitely both be accurate.
Like I say,
do we have to go back to whoever discovered the star, or how do we decide this?
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, is it even named after the star? It could have just been one.
It's also a person in Greek mythology. Apparently.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like. The star was named after one of the Greek mythology people.
You know what's even more confusing? Apparently the Dutch version, which is what pops up in my Google search primarily, is spelled with a K rather than with a C.
That's so Dutch, man. Honestly. And yeah, the other one's in Alcyone.
I guess we never know.
Alcyone was the sister who became the mother of Hiereus by Poseidon, the sea god. Honestly, I feel like I'm going to learn so much Greek mythology just from Googling StarCraft map names. 20 years from now...
We will be familiar with, like, the entire, what is it, the Pantheon? I don't even know if that's the correct mythology. I guess so, but...
Legitimately, we're going to be in, like, a pub quiz, like, 20 years from now, you know. StarCraft lives are behind us, and I'm just going to be like, bam, 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 this, like, bonus round Greek mythology. We're going to absolutely win. And they're going to be like, how do you know all this?
The final question in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is who was the goddess Hecate? And we'll be like, bam, necromancy, life, death, StarCraft 2 map. We got all of it.
They're like, wow, you're really good at your Greek mythology. It's like, no, I just love my StarCraft
Do you need your lifelines? No, I got this one. Don't worry about it.
StarCraft? Is that a board game? Yeah.
Is it a DIY project where you craft stars? Like, what do you do?
There's going to be 2 cyclones, by the way, on the way out of the factory, so they are going to be coming up, getting those on the way. As we just have ourselves a couple of gates, the Observer coming through for the moment, and the Reapers are just going to go be chased around by the couple of Stalkers.
Good a little bit of Cyclone play. This is what we all expected from the new patch, to see a lot of Cyclones, and honestly, it's been a little bit lackluster, right? I mean, we've seen some Cyclone shenanigans, but not quite as much as I think a lot of people were concerned to see. It's been a unit that we see mixed in from time to time, and it can certainly catch the opponent off guard, but it doesn't seem to be the best choice in most of the Terran early games. So now we have Cyclones together with Ravens. Obviously, well, that's a nice scan. Getting that one early. Kind of expensive too, of course, because that scan could have been a mule. But the Raven on top of this with the interference matrix. It's once again that quick Colossus build here from Nina. So she's really doubling down on this one. Maybe she's also concerned that she's going to get cheesed a bunch, or at least a bunch of aggressive timings. So yeah, just opening up as safely as possible. It ultimately is a bit risky because your economy is just kind of not as great as you ordinarily would have it have.
It's almost like you're meant to have a good timing at some point, but then you're playing Colossi, and so moving across the map is inherently dangerous.
Right.
Second Observer, that's a big deal because... there's Disruptors as well. It's a very big deal because, as we actually see more factories, straight up actually going to play mech. But to get back to my point about Observers, big deal. Expensive, lots of gas to build an Observer, but also, now you're losing them. Do you want to rebuild an Observer? Because it takes a build time on your Robo. When your Robo is your only real form of tech right now, no, not really. You want to get your splash damage units out now the Robo Bay is done. So losing Observers really sucks because they're meant to give you the safety net that allows this less than mobile army to really deal with aggression and different fronts of attack from the Terran player. And the reality is now you don't have anywhere near as much vision, and yet you kind of are in a situation where you need to be fairly safe. As this hallucinated Phoenix is going to find all the info. All these factories on two bases is absolutely still screaming all into me, though.
Yeah, it's an important scout because I don't think this is really a scenario where you want to have a lot of Colossi, so just getting the vision here is going to be kind of nice. Instead, Nina decides to drop down a second Robo facility. I'm assuming we're going to go full Immortal production. Yeah, that is indeed what we are firing up here because... well, if there's one unit that Terran Mech is really weak against, usually it is going to be the Immortal. There are a couple other options as well, which is why we don't generally see Mech very frequently against Protoss. But this, in a way, even with the new patch now being around for, I guess, over a month, maybe a little bit longer than that even. Maybe it's already been 2 months, I don't know. Time is weird in StarCraft life, but... this is relatively unexplored territory. We don't see a lot of Terran Mech against Protoss, and usually that's because Protoss has a lot of good answers against it, but this is one of those scenarios where it's going to be hard to predict exactly what ends up going down.
Yeah, I think the biggest telltale sign is still just the fact 2 bases, right? No third with this, absolutely. We're just going to send it, and then it's a question of if the Protoss player just... I mean, we got to stop being greedy, right? The 4th base is currently unnecessary.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to recognize this is 2 bases. We do not need the 4th. We need the money spent on units right now. Additional gateways would have been nice. We're on 4 gates right here. Let's see if it'll be enough. The Disruptor might be a good leading shot as well, of course. I mean, Blink is nice to jump forward as well, but can we afford that many Stalkers? We're on 8 at the moment. 2 Immortals at a time,
this
I do like.
This could be too greedy.
Interesting moments ahead of us.
This is about 1,000 or so resources invested by Nina on things that aren't helpful just yet. The Hellions going in for the wraparound. Interference matrices shut down a couple of those Immortals. And Dolan completely catching this entire army off guard. There's nothing really on the other side of the map dealing damage either. Battery overcharge. I mean, the damage output of this mech army is massive. And Dolan hits the opponent in the face with a Terran mech army and completely shuts down the Protoss. That was a misread and a half right there from Nina. She was prepared to play the longer game. Now, she scouted on the other side of the map. That hallucinated Phoenix saw the amount of factories that were down, and maybe more importantly, the lack of a third command center. So maybe she assumed it was hiding off to the side somewhere. Maybe she just had a bit of a misread there, and she very quickly glanced over at it and just misinterpreted it. That happens in a game of StarCraft, but it kind of felt to me like she had the information that she needed to counter that force, and instead she's like, yeah, I'm going to get all of this. I'm going to build all of this infrastructure. And that is not what she needed. I mean, it would have been great if the Terran decided to delay it by another couple minutes, because then she would have had use for all of that infrastructure that she built and all of those upgrades she was researching. But ultimately, she just needed more units here and less structures.
I absolutely must, in my eyes, just be a situation of, she thought she saw a third base. You know when you, convince yourself, it's like, oh, I just scoured, I just saw a bunch of factories, mech, probably 3 bases, let's go. right? You know, let's get my 4th base up. I'm going to out macro this thing so hard. I'm going to make mech look so silly because like you can't stop me taking bases. I can only imagine it's that, because nothing else really makes sense. Because otherwise, you just scouted a 2-base all-in, macroed up, and not even that, moved onto the map, right? With an army that isn't exact. It's not like it has blink that can be like, haha, you know, attack and then blink back. Like the Immortals, the Disruptor were up in the front. Like, you can't do that. And she saw everything that was there. She knew there was a Raven. It was honestly a very bad set of choices. And just led to instantly losing the game. And like I say, I can only imagine that she thought it was just very light pressure instead. And like you say, had a complete misread, which is just incredible because she had the complete scout.
All right, mistakes were made right here. Our Protoss player in the bottom right-hand corner of our final game in his best of 3. It's the map Golden Aura. She is Nina.
Up against the Red Terran top left from the Cranky Duckland. Some of his timings are terrifying. It is Dolan. An elimination match, remember, so this map eliminates 1 player from the competition.
Very cool build right there by Dolan, but I'm certainly with you. I wonder what that game would have looked like if Nina just decided to skip the 4th Nexus, cut a bunch of probes, and just make a whole lot of army. I mean, that force, that Terran mech army is still gonna hit like a truck. It would still be very difficult to stop. But yeah, oftentimes what you do in a game of StarCraft is you glance at the scouting information for just a little bit. Maybe even look at the minimap, right? You try to judge the size of the square, and you're like, huh, that red square there, it has to be a command center. And it turns out it may have been an additional factory or something like that. But yeah, unfortunate game right there for Nina. Ultimately, though, that means that for us, we're going to get a game number 3. And that's nice.
Well handled by Dolan, I think, as well, though. Like, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like we've been very critical of Nina on that one. But he did the cool things as well, like using the Hellions to block those units in, hit the matrices where he needed to, continue to matrix the units after. So obviously worth mentioning that he took the best, you know, he did absolutely everything he needed to do as well, and he really just made most of the opportunity. Just Nina did make it probably a bit easier than it was going to be otherwise. So Dolan,
even without the 4th though, I think that would have still hit like an absolute truck, because that was a massive army. Those SCVs joining in.
No, absolutely, it would have done. I almost wonder if like robo production is like the best way, because it does feel as though like if you have blink, maybe you can slow it down a bit, or I don't know what the best option
she
is.
Had
you don't see it a lot.
as well. Maybe more disruptors would have also been very helpful there. I think she ultimately was going to add on more, but yeah. Anyways, we'll have to see that build explored a little bit more. Wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of Terran players are inspired by that build, and they're gonna mix it in against their games against pros too.
I think we'll see a bunch of it, because I'm pretty sure it was a Gumiho-esque build from GSL. I'm not sure if it was exactly the same, but the same sort of vibe to it. So it might be the sort of thing.
It looks like a Gumi build for sure.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that we might see a little bit more of in the coming days and the next week or so, when people, you know, really get to look through the replays and not have to play a game, you know, the day after straight away. Obviously, Dolan got in there quickly, figured it out, and like I said, not sure if it was exactly similar, but it had very similar vibes. So if these kind of builds become popular, it's just another terrifying option that Terran players have when it comes to TVP, which is not great for Protoss players who seemingly still struggle in the early stages of this matchup with so much that can happen.
Nina decides to play it a little bit differently here this time around. So the very popular Twilight Council start, rather than that 2-base or robo shenanigans, we're going to be going into the blink. We'll have to see how many gateways she decides to produce. Anywhere between 2 and 4 seems to be the go-to right now. I mean, obviously, the more macro heavy, the less gateways you usually produce. So far, she seems to be fond of playing that more defensive style, and I do think, yeah, that's going to be a robo facility over here as well. Here's the 3 Reaper showing up, though, together with the Hellions, and this is something that, well, can certainly deal a bunch of damage. 2 probes go down. Can we target a couple more?
Trying to just get into the main base of the Reapers, which I don't hate, because now all these Stalkers have to spend some time chasing. I think you probably get more out of this than trying to go on the low ground. Obviously, these units will all go down, but 6 probes is absolutely not a bad start. Last Reaper will fall. I think I kind of like that out of Dolan.
Lovely work right here by Dolan. Bringing different builds in every game. Once again, we're going for the interference matrix. I mean, the interference matrix in the previous game was the absolute key, right? Disabling those Immortals was absolutely massive. So I really like to see it. These days with that new upgrade, or with the new patch, you need to get that new upgrade. So it's something that is a little bit more costly, but certainly still something that Terran players can mix in. I wonder if he's going to go for the same build twice in a row. I mean, we'll have to see additional factories pop down here in just a moment. We are going to go up to 4 gas already. There's the Robo Bay once again, by the way, on 2 bases here for Nina, together with BlinG. I'm not in love with this build. There's a second Raven. I think we are going to see a drop of additional factories shortly.
Maybe he just likes it. Maybe he says, hey, you didn't really respond well in the first game. I did this, obviously game 2. Let's do it again. Let's see what you can do. But obviously this time there is BlinG from Nina. I think BlinG is a way better place to be in, because even just moving across the map then as the mecha is so much harder. There are the extra factories going down, so...
There's the scout though. So she sees this coming in from a mile away right now. Decides to move back upon seeing that Raven, or the Raven's knowing that there's likely going to be a Raven somewhere. You gotta be careful.
Yeah,
it's important here to note that there is no third CC, and I think she can already deduce that just by seeing the timing here of these factories.
Yeah, you actually remind me, obviously the observers were lost last game as well, so great job by Dolan there, because by denying both the observers, the hallucinated scout did see it, but it was still a later scout as well, so it also increased the chances of success. This time around, I do think I like things just a lot more for Nina. It feels like everything is much more going in her favor, as we will obviously very soon have this push across the map if the last game is anything to go by.
Here are the Stalkers though. So the Stalkers obviously don't really have a whole lot of contest at this point in the game. They can poke over here and just deal a bit of damage. Getting a supply depot is a nice start for sure. If she can get any sort of cyclones, there we go. One going down, second one going down. Okay, this is lovely here.
Yeah, and double auto turret
on the Ravens.
Yeah,
that's massive.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. And, you know, already off to a great start. The Raven energy, like you said last time, was such a key to making that attack work as well. Especially if it was to be any closer, the Ravens were going to be a huge part of it. The Observer will go down, so we lose a little bit of potential, though we will get the Siege Tank. One of the Ravens taking shots too. Dolan is just taking hits, and Nina is absolutely punishing this build for, you know, where it is weak, which is right now, as you can see, just at this stage of the game. It is weak to BlinG Stalkers. There's nothing good to push them back apart from a tank. But there's only so much ground a tank can cover. Then you lose one tank, so it takes a bit longer. Maybe now we're better set up. Maybe this is the end, but we've already done so much to slow down the numbers building here.
On the back it is, Nina is bringing the Disruptors across the map too. I mean, that one Siege Tank ended up going down, so now we're going to be able to almost get the kill right there on that other one too. Okay, she wanted to jump that tank and try to finish it off, but the SCV is coming in from the Embrace right over there. This is about the time that Dolan started moving last game, right? Like, we're getting to the point at least where it's about time we need to start going. The Blue Flame upgrade is going to finish up momentarily. Hellions are still kind of scary though, but yeah, that's where those Disruptors are just so nice, forcing the Terran here to disengage.
Just such a different style from Nina, right? More Disruptors, charge, tons of gateways, no fourth base. We'll now get the second Robo up. Clearly just understanding much better what the situation here is. Completely just adapting from game 2 to game 3, and I think that's always one of the great signs, as the couple Hellions go down, one of the great signs of a very strong player, right? Being able to adapt and pick up and fix things during a series, because it means that you can stop someone from just picking your weakness and then just completely punishing it, right? So, yeah, that's why best of 3 is so important, and in this case, it's absolutely going to be giving Nina a chance to show that, yeah, she can adapt and she can deal with this kind of stuff. She just needed a little bit of alteration time.
Absolutely. These Disruptors are putting in a bunch of work. Obviously, Nina can't forget about the Disruptors. That would be kind of sloppy, but she is slowing down this attack very effectively. We are going to force the recall. One of the Ravens? No, none of the Ravens end up going down. She wanted to get both, and then ultimately we got none. SCV is quickly jumping in for the repair, so this attack from Dolan is still going to be scary. There's 2 more Disruptors on the production tab, 4 available, 12 Stalkers. This is not that scary of a Protoss army either. I think this will still be enough here for Nina, but it's going to be a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
She has 7 gates though, so, and she has charge as well, so if she wants to just warp in like a lot of Zealots, and she has a lot of money right now, she just wants to do that, then that would be kind of fine as well. The Liberator finally going down there, lost a lot of Stalkers trying to move through, and she is going to keep building Stalkers. Right now I feel like Stalkers are almost not what you want. I feel like right now is actually when you do want the Zealots to close the gap, jump on those tanks, maybe take a couple of the shots as the remaining Stalkers do blink in. So I'm not loving what she's building on the follow-up here.
Oh, there's a big... Okay, well, I thought it was going to be even bigger than that, but... Oh, those Purification Novas are killer. Okay, that's what you're looking for here as the Protoss player, dealing so much damage here to these armies. There's one of the Ravens going down as well, and that is quite costly. I mean, we did get an interference matrix off, but there's so many of those disruptors out. Still though, Nexus ends up falling here. Third Command Center is about to finish up on the other side of the map. Dolan did bring SCVs, but not really that many that he can't play the macro game on the back of this.
Couple more tanks going down. These disruptors have obviously just had time to fire so many shots.
Oh.
There's just going to be, you know,
Okay,
zealots and our Maulers coming through. Going to just absolutely clean this up. And that is going to be Nina pushing this back and having a great time. And now, obviously, with the 2-base all-in aspect of this, this is not looking great for Dolan. He sets up an immediate wall, has got a third, but yeah, is not in pretty situation at all.
Gold base, by the way, coming up as well for Nina right now. She decides to go for the base all the way in the bottom left-hand corner, so that's kind of nice because this is a slow-moving Terran army. I wonder if there was an opportunity for Dolan to just kill that Nexus and then return back home. Because I do think he overstayed his welcome there. There were a lot of units ready to reinforce it, but obviously it's a slow-moving army. It's not really something that you can effectively use. Liberator over here, though, in the main base, trying to put in some work. Couple probes end up going down, but that's not really quite ideal. And now suddenly, I mean, yeah, you can't really be killed, but you're also on 2 bases at the 11-minute mark. This is the point in the game where the main and the natural are going to start running low on money. This base is becoming do or die right now.
Love the blow up on the depots. Just going to guarantee those going down. It just opens the door in case you do want to run into the natural. Third base is like, I'm not sure about being over here, you know, and starts to turn back around, so don't think that's a wrong call either. Nina at this stage obviously get that gold base up and running. She's going to have a good economy, and with that eco can start putting herself into a nice position.
Interference matrix over here, shutting down at least one of the disruptors, and it will get killed. Double prism coming up as well, by the way, but Nina now mining the gold base in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, and that is gonna provide a ton of additional income, and there's really nothing that Dolan can do about it. I mean, he could send a Liberator over there, but he doesn't even know that it's up.
Nope. Doesn't know it at all. There's a couple more depots coming to the front. Stalkers and Immortal pressing forward. We are just going to send it. It seems like Nina going to push in aggressively. She just needs to really break through that little line of tanks, and she's so close to killing so many of them. Oh my goodness.
Immortal man can just pick them off one at a time.
Ooh, all the triple kills with the disruptor.
I guess.
Yeah, that works too. Nina is looking to send herself to the final match of the Americas regions. Obviously, this was a 1-2 match, so loser goes out. In the end, it looks as though it's going to be Nina to stay alive. Dolan will be eliminated here today, unfortunately. As SCVs are pulling, we are playing some dangerous disruptor games, and Nina does take it 2-1.
That poor Stalker right there, man. That Stalker got sacrificed in the last 2 seconds of the game only to get that disruptor to hit a bunch of SCVs. That is not what that Stalker deserved, but it is what Nina deserved here, and she does end up moving on 2-1. That was a very fun series, though. Cool build right there from Dolan, for sure. I really like what Nina did here in game number 2 to adapt to what the opponent was playing, right? I mean, very different approach this time around. Game number 2 really was focused a lot more on trying to counter some sort of bio army, at least initially, but she adapted, and yeah, you already brought it up. That's the reason why we play series of StarCraft 2. A one-off build never really works out the same way as a best of 3 or a best of 5 series.
No, it's very, very true. Cool effort from Dolan. I've enjoyed watching his games this event. He's had some very fun, unique takes on things, and glad to see him continue to compete in NA. So this one wasn't his event, but maybe next time. We have one final match of the day, our 12th best of 3 of the day. It's going to be Eric taking on Egg, some ZVZ from the Latin America region. Well, it's the Americas region, but 2 Latin American Zergs going up against one another. The other day we saw some crazy mind games in ZVZ from one of these guys. Faking drones, only to actually drone. No, you loved that one at the time, Loco. You remember that game? You ready for some more of that?
I do.
Okay, well...
that was actually really fun, yeah. Hopefully we're going to see some more of that.
We'll see some more of that hopefully in just a little bit. We'll be right back with our final match of the day.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back one last time today as we have some ZVZ up ahead of us. Eric and Eggs are going to fight, and a match where we try and see which of these guys can survive, because only one of our Latin American Zergs will make it through to Sunday's Swiss round 5. The other, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
Yeah, our final game is going to be an elimination series indeed. So this should be a fun Zerg versus Zerg between the two Latin American players. Game number 1, we're going to find ourselves on the map Oceanborn. It's been a very fun day of StarCraft, though. We've had a lot of series today, but I've seen the same names popping up in the chat ever since the very start, which is pretty awesome. So I know a lot of you guys have been watching for like 12 hours as well. I don't know, okay, maybe not 12 hours, maybe more like 8, but it's been a while, yeah.
I mean, we can pretend it's been 12 hours if you want. It's
15 hours.
It's not going to get
Thank you guys for watching for the last 15 hours.
It's not going to get us a raise, no matter how much we said.
You don't?
Well, you don't get a raise
Wait,
if I pretend to
hold
do
up.
twice as much work as it is.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Top left side. Our red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes, Eggs.
And the opponent down here in the bottom right, shaking up the meta a couple of months ago. We're looking at none other than Eric's main hatchery. I still think of the 15 hatch opener as the Eric opener, even though it's really just an extracted trick start, and it's something we've seen so many times.
I know, he really got his name attached to something that is... Okay, like, he was doing it, like, when people started to pick it up again, but, like, it really is just the extracted trick hatchery, no? Like...
It really is, yeah. But then 15 Overlord as well, okay? That was little bit different.
There is his variation of doing exactly what it is. It's just... Yeah, you know what? I like having things like the Eric opener.
Yeah, I don't mind it personally. So we saw Serral doing this build in every matchup for a couple months, and then recently I haven't seen him do it a single time, which is very strange. Like, he was doing it in literally every matchup, and I was like, oh, I guess this is his new go-to strategy. And maybe he'll still mix it in, but the last couple times I've seen him play it, he just went 16 hatch, 18 gas, 17 spawning pool, just like everybody else. Because nobody else really adapted to that build. I mean, I think I've seen Raynor play it a couple times, but overall, it was really just Serral playing it at the highest level, and now we're back to the good old faithful, I guess. Just good old 16 hatch.
Yep, good old 16 hatch. And you have a gas coming up right now from Eric, by the way, so you'll be taking that as gas has already been mining from Egg, so difference between the two in terms of gas timings, something that maybe kind of comes into impact later on in the day here in this game, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Otherwise, nothing really overly aggressive yet, but it's only 2 minutes in, so there is time for things to get a little bit ZVZ crazy, you know?
Absolutely. This matchup can get very chaotic, mostly because the units move very fast and everything has about 5 hit points. So if you're not careful, you just lose your entire army if you look away for just a second. Which is why this matchup usually looks a lot more messy than the others, but we've already had a lot of very scrappy games today as well, so maybe the ZVZ right here is not going to be any different. The thing about this Eric opener is that it functions a bit differently than the majority of the early game builds from Zerg, so ultimately, okay, he's going to go straight into the Roach one right now, but we are also getting link speed with it, which is already a little bit funky. Usually, you either skip the Ling Bane phase and go straight into Roaches, or you play Ling Bane and then add on the Roach Warren much later than this. Then again, it's Eric, so we'll have to see exactly what it decides to make it is.
Yep, we will see what comes out of it as link speed comes up on either side. Going to be seeing a couple of Overlords building through. It is going to be the Carapace already starting from Egg, so if he just goes Ling Roach with a Carapace upgrade versus a Ling Roach all-in, I think I like that a lot for Eggs. Like, yeah, initially a little bit more invested, but like he should still be on his way to units. Obviously, drone counts will determine a lot on when they cut those drones. So let's see. 7 Roaches on the way. Definitely seems like Eric is going on the more aggressive side of things right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Eggs is thinking about making a 3rd hatchery here, so he's playing this pretty safely early on. Yeah, he is going to sneak out a 3rd base. He really needs to fire up that unit production here pretty soon, which is exactly what he's doing. I'm always a bit conflicted about these Eric openers, right? So they're kind of cool and they can definitely catch the opponent off guard, but I oftentimes feel like if the opponent knows roughly what you're going for, they can counter you pretty hard. So Eric is just going for what is essentially just a Roach Ling Flood on 2 bases, which isn't necessarily rocket science, but oftentimes as the opponent you're thinking about like Nidus Worms and maybe Aspire quickly on 2 bases and all the rest of it. That's not the case here at all. Even if you get the kill or the cancel on this 3rd base, are you really in that good of a spot here as Eric? Because you already brought it up, that Carapace upgrade is going to be amazing here for Eggs.
Yeah, I think you need to do more than just cancel the 3rd base for sure. I mean, the 3rd base is like a guarantee in this scenario. But yeah, get to the front. I mean, look at the pickings at the front. Go, hit the road. What are we doing?
I think we need to bile that.
Shoot.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to kill this.
Yeah. I don't even care. I don't even think the Emo-Chin, but if you hit the Rotron, maybe he doesn't think he gets the Rotron before the fight goes too far wrong. You're not going to see some extra links showing up for him. Does Eric have enough to truly push through this? He's honestly doing pretty well so far. Some more corrosive biles. Units dodge out of those. Has a new Ravager in the back. Has to dodge once again from the bile of his opponent.
It's going to finish.
Yeah, I think he's right to go for the Rotron. He doesn't know how far the upgrade is from finishing, but killing the Rotron's a genuine issue for Eggs that then Eric could probably just continue to stream units against.
Eggs definitely needs to fire up a new Roach Warren, which he hasn't done just yet. Instead, we're just going to go, I guess, full Zerglings right now, together with a Macro Hatchery. Okay, so that's an interesting decision, too. There's no Baneling Nest here for either player, so mass Zergling production right now for Eggs. Going to step away once again from those corrosive biles. At this point, though, the Roaches are basically all gone, which means that there's very little buffering right now for those Ravagers in blue. Roaches and Zerglings are starting to break through this.
Yeah,
okay, a few drones, I guess, were killed, but nothing all too significant. I guess those drones actually weren't killed. They were just turned into structures.
This is kind of where you're meant to obviously keep the Lings in front of the Ravagers, because the Lings are meant to tank for those, but yeah, now the Rotron coming back up from Eggs. Eric just not really with enough still. Corrosive Biles on a Creep Tumor, so some very minor receding of creep here as we'll go for the Overlord as well. We'll not quite finish that off. And yeah, he honestly could have just done with another couple of Roaches still around, so there just wasn't the Ravagers alone. He drops a Spire back at home on the back of this lair, and taking a 3rd hatch, I think overall he may not win the game here, but he's going to put himself in a great spot, especially because the Spire will not care so much about kind of upgrades on the ground. Obviously, the Carapace interacts with the Mutalisks, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, so this is a funny little follow-up, because usually these pushes are... Ooh, nice biles over there, actually, getting all 3 Ravagers. Normally, these pushes right here, the one that Eric is going for, are just hatchery tech, right? So you don't have a lair, you don't have roach speed, you have nothing on the back of it. Instead, we're gonna now transition towards Mutas here, which can definitely catch Eric off guard. Or, sorry, Eggs off guard here when he ultimately goes across the map. Now, this has been a nice exchange, though, here of the last couple seconds, getting all of those Ravagers and... Well, that's going to be the end for that army there in blue. He did end up sniping a bunch of the opponent's Ravagers before that ultimately went south for him, but... Alright, now the Mutas can come out. Eric, though, no, he just spent all of his larvae and minerals on Zerglings. We're making 2 Mutas.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he feels like he needs to do something to survive. It was an awful time to lose his army, because then he didn't really have the confidence to just go straight through to the Mutas, and right now he's probably afraid if he has nothing on the ground, the Mutas don't kill everything in time before he just loses so much. They're not going to go straight after this hatchery, it's just going to start knocking this down. 3rd is just given up by Eric, and Eggs needs to just keep on going through, right? I mean, he wants to do as much as he can before Mutas arrive, but then at the same time, there's already some units here to slow him down, and he's got to be committed now, because at the end of the day, you're just going to lose units if you turn around and try and go home. So forwards we go. Love the bile positioning. Great biles. Actually hits a couple of the Roaches low. And the Lings are not going to die to Mutas quickly, and the Lings are the one thing here that could really just do a lot before the Mutas completely take control of this game, and I think that's where we're going to find a lot of this damage.
The Zerglings are countering the Mutas here, man. GG.
GG.
The Mutas were going to kill everything, but it was going to take way too long. Eggs right there just cleaning up everything that the opponent had available. What a funky game, right? This is sort of what we expected, I guess, with these two facing off against each other. Doesn't really look like a quote-unquote conventional game of Zerg versus Zerg. Normally this matchup, I mean, it's very chaotic, but usually it's a little bit more, I guess, precise, right? A little bit more, how do you say that? Maybe delicate, right? I'm not exactly sure what the word I'm looking for here is, but it would be interesting to see one of these two players execute this against somebody like, for example, a Serral or a Raynor or a Solar or a Dark, because I got a feeling that they would be all over it.
Yeah, of course they would. That's the difference in skill, Roku.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a cool build, but like, if you figure it out, you can defend, and it's just weird that they both went Ling Speed, Roach Roaring, like, you know, Roach flying is not unheard of, but to obviously see it on both sides makes it a bit funky, both of them not taking the third base. It was just kind of weird, and like I say, in the end, I think Eggs having the carapace was going to be very good for him. Eric definitely got there and did a lot quickly, though, and kind of hit at a good time, but then, I mean, honestly, if Eric's army had backed away before he lost everything, I actually think he wins the game, because if Mutas come out and he just has enough to hold the first wave, even if he loses his third hatch, but he just holds off for long enough, that's all he needs. The Mutas to be overhead dealing damage during that. But losing the entire army just before you're about to make Mutas, because then he didn't make, you know, all the Mutas he could have straight away. Like you mentioned, he made 14 lings. That could have been, he had like the gas for 6 more Mutas, so that could have been 8 Mutas. You already have a ground force to compete, and that's just a very different amount of damage output, right? So, yeah, very funky game. Couple different decisions on either side. Could have seen it go differently. In this case, it was good enough for Eggs to open up with a 1-0 lead.
Absolutely. Yeah, that third base. I guess he was a little too attached to it right there, even though it didn't really add a whole lot to his game. Either way, game number 2. We find ourselves on the map Solaris, and spawning right here in the top right-hand corner, it's Eric.
In the bottom left-hand corner, it's Eggs.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, kind of feels like we have like a big hat, and we throw an extractor in there, a roach warren, an expansion, and like 30-odd drones, and we just sort of shake it around, and then we just get the things in random orders, right? That's oftentimes what ZVZ can feel like. Just a bunch of stuff, and it all just kind of works. There is an optimal way to play it, but the problem with the optimal playing style is that you also need to be really on point with the micro. Just because everything, again, moves so fast, it's very easy to accidentally slip up, and well, that's sort of what we saw in the previous game.
Very, very true. It's ZVZ is a fun one, isn't it? It's so funny how many different things you can still do in the world of ZVZ. There's just so many options of how you can mix it up and be a bit aggressive or be a bit more like it's just such a wide berth matchup where it's so difficult to pick up scouting in this matchup too. Like sometimes it is, but if your opponent denies scouting well, it's nigh on impossible to have perfect info, and then it's even tougher to really pick out what it is and how exactly it goes, and that's why it's so volatile at that high level, because everyone's so good at denying and faking information. It's so hard to get a perfect read in this matchup. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Like, it's very difficult to get the correct read because you have so much imperfect information and people fake build orders all the time. You try to make the opponent think you're doing one thing and you're cutting a couple drones only to get there. For example, if you're trying to hide a quick roach warren and you're still mining gas, you try to hide like the roach warren in the corner while still going for the baneling nest at the normal time. And there's all kinds of little fake outs that you can make that ultimately only really work at the absolute highest level of play, because everybody below that just kind of struggles at staying alive, because it's really easy to just accidentally run all of your units into a baneling, or to just get caught off guard by a sudden roach switch. So there is a lot of strategy in this matchup, and ZVZ really is very complex at the highest level. But for most of us guys out there, this is a matchup where, well, things can go south very easily, more so than in the other matchups. As the last starts up here from Eggs, so he is just going to immediately go into something a bit funky himself. Super fast lair. What do you think if you go this fast a lair? Pretty much, to me, just sounds like I don't even know, actually. Like, it's that fast of a lair. Like, maybe it can be a Nidus, just a roach speed.
Yeah, that's the only thing that really makes sense here. Like, both players are taking a massive gamble here, though, right? So if you play either of these two builds on the ladder, I've got a feeling you're going to just be overwhelmed by a link flood with a bunch of banelings on the back of it, right? So they're basically cutting a corner where they're assuming that the opponent isn't going to go for one of the most common builds that is out there. So Eric is going for a quick Evo chamber here, or actually, no, it's a Roach Warren over there in the back. That's also a funky one. That's a really quick Roach Warren. We have a quick Roach Warren too, by the way, here for Eggs, but together with a lair, it could just be +1 with Roach speed.
Yeah, and then
like 30-ish workers, and yeah, that's it.
Man.
So the lair is done. What are we doing? Yeah, just Roach speed. That's it.
But then
maybe like an Overlord Highway. There was like the German Autobahn at some point that Lambo was playing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, put it this way: whatever you're doing here as Eggs is just not as good as what Eric is doing against you, because you're setting up for the future. Eric is setting up for the right now. It's very similar to the last game, just with slightly different circumstances, right? Eric's going to attack you quickly. Eggs is going to have an upgrade and a couple other things going on. And maybe initially Eggs takes a bunch of damage, but eventually holds. He starts up a spine crawler now. You run across the map quickly with these acceleration zones. Eggs, I think you gotta cancel something here to afford everything that you need. Honestly, like, even if you cancel roach speed or +1, like, not even both, just one of those, I feel like I kind of like it. But you need enough units to hold the front, because if you don't hold the front, that's goodbye roach roaring. And, well, right now, it's goodbye roaches and queens.
Yeah, he's gonna jump this. Obviously, defender's advantage right here for the player in red. Those upgrades are ticking. Still a little while away, though. In like half a minute from now, life is gonna be a lot more comfortable, but you brought it up. That structure is so exposed at the front. Now the drones are pulled away as well. Roach Warren is gone, and at that point, the lair effectively has been nullified. I don't think we want to make the Roach Warren over there again. That's not the spot to put it down, because Biles are gonna connect, and there's no way that that is gonna finish.
No, it's really not. It could honestly be okay if he had a roach roar in the main base, built more roaches from that, and then he's going to have +1 missiles, which would help a lot, but he's also now fighting very far forward, which is probably because he wants to protect the new roach roaring, but yeah, like... Oh my god, what a wild game.
I don't hate it, but I think we should have definitely made a second roach one when we saw this army moving across the map and maybe cancel one of the 2 upgrades.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, this is now once again a very funky game. Eric decides to go for a lair once again into a spire, which is funny with this particular build, because what could have happened here if you just decided to spend all of those resources into making more units here instead, right? Because that could have just been, I think, a lethal attack here. Instead, we're making it a bit harder than it really needs to be. +1 missile did finish up here for Eggs, who's once again starting up Glider Reconstitution 2.0 over here at the front. I believe in it about as much as I did the first time around. There's a chance it'll finish, but I don't think so.
I wish I was as hopeful about things in life as Eggs is about that roach roaring, man. That's inspiring. I kind of love the Nidus. I just don't like... Why wasn't the roach roaring in the main base? Like, he actually has good army supply right now, because his opponent's stacking up to make mutas.
There was no reason for it to be over there.
His opponent's stacking up to make mutas. Like, this is once again a case of, like, hey, if you can catch this army, kill it, and go before the mutas are out, there's some potential, but... without roach speed, he's not going to catch it. That's why the Nidus across the map could be kind of cool, but was 8 mutas on the way. I think this time around, the idea from Eric is going to work out. It's so funny because we've seen such a similar game twice over, but it is going to have a different outcome, I think.
I'm assuming the Nidus network did get spotted as well. We're going to go for a very conservative placement, so not inside of the main base. You can, of course, bring drones along with the queens as well, and then more spore crawlers in on the other side of the map. That's what we commonly see. It's really good in particular if the opponent decides to skip the Roach Warren, but obviously that's something that Eric has had for a while. Here comes that army. I don't think there is enough right here just yet, but, I mean, Eggs is trying to push through this.
If he genuinely had a further forward Nidus... I could genuinely be a believer. No! Oh my god!
Okay. That could not have gone much better for Eric than that.
Yeah, he was trying to just push up, but he was being held in position. The mutas are going to kill the queens off creep, obviously, and that should just seal the deal. Apparently not just yet, but it should. There we go. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eggs.
You're very dramatic. Sealed the deal. Almost worked perfectly. Yeah. I was with you. It sounded like a countdown right there, but Eric apparently did not want to give you that satisfaction. Or Eggs, rather.
Yeah, Eggs is like,
but anyways,
I do not respect you calling my game early. Please consider that I might try and get back in this game. Cool, you've had enough time to realize you're wrong. GG. Just really rub it in.
Making you look very awkward now. How awkward do you feel, Wardy?
Pretty awkward. Usually I'm
Mission accomplished.
Usually I'm pretty good at GG timings. Like usually I'm like, I think this might be GG, and then they actually GG, and I'm like, it's like my sixth sense, like my connection to StarCraft, but it was completely off there.
Out of any sixth sense to have, I think that's the best one.
Yeah, absolutely. The sense of when someone's gonna GG.
Yeah, smelling the GG timing. I don't think there's any other sixth sense that anybody can wish for.
Really, a very low amount of people in the world would make use of it, but you know what?
I was impressed.
You're impressed.
I was impressed when you almost got it right.
Yeah, you're impressed, and I didn't even get it right this time.
Yeah. I'm excited for the next game, man. It's gonna be our final game for today.
Yeah, final map of the night, man. It's been a fun one. We've been here 8.5 hours or so, guys. Obviously, again, tomorrow there'll be more StarCraft. Loco's coming back. Ben's coming back. I've been kicked off the team, replaced by another. So I won't be here tomorrow, but you'll be able to enjoy even more ESL regionals over the weekend. So make sure you tune in each day. Saturday and Sunday we'll have both days will have action. And Sunday is the last day of group stage. Round 5 of Swiss is usually very fun. It's like every single match is make or break, basically. So exciting weekend ahead as we kick off this exciting Game 3 in the top right corner with the red Zerg, Eggs.
Down here in the bottom left, going for some very interesting build orders, we have Eric. Okay.
Well.
I am a little surprised we haven't really seen any link floods whatsoever. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like both players have been kind of susceptible to those. I mean, it's been a 2-base opener, I guess, so maybe it's not ideal. But I feel like half of the ladder games I ever see of Zerg versus Zerg are like a 13-12 and just straight link speed and whatnot. And they've been cutting Baneling nests, they've been delaying link speed. It feels like against your average ladder hero, especially on the NA server, a lot of these games would just be insta losses. But maybe I'm mistaken, of course. Maybe they've got some sort of trick up their sleeve to make that defense easier. Oh, okay, it's an extractor trick. I mean, this is a build. This, after careful consideration, I can confirm that this is a build right here.
It's a good thing they hire analysts like you, Loco. Otherwise, I would have been stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm glad to help.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do with these drones?
They're gonna go build a spine crawler. Wombo.
This is an interesting variation to it, though. So this is gonna be Zerglings into Banelings into a spine crawler rush on the other side of the map.
It's got to be spines,
I haven't
right?
seen this particular flavor of cheese, but
Yeah, this is definitely on the not quite the normal levels of what we see. Well, do we actually just start 2 spines and then it's a Bane bus behind it?
do you? No. You don't want to show it. I was gonna say, if you want to wait and build them over here on the low ground, you gotta wait until the hatchery is done.
Yeah, but when the hatchery
Okay, so he's waiting?
But it's too soon, no? What are we doing?
Okay, Banelings are coming up, though. I don't think there's
surely
much
not.
you can do to keep this natural expansion alive, although
No.
Eggs is apparently very excited to try and do so. He doesn't know that there's Banelings on the back of this,
Yeah.
which is exactly why this build is a bit confusing to me as well, because there they are. This is not what you expect whatsoever.
Like, a lot of the time pulling the drones down to, like, protect the hatchery is okay, but, like, that was just too early and too far anyways, right? Like, you want to keep them mining as long as possible. And that's why I'm like, what are you doing? It's not wrong to sometimes pull the drones. In this case, it probably is no matter what, but it just didn't make sense in that situation. I kill 4 drones, 2 spines versus a high ground spine crawl. We do not get there to catch the queen. And a Baneling nest on the way up from Eggs. This is going to be 1 base versus 1 base with, honestly, very similar situations, huh? This is wild.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not
Count
like
the
this
eggs.
necessarily leads to a lead right here for Eric.
I think
Right?
Eric,
Like, he's droning behind it?
I think Eric
but
should have camped
it's
the
not-
eggs, by the way. Like, he just let 4 lings
Yeah,
spawn.
probably.
That never should have spawned.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, thank goodness.
So these spines are gonna bleed out on creep if the creep disappears here. Obviously, if you uproot them again, they will be available. Ultimately, I think Eric's is gonna have to leave this area of the map alone, but he's droning behind it, and he's gonna go up to like 20 workers here, which is actually very significant to compared to Eggs only 13. So Eggs has also made a Baneling nest on the back of this. Are we gonna bust through these spines? Because I don't think that's, oh god, that's what we're gonna do. I don't know if that's the best move.
No, Queen tanks initially. Oh, I have no idea what's happening. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's hard to play by play when you don't understand what's happening on the game. So I'm just,
I'm a little surprised by the Baneling nest there. I don't know if I like it. I think Zergling speed would have been a whole lot better because now X could counterattack and just deal damage on the other side of the map. I mean, there's very little available here for Eric to defend at home. Now we have like a slow Ling Bane fight for both players. Like, this is like, finally Ling speed starts up right now for Eric, but ooh, it's so delicate here.
well, I don't know what to tell you, man. This is genuinely just kind of a little bit wild. I mean, obviously now Eggs is the all-inner because Eric has a hatchery already. But I don't think we need to send the Lings into the Banes like
I
that.
don't like this.
No. I don't think that was it at all.
Okay, so Eric at this point has got a ton of drones compared to his opponent. Both players are, gonna lose some more stuff over here. Apparently it starts with 5 drones. How do we not have any more defensive banelings available? Why did we go to the low ground? Why were we married to that main base when you knew that the opponent only had a handful of workers? GG. Ay, what a game to end on. It's Eggs who obtains the victory after a crazy early game cheese from Eric. Got answered with an even crazier response with a full slow Zergling Baneling attack. And ultimately it is Eggs who obtains the victory. But that was ZVZ in a nutshell right there, man. What a crazy match.
Why do they always leave the craziest matches until the end of the day? Like, my brain's already a little bit frazzled from 8 hours of like non-stop work, right? And then like we have this, I'm like, I genuinely don't know what to tell you at certain points of this game, because I'm like, I just can't figure out what's happening quickly enough to get my words out. That's how crazy a situation it is. That was some ZVZ,
Eric definitely must have realized there when he saw those banelings going down the ramp and the amount of slow links that had been produced and the spine crawler and all that, that the opponent couldn't have a good economy. He killed a good chunk of workers right there on the low ground. So there is no way that the opponent had 20 drones on the back of it too. He, in the meantime, did have about 20 drones, and he made an expansion. He had Ling Bane, same unit composition as his opponent, defensively available too, but then he decided to put all of his eggs in one basket, which is not a pun I intended, to try and save the natural expansion when he was almost doubling his opponent's worker count. I don't think he needed to do that at all, but I also don't think he needed to necessarily give up on it if he just made more defensive banelings, but somehow we had very little right there to follow it up. That was an interesting dynamic right there between all of those units. I feel like if you play this exact game 10 times more from like minute 3 and onwards, and this game was like 5 minutes long, you get a different result every time.
Yeah, even obviously
that was nuts.
Some of the micro and some of the choices and when to use banelings and when to fight and when not to, like those alone made it kind of a crazy little situation on its own accord. So
yeah.
Wild ZVZ to end things up on. Let's have a little recap of the day. We had 12 best of 3s. The schedule only fits 11, but that's okay. Over in Asia, Firefly Nice joined the playoffs while Coffee knocked out Maxed. Skillous made playoffs over Gung Fu Banda in a close series, and Showtime and Hero Marine locked in their playoff spots as well. Alongside Spirit as well, it was Mana and Elazer to avoid... Well, actually, Elazer made playoffs too. It was just a Mana that avoided elimination against Fire. And obviously then Keller lost out to Disc. Nina beat Dolan. And again, just in general, America's delivering all the 3-game series in Americas. So some wild stuff with all of those. And that will be that. That's how the day panned out. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, the rest of Swiss Round 4 concludes tomorrow. Then Swiss Round 5, which is the last day of the groups, wraps up on Sunday. And then next week when we come back, I believe Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday only is playoffs, and we have 2 weeks that are just like that. So
basically a ton of StarCraft 2 is coming your way after today too, is what Wardy is saying.
TLDR, I'm probably one of the only people that actually understands what StarCraft's happening when, but like there you go. Just to make sure you guys can you guys just translate that into lots of StarCraft. Keep watching the channel. Keep watching for more games. Of course, it's all possible thanks to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. And if watching StarCraft Online ain't good enough for you, go to Atlanta. Get your tickets at dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. 20% off with the code StarCraft. And go cheer for your favorite players. And, yeah, do all that. Perfect. Loco. Any final words to round us out today? I'm still my brain's a little bit blasted from the ZVZ.
I'm still trying to I'm trying to rediscover Zerg after that previous series, because all 3 of those games were just so crazy. I feel like if you try any of those builds on the ladder, you're gonna get shut down by just the average guy going 13-12. But somehow, after all of those cheeses, neither of them ended up going any of that.
Yeah, no, it was a wild day. So thank you so much for casting with us. Obviously, we had Ben here earlier as well. He was casting too. So shout out to these guys. Loco and Ben will be back with you guys tomorrow alongside Beowulf, I believe. So make sure you tune in for that. We start at the same time as today. If you can't figure out when that was, just rewind 8 hours and 15 minutes, and that's your starting time for tomorrow. So you guys have 15 hours and 45 minutes to fill until more ESL SC2 Master Regionals. You guys have a good sleep. You guys have a good rest of your day, night, morning, or wherever you are in the world. I'll see you guys next time. Stay tuned and goodbye. And I've just said all of this. I did not even think about which button I need to press. My brain really is frazzled from this ZVZ, I swear down. Alright, see you guys later.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.